not at the moment. Associates County Ground in Taunton, proud home of Somerset County Cricket Club. Day 3 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Somerset and Hampshire gets underway in 25 minutes time. Again, we'd like to extend a warm welcome to all the players, officials and supporters joining us from Hampshire. Enjoy a few days with us in the West Country. State of play is that Somerset are 381 for 7 in their first innings after 93 overs. Current bonus points tally stands at Somerset with 3, Hampshire with 2. Match highlights, report on day 2 and reaction are available on the Somerset County Cricket Club website and on our social media channels. Because of the overs lost over the course of the first couple of days, there will be 104 overs in today's play and adjusted session times as follows. First session commences at 10:30 until 12:40. Lunch interval will be 40 minutes, taking us up to 1. The afternoon session will start at 1:20 until 3:30. Tea interval will take place then for 20 minutes before the evening session commences at 3:50 with a scheduled close of play at 6. Before the start of play and indeed during those intervals, the Somerset Cricket Museum will be open. Entry is completely free. It's situated behind the Ondarchi Pavilion, so if you haven't visited yet during this game, or indeed this season, today is a great opportunity. There will also be a book sale in the museum office during the lunch interval. A big thanks to match sponsor WPA Health Insurance. It's a local business through and through, and they have been based in the southwest for over 120 years. They're a specialist UK not-for-profit health insurer offering award-winning health insurance solutions to individuals, families and companies of all sizes. A reminder that ground-wide free Wi-Fi is available. You just have to connect to the network _We Are Somerset in your settings and enter a valid email address. You can update your preferences or unsubscribe at any time. Matchday food and drink is available from the various concessions around the ground in the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion, Stragglers Coffee House and in the Lord Welcome stand as well. And we've introduced new reusable cups for this year. These will be a £1 charge for the cup with your first drink. This has been introduced to help with our sustainability journey. As always, if you have any inquiries across the day, please contact a nearest steward or head to reception in the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion. Thank you for your support. Day 3 gets underway in just over 20 minutes time. Somerset set to resume their first innings, 381 for 7. Enjoy your day with us in Taunton.
Oi. How are you? No, I just texted you about Simon Holt. That's all. You told me that. Okay, everyone. All the best, Alison. Cheers. Cheers. Bye. Bye. Well, behind the bowlers are. Stood there, I thought, where the back was, I thought, well, actually, they're not behind the bowlers.
A very good morning if you're just joining us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Swansea. Day 3 of this Rothsay County Championship Division 1 match gets underway in about 5 minutes' time. From everyone here at Somerset, we'd like to thank you for your tremendous support over the course of the campaign. To ensure that existing members get the very best value for their membership, there will be a price freeze on membership for 2026 until January the 31st. For more information, please visit the website or pop into reception in Mark Scottick Pavilion. 2026 membership now on sale.
They were quite funny on the live stream there, and saying the new ball was taken. They said, who's starting all that? And then they bowled Boston City out. They trained early and sobered up and said, we probably take more than one over to warm up. Which Martin? Yeah.
Well, good morning and welcome to a lovely sunny and dry day 3 at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We are all set for an absolutely cracking day, a barnstorming day for Somerset with Casey Aldridge in his last home innings at the Cooper Associates County Ground. 149 not out at a very healthy strike rate too. Only faced 206 balls. He's not been hanging around. The slog sweeps, the pull shots, they've all come out. They're reaching to those length balls and driving through the covers. Casey Aldridge had a first-class best of just over 100 before up at Old Trafford. That innings with a star on it, with George Bell and Dane Villas bowling some part-timers on day 4. But this is a proper 100. Overtaking Tom Abel. I mean, let's not forget Stephen Lamb. Tom Abel scored a pretty magnificent 100 yesterday, but Casey Aldridge has overtaken him.
Absolutely, and all set. Just one single required for the 150. Which would be his first ever in first-class cricket. His previous best was 101, so there were a few knowledgeable cheers and applause when he got past that.
I'm just glad he's passed that, because otherwise it was every time. Casey Aldridge has one first-class 100, which doesn't count, but has that sort of the star on it, as they say. You know, I'm so glad he's gone past it, because he's a quality player, and I don't think he's fully showed his potential and his talent in the Somerset shirt this year. He's a bit frustrated, hence he wants a fresh start up at Durham. You can sort of understand that. But he was very good for England Lions against Sri Lanka last year. He's had a bit of higher honours. Played youth cricket at a high level as well. But it's great to see him batting and bowling well. Ben Green's also in the side, 2 all-rounders that are departing. Could have a big part to play with the ball after Somerset have hopefully got their final 2 batting bonus points before 110 overs this morning.
2 batters on their way. Casey Aldridge and Craig Overton.
So go on, Stephen, before we start play, if you're Lewis Gregory, are you declaring on 110 overs, provided they're not bowled out and they get the 450? Are you declaring on 110, or are you carrying on till all out?
If they've got 450 by then, I think I'd be happy to declare.
Yeah,
if they've got all the batting points.
I'm pretty sure they will hit. They'll either be, for me, I'd put my life savings on in the next 17 overs. Somerset either get 69 runs or they're bowled out.
Yeah, they've only got the 3 wickets to get 69 runs, so that might not happen. But if they can get a good start here, then who knows? But that would be the initial aim. They lead Hampshire on bonus points by 3-2 at the moment. Just 19 needed for another batting one. I wouldn't bet against them getting that. Whether they can get all 5, we shall soon find out. But when you think they were 43 for 3, 69 for 4, and then 99 for 5, and that is an extraordinary recovery, really. And frustrations for Hampshire, and it was telling a bit towards the end of the day yesterday.
So go on then, before we move on from it, a word on how good Tom Abel was yesterday.
Well, he's, when he's in this kind of form, probably... Well, they're all watchable up the top of the order. It's unfair, really, to single anyone out, but no one is better than Tom Abel. Lovely cover drives, and you'll remember from a couple of years ago, Harry, the Exeter University contingent.
And I brought you up the green blazer.
Indeed, which I was delighted to try on. It was a bit big for me, actually, to my surprise. But they were in a huddle over in the one.
There it is. We'll just interrupt the Exeter University story. Sorry, Stephen, because Casey Aldridge just got to his 50, first ball of the morning. Keith Barker has bowled a lovely little loosener on his pads. Casey Aldridge has not wasted any time in getting to his 150. Just tickled that to fine leg, and straight away, first ball of the morning, we have a bat raise, we have a handshake, and Casey Aldridge's 150. Superb innings.
No roar from Exeter University.
No, they only come for 1 day in September, which always feels a bit of a shame. They timed it perfectly, though. The Tom Abel superfans, because Tom Abel was an Exeter University student a few years back. They couldn't have chosen a better September day to come.
They roared for the Aldridge 100 as well. Here's Barker. And... firm defensive push. The weather forecast has turned out to be completely wrong yet again.
It nearly always is, Stephen.
It was supposed to be drizzling for most of the morning session today, and instead we have bright sunshine, which will please Somerset because it gives them that, a slightly more extended opportunity today than perhaps they were expecting.
And good for Casey Aldridge. You wouldn't want rain to curtail his chance to go big as well. Keith Barker then lumbering in a little. Oh, that's a good run from Craig Overton. Hampshire can't stop that single. Good intent from Somerset straight away. 2 singles inside 3 balls. I spent my drive in this morning listening to Keith Barker's dulcet tones, commentating with Kevin James on Radio Solent on Finals Day on Saturday, And he's also got a podcast with Chris Wright, the Leicestershire seamer.
Oh, yes, who's just announced
His retirement, yes, 40 years of age now. Really enjoying, actually. I've never heard of it. Kevin James gave me a tip about it on day one. The Bowlers Union podcast. Interesting insight. Yeah, Keith Barker.
Yeah, it takes a little bit longer to get everything loose.
He does. He
these
looked very
days.
stiff. Sophie Luff was giving him some stick on comms yesterday, wasn't she, about him chasing the ball to the boundary or escorting it.
But he picked up a couple of wickets. The first two, actually. Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Tom Lammonby.
Do we dare mention that Kohler-Cadmore definitely was a bonus wicket?
Well, it was.
A slow long op just hit straight to no man's land mid-wicket. Wasn't on the fence, wasn't in the ring. Ali Orr was just hanging, wasn't he? Hanging for that exact dismissal.
He played a couple of lovely shots as well. And, yeah, as soft dismissals go, it was like a blancmange.
The thing is it's actually very good captaincy. To know that Kohler-Cadmore is going to play in that mould, yes, it's not a great ball from Barker, maybe not the plan, but actually there was a reason for that fielder being at no man's land. Fair play. It worked for Hampshire. So yes, Barker getting the key wicket at Lammonby. A rare duck for Lammonby.
We've got a good strong breeze blowing across the ground again. It's
Don't say good, Stephen. After a breeze stopped us playing on day one, you mean a bad strong breeze?
well, it's not
Not
bad,
as bad
in the way it was on day one. It's not anything like as strong, but it's brisk. You can tell from the flags.
Yeah.
On the Andy Caddick Pavilion. See the cloud is relatively high at the moment. Quantock's plane in view. And it will be the old warhorse.
Yeah.
Who bowled really well yesterday.
With Noah Bass, Abbott and Barker are the leaders in this attack. Well, I guess it's not been Barker so much this year. Barely played this year. I think this is only his second championship appearance of the season. Bass has gone to Notts, so it's been Abbott. Sometimes it's been Jack, sometimes it's been Fuller, sometimes it's been John Turner, who's been injured quite a lot. Sometimes
Brad
it's been Sonny
Wheel.
Baker, Brad Wheel, Curry. They've got about 12 seamers that can all come in. Dom Kelly we've not mentioned. Well, Abbott will take the second over.
Yeah, right on the money at the outset. Abbott. That ball is still relatively new. Ben Brown delayed taking it for a while yesterday evening, partly because there was one delivery from Nick Gubbins which turned and lifted with the old ball.
This is Nick Gubbins, the batter, the part-timer who went off injured midway through his fourth over.
Clipped beautifully. 4.
Yeah, aerial from Craig Overton. Whipping that through the leg side. Middle of the bat, that raced away through mid-wicket over towards the dugouts. No players actually in the dugouts this morning, surprisingly. Just nipping in from Abbott towards Craig Overton. Great work from Neil Shillabeer here on the dugout camera. Look at this angle. Not miles away from the fielder, but over his head. 1 bounce 4.
Raced away. Oh, that's off the edge and didn't carry.
That looked quick, that delivery. The former Lou Down in Clevedon club cricketer. How many times have we mentioned his 17 for? Is it 17 or 18?
17.
17. I think we were on comms together, were we not?
You may have been.
I seem to remember. We often play Hampshire at home in September. Was it last year we played in the last home game? This year, last home game.
It does seem to happen, doesn't it?
Don't know why.
He's off again. Steaming in.
You compare the two run-ups. There's not massive difference in pace, but Abbott sort of bustles in. He seems to put a lot more effort in, whereas Barker's a bit more casual and then just a whip of the left arm.
Yeah, and yeah, there's maybe more shoulder in it with Abbott.
And a wrist flick.
So 13 more needed now for another batting point.
And the point is, if Hampshire get a breakthrough, then Lewis Gregory, the star of T20 Finals Day with his boundary heroics, could be in next. Or he could bat 11.
He might bat 11.
I think he'll bat 11, but
That is, well, not quite where he intended, but it's bringing him a single.
I think because of the wrist injury he suffered in the Yorkshire game last week, obviously he drugged himself up with adrenaline and painkillers, whatever, for his knock-on finals day. But go on, let's just look at Abbott. Look at this side-on angle of his action.
Thoroughbred.
But yes, I think Lewis Gregory might just save his wrist, save himself for bowling, if not needed. If Somerset suddenly need 25 off 3 overs, he might come and have a dip, or might just let Jack Leach have a go.
Hearing that we will bat 11, Lewis Gregory. That's good running.
Yeah, my point is that Jack Leach doesn't hang around anymore. Jack Leach, you had a little go with Brendan McCullum's Bazball cricketers. When he bats these days, he unfurls reverse sweeps or sweeps. And if Somerset, this pair are going to bat with this intent, then you might not need Leach or Gregory to get to the 450.
That was really smart calling by Craig Overton, because that went hardly any distance at all.
Really good single. And they were both comfortably home in the end. Well, they're both so tall, Stephen. It only takes about 7 steps to run a single.
Yeah, they're probably the 2 tallest in the side.
Oh, definitely. By some way.
There are the partnerships, and it just shows you the importance of the one between Abel and Aldridge for the 6th wicket. Just everything else pales into insignificance, although this one is growing. It's probably the 2nd best of the innings already.
It is, comfortably. So Barker in with 2 slips in place then. The left arm slingy action, just nipping away past the outside edge. You're interested to know, Stephen, that this is the only game in Division 1 being played currently. Division 2 only has 1 game, Northants Gloucestershire.
Raining at the Oval, is it?
Everywhere else start is delayed. Yeah. Inspections around and updates to be had, but as we speak.
They've been fortunate at the Oval, haven't they, thus far?
Yeah, they only came on day 1. Sky cameras are there. The wind was deemed safe enough to get the covers off, and they got a whole day in. Oh, that's a good delivery from Keith Barker. He's done well to leave that.
99 for 5 became 320 for 6. That's the measure of that partnership.
That was the Abel and Aldridge partnership. Yeah, 5th to 6th, the 6th wicket partnership. Because that 6th wicket partnership, don't forget, that broke the James Rue, Casey Aldridge previous record, 6th wicket partnership.
That delivery from Barker was the ball of the day so far.
Yes, I agree. Lovely shot from Casey Aldridge. You can't stop that. Cover or point. Back foot punch, the timing, the placement, superb. Looks like a tall man on top of his toes who's, you know what? Is he chasing a double 100 here, Stephen?
It could be.
James Rue had a double 100 against Hampshire.
Well,
with Shoaib Bashir at the other end. Casey Aldridge could be eyeing up one here as well.
He's 45 away. They need another 57 for the 450. So he'd be there or thereabouts if they get that far.
He's not wasting any time this morning.
Bear in mind there are 8 overs left with bonus points still in play.
Every ball he's looking for a run here, though, if he can.
Very pleasant autumn morning here in Taunton. Visibility is excellent.
Indeed.
Thanks partly to the breeze. And Somerset will feel pretty happy with the situation they're in.
That's a better line from Keith Barker. Squaring Casey Aldridge up somewhat.
Good little party going on in the vicinity, possibly on the terrace below us.
Yeah, plenty of people enjoying penultimate home day of cricket here in the 2025 season.
Good smattering of spectators, pretty well all the way around the ground.
Well played by Casey Aldridge there to play late under his eyes, the soft hands, trying to guide it through the slips, past the slips, trying to get a bonus run, but Washington Sundar's a pretty decent fielder to have in the slips. There's us in the Thatcher's box on the right-hand side, and smattering of spectators across the Tchaikovsky stand.
Which is an impressive building, architect designed. That church tower next to it was probably architect designed at one stage as well. St James Taunton.
Indeed.
Rather older. So it will be Kyle Abbott to continue. This is his 21st over. The most used of the Hampshire bowlers, bar Washington Sundar, as you might expect, who's bowled 28. Going down the leg side, so no appeal. This has been a good effort already from Craig Overton on 15 not out.
Thought it might just be a nice chance to read out a couple of Case George's quotes after play last night. He said, "It's great to have done what I've done today in my last home game. I've been here since I was knee-high and I have so many happy memories. Hopefully tomorrow we can push on as a team and put more runs on the board because we know that with a little help from the weather, we have the bowlers to bowl Hampshire out twice."
Shot. That's going to be 4, even though it's at the longer boundary on that side of the ground, the Somerset stand side. Easily enough power in it to take it over. He's come a long way since he was knee-high then.
Yeah, that was Craig Overton with a beautiful cover drive. But yes, Casey Aldridge, superb form. And A.D. Birrell, quote from the Hampshire coach, his striking line was, "We are worried about our position in the table and there's a lot of anxiety in our camp because we are not used to being in this situation." Yeah, Hampshire been right up there with Somerset, Surrey and Essex. Probably those 4 sides have been in and around the top of the County Championship Division 1 table most of the last decade. But Hampshire struggling this year.
Oh, it was an appeal for caught behind. It's not going to be given though.
I thought the appeal was for LBW. I don't think there's any bat on that.
Well, David Milnes reckoned
Not out.
there was no reason to raise the finger of any kind.
It was a big swing. I think it's hit the top of his pad onto his thigh pad.
It was too high for LBW.
They could they not have run him out or stumped him? Craig Overton's about 4 yards down. If they'd been a bit quicker, Ben Brown, the keeper, could really have thrown the stumps down.
It's nice to see Craig Overton batting in a situation like this.
Yes, the perfect situation for him.
Didn't get everything onto that. It may have been the Q end of the bat. I know more about, or I've revived my knowledge of Q ends.
You did indeed.
End of season game of pool a couple of evenings ago.
Stephen Lamb's pool's a bit like his corridor cricket batting.
Ended well for us though, Harry, didn't it?
It did. We had a good partnership.
With assistance from our producer, Ben Warren. Good firm off drive, but won't yield anything. That's Nick Gubbins at mid-off, which is good to see back on the field, having gone off part way through an over yesterday.
Yeah, very odd to see a part-time spinner go off injured, turn down the chance to get as many overs as he possibly can in. I think his injury was too bad, as you say. He's back on the field and he'll be ready to bat. His left hand is tucked up into his sleeve, keeping it warm this morning.
Never a run there, 2 fielders converging on it in the ring. End of the over, 397 for 7. So 97 gone, 13 left with those bonus points in play. They're highly likely to get one of them, and you wouldn't rule out they're getting both, especially if these two can stay there.
Indeed. It's not going to be Keith Barker from the River End. He's just bowled a couple of overs this morning. They've got options in Jack and Fuller, and that man Fuller, another experienced seamer. 3 really experienced seamers in this Hampshire attack. They got the young guns in Jack, Kelly, Baker, Turner. They sort of seem to rotate around. Jack's the one who's gone with the red ball in this game. Baker, of course, played at finals day on Saturday against his former club. But James Fuller, who batted surprisingly high on finals day, normally middle over biffer, got him a little promotion when Chris Lynn was the only one to get big runs in the semi-final.
He's been quite expensive, James Fuller, thus far in the innings. Over 7 and over his economy rate. And that's actually the most expensive of the 7 Hampshire bowlers used. Here's his first ball of the morning.
2 scouts on the leg side, as he's going to bowl a bit of back of the length stuff. That's far too wide on the leg side. Any tickle on that for Case Shouldridge would have been 4 through fine legs. It's almost more of a long leg than a fine leg. A wide long leg out towards the scoreboard and a deep forward square leg. Still the 2 slips in place. Not quite a single there. A lot of space square on the leg side. Case Shouldridge wants a 1, but it's too close to Carl Abbott at mid-on.
Yeah, be wishing that he'd just managed to place that a bit squarer.
An inside edge or a miss could have been better. He almost middled it too much.
It's a huge gap. Plenty of advice in the ear of James Fuller.
Well, you couldn't have 3 more experienced pros in Fuller, Barker and Abbott at bowler and mid-on and mid-off. Incredible number of appearances in those 3. There it is. There could be a push for 2. Probably just going to be 1. Yes, Craig Overton's quick. That's really good running. Case Shouldridge does have to get his skates on. He gets 3 for 2. Good placement, good call from Craig Overton to come back for the second. He thought he was going to the danger end, but the throw did actually come to Case Shouldridge's striking end.
20 minutes in, and no damage as yet for Somerset, no breakthrough for Hampshire. There's a bit of a discrepancy between the electronic clock on the scoreboard and the analogue one on top of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion.
Short and quick again from Fuller. Not quite a short ball, but a sort of back of a length. Trying to get Aldridge going back and then maybe surprised with a full straight one. Long leg just went even squarer, that ball before. Out towards the groundsman shed and that scoreboard you talked about.
The Colin Atkinson Pavilion clock just gradually loses. It seems to lose about a minute between games here. That's not its original position. It was in another stand on the ground before that pavilion was built.
Fuller with 2 balls remaining in his first this morning. Lovely shot from Casey Aldridge at his best. Back foot punching. Pass point for 4. What a shot, racing off the middle of the bat. And Somerset, what do? They get a second. Well, not a second. They're now 1 away from getting all batting bonus points. I was going to say they had 2 batting bonus points to try and get this morning. The first part of the job is done. And with over 10 overs to spare, I'm pretty confident Somerset will get 5 runs and over if they keep wickets in hand to get 450.
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying if these 2 stay there
easily,
then the chances are very good. And we may see a declaration on 450. And again, that's half stopped, but they will nonetheless get 2 here. Should do. Racing for it and getting it.
Very similar shot to the ball before, actually. A middle back foot punch, a late cut.
Yeah, he did well to get a hand to that, the fielder. 405 for 7 at the end of the over. Aldridge 163, Overton 19. Somerset's run spree continues. Really picking up from where they left off yesterday evening.
And some, indeed.
Frustrating from Hampshire's point of view, but They've got to keep at it. That is what Kyle Abbott will do. Looking for his third wicket of the innings. Played firmly enough. There's not a lot of help in this wicket. That's what Somerset are going to be up against when it's their turn to bowl. What will they find in the wicket that Hampshire have been unable to find?
Well, Hampshire have got 3 spinners. Well, 2 out-and-out spinners and a part-timer. They Tom Prest in this game. They have got Felix Organ as well as Washington Sundar. Organ bowled particularly well yesterday. Surprised they haven't tried more spin across the match. They stuck with their seam attack.
Good looking drive, but again it's going to find the fielder. Nick Gubbins is at mid-off. Time added on today because of that lost in, well, particularly on day 1 when the whole day was lost, but we will have lunch at 20 to 1.
I would agree, yeah. So 104 overs in the day. Well, the idea is 104 overs in the day. Still 99 to be bowled. That's a big figure, isn't it?
Yeah.
Big figure for Hampshire if they're staring down the barrel.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, a draw is the favourite. But who knows?
Who knows, indeed.
Scoreboard pressure can do funny things.
And bonus points are key.
Oh, that's a beauty from Kyle Abbott. He's not had any luck with the new ball. He's bowled some Jaffas
Yeah.
without finding the edge or finding the stumps.
Still the only game in Division 1 playing. 1 in Division 2. We should also mention Hampshire fans listening in. Might be double screening, or particularly want to know about their women's game against the Surrey ladies. Bryony Smith went for 4. Key breakthrough from Davis. So actually, Hampshire will be pretty happy with having Surrey 17 for 1 after 5. That's the Metrobank 50 over women's game.
Wants a single this time and gets it.
Somerset women not quite making it through to the knockout stage of the One Day Cup this week. Had their last game here on Saturday. Close to getting through, but didn't quite make the top 4. Somerset coming 5th in the One Day Cup table. Hampshire top and Surrey 4th. So first playing 4th, second playing 3rd. And then Kevin James is a busy man with potential finals Saturday and Sundays for the men and the ladies for BBC Radio Solent. Of course, the Hampshire men have got the One Day Cup game against Worcestershire at Trent Bridge on Saturday.
Hoiked away.
Yeah, I agree. Premeditated, outside off stump. Short boundary, eyes in. Casey Aldridge can do no wrong. Positively taking this Hampshire side down.
Yeah, not the most graceful shot of the innings, but
No.
effective. 167, Casey Aldridge. Take a bow. .40 more needed for that magical 450.
The confidence showed by Casey Aldridge. He's been backed to, bat ahead of Overton in this game. He's batted anywhere from 6, 7, 8. Batted ahead of Ben Green in this game. Genuine all-rounder. Him and Overton. So good to watch back together. The two big men. These two and Mickey Pretorius probably hit the ball hard. They run hard between the wickets. They gallop. Remember Overton and Mickey Pretorius at Trent Bridge. These two here. looking in great touch.
Yeah, the new ball hasn't yet made the breakthrough that Ben Brown and Hampshire would have been hoping for.
Good areas from Fuller there.
Took 1 wicket with it yesterday evening, that of Ben Green, but nothing this morning.
So still the 2 slips and still the 2 deep leg side fielders. Well, they're probably 15 yards off the rope. It's a long hit out to the Somerset stand. Good area from Fuller, but good running again for Craig. Oh, that's an unnecessary throw, you'd think. Kyle Abbott apologises straight away. I think to Craig Overton and to the backing up fielders, and maybe to Fuller for slightly softening what's still only a that's not even a 19 overs old ball, because they didn't take it straight away, did they?
They didn't.
So this ball's just over 10 overs old. He was not miles away, actually. If he hits, that's pretty close, I guess.
I think he would have been home.
Craig Overton was a little bit late. Actually, was Craig Overton worried about being hit? Look, he slows down, seeing the ball's coming, doesn't want to get hit. Sort of leaves it. You know when you've got to be brave and just run into the ball? He couldn't get past it. What a shot from Casey Aldridge. That is delightful. The uppercut. James Fuller tries the short back of a length ball. Casey Aldridge just rocks back and smashes it into the Ondarchi stand.
That's quite
Anyway,
some stroke in that area.
Yeah, anyway you bowled Casey Aldridge now. He can hit you for 4 or 6. Great to see the England line in full flow here. Durham will be delighted with what they're seeing.
Strong shoulders and forearms. You can see the power of them all in that shot. Into the 170s. 417 for 7.
Just going to check the ball quickly. You see, when Casey Aldridge's got confidence, he's such a good player. I remember the bowling at the Oval last year. Then he was dropped for a couple of games, lost a bit of confidence, came back, wasn't the player he was. When you back him, he's got the confidence flowing through his bones. He's a genuine all-rounder, and Somerset is seeing his talent here. It's the first player missed in a while. Bit quicker from Fuller, bit angry maybe. I mean, Casey Aldridge's got to get that past 2 fielders. It's not the worst one to miss out. And as Washington Sundar has a warm-up, yeah, I'm not surprised. You've got a Test international spinner in your ranks. These 2 are whacking it everywhere. I'm surprised they didn't go to Sundar straight after Barker, really. Wanted to give Fuller a go, fair enough. But you could rotate your seamers at one end. You've got to at least get Sundar on. Felix Organ, probably not far away. So Somerset could even get 500 and 110 overs at this rate. Down the ground this time, Casey Aldridge. That is dismissive. You're not good enough to bowl to me at that pace, I'm afraid, James Fuller, he says. The quicker ball, uppercut for 6. The pull shot just missed out on. Now Casey Aldridge runs down and slaps him 3 mid-on. Kyle Abbott did not move a muscle. A couple of yards past him.
Cuts a lonely figure, James Fuller, at the moment, walking off towards his fielding position. His analysis was expensive before he came on this morning, and it won't have helped any that over.
The only worry here is, what happens if Durham get relegated? Casey Aldridge has shown this form against a Division 1 attack on it's not the flattest of pitches. It was doing a bit earlier, it's taking a bit of spin. If he's doing this against a Division 1 attack, he doesn't really want to then step down to Division 2. He'll be pretty keen for Durham to stay up across this game in the next week.
It's a risk you take, I guess. Yeah, Ben Green and Josh Davey would have known pretty much for certain, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
When they signed on the dotted line.
Leicestershire have been in a pretty good space all season, haven't they? From early in the season, at least.
Hurried single. He's not going to shy, Keith Barker. Doesn't subscribe to that school.
No. Happy to just save 3, I suppose. Oh, sadly, the Casey Aldridge fan club are not present. His dad, he loves coming and watching him. His brother sometimes, his family there. Not here, sadly. I suppose working week in September. You never knew the weather around. Having to be content to watch from home, but what an innings this from Casey Aldridge.
Yeah, there will be comfortable single there. Just nudged down on the offside into the gap between second slip and backward point.
How late can you change a contract, Stephen? You're not sure if you're a lawyer.
I think once you've signed it, haven't you?
You can't rip it up. You can't change your mind.
Don't think so.
Paul Coughlin's gone to Lancashire, don't forget. So another move away from Durham that gives space for Casey.
Up in the air, and absolutely safe. That is 6 more. Craig Overton this time. Wow.
What a shot.
I wouldn't like...
The flick.
Don't think I'd like to offer Kyle Abbott a penny for his thoughts just at the moment, or indeed James Fuller.
You think an angry Safa. Craig Overton back in his crease and then props forward and just flicks it. He's used to batting with the wind at Instow as a kid growing up, making the most of with the wind here.
Single, Aldridge backing up well. That was Craig Overton's first 6 of the innings. 3 fours already as well.
Yeah, one of them a couple of overs ago wasn't far away. An interesting point from James Bryce. You could argue that Casey Aldridge is actually helping Durham's plight. Hampshire are the side that Durham could catch in Division 1. So if Hampshire don't get many batting bonus points when they come to bat, they might not get another bowling bonus point.
Well, he probably would be thinking about that. Be perfectly logical.
So actually doing his side he's going to join a big favour by going massive against their relegation rivals.
Got it all worked out.
I'm sure he's just concentrating on scoring as many runs as he can, and in a pretty positive high tempo at the moment. Hampshire body language is pretty poor, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it has been really. It was in the last session yesterday evening.
You thought this morning he'd come in a bit more positive, but after 35 minutes they've just been smashed around the ground. 381 for 7 it was at the start of play.
Down the leg side and well taken by Ben Brown.
Oh, the shots are coming out now, Stephen. Was that maybe a shot too far from Casey Aldridge? Well,
it may just have been a little bit too far to reach. It was misdirected, and we haven't seen that often from Kyle Abbott, who is not a picture of contentment.
Here it is then. Washy, as they like to call him, the confident Indian off-spinner with one of the quotes of the summer. I don't think people ever forget his quote about India when they win. You won't live that down. And I always like the way he marks his run-up, the way he does it with the step, the foot in front of each other. It reminds me, Stephen, of when you're playing boundary bowls or flags, and when you're not sure whether I'm closer to the jack or you're closer to the flag, and you mark it out with one foot in front of the other. That's what Washington Sundar does for his run-up. But to have a deep fine leg and a deep square leg, surely that's not right. Kyle Abbott has just gone on autopilot. Is he aware that there's a spinner bowling, or is he there for a paddle sweep?
Well, he looks quite firmly ensconced down there.
Firmly in his thoughts, angry about being whacked everywhere, I thought you were going to say.
So what have we got now? 20 more needed for the 5th batting point. 9 overs to get them. Well, that's a doddle, really. It's a walk in the park.
Yes, indeed.
Still deliberations over the field. I think we're sorted now with a slip and a short leg.
Wide and outside off stump.
Oh, that's poor. That's gone
did-
through his legs.
I almost turned away, Stephen. It was straight to the fielder. I was about to say wide, short. Craig Overton's missed out. They're heading it straight to the fielder. That is really poor from Hampshire.
Yes, Washy.
That's, wow. I mean, it's not really spun either. That's about the 3rd bounce. Kevin James, I was talking to on day 1 while we were winded off. And I was saying, how is such a talented side struggling in this division. And we sort of see the body language, the tempo now. Craig Overton's probably going to get 4 here. Keith Barker's not going to get round. Deep Cover's not going to get round either. A diving stop in vain. And your Indian international test spinner has bowled a pretty poor first ball that should have been stopped. Then he's bowled a slightly better ball, but fuller. And Craig Overton's long levers have driven that for 4.
That was perfect placement.
It was. Keith Barker was never getting there from mid-off. Deep Cover gave it a good chase, but Washington Sundar's nearly gone for 100 off, not even 30 overs.
Overton on to 36.
Good cricket. Take the one. You know what? I wouldn't actually mind Somerset batting on a bit longer. Well, these two are scoring so quickly. They're not taking much time out of the game. You could argue just keep going.
Yeah. I mean, they already know that the likeliest way of winning the game is to make Hampshire follow on.
And the more knackered they are in the field, the more down and out they look, the better chance Somerset have of taking 20 wickets. Or the reverse now from Casey Aldridge. Only going to get 1 for it. A safe stop this time for Morgan.
Yeah, he was the culprit.
Yeah, making up. Well, I'm not sure he's making up for it, but the floppy hat not helping him. The highest score by number 7 in the championship was 206 runs by Hamid. I don't remember Hamid batting number 7. But Craig Overton over the offside this time. Deep Covers in the game. It's going to go for 6. He couldn't quite get there. The short boundary. Craig Overton has not hit that well. A bit of a leading edge, but he's such a big man. He swung so hard at that. He's got that a foot over the cover field. To be fair, he's made a good effort at that.
It was great effort by the field.
It's Ali Orr out there, the former Sussex man. He couldn't have done a lot more.
Did everything he could there. Absolutely.
Washington Sundar's gutted. He's had a misfield, a nearly caught, a nearly stopped. Well, he's going to come over the wicket now to Craig Overton. Same field. Oh, he's not fielded that well off his own bowling. There's an easy one out to Keith Barker at mid-off.
Yeah, that happened yesterday as well.
Craig Overton's kept the strike. Casey Aldridge is not marooned on 179, but Craig Overton's got a lot of runs to make that 100 partnership up for Somerset. 3 away from the 450 batting bonus point. But what a 100 partnership this is, off just 90 balls, only just over an hour together. Brilliant, brilliant batting from both of these two.
Now, what will happen in 3 runs' time, Harry?
I think they bat on. They're scoring so quickly now. They're not wasting time. And like you say, how knackered Hampshire look. You can be knackered in your head and you can be knackered physically. And the longer you're out there, to then suddenly have to strap on your pads and open the batting is not going to be nice.
Abbott is going to continue. I wondered whether he was due a break at the end of that previous over, because all bowling really is coming alike to these two at the moment. Single here. Morgan in action at extra cover. So Somerset ease their way closer to 450, just 2 left now.
There'll be a big cheer from the crowd, I reckon. The knowledgeable crowd here. They know their bonus points.
Good looking stroke. Just a single. But see from the free flow of the bat as he played that shot, the confidence with which he's playing. Casey Aldridge. 180.
Very good. Casey Aldridge is good at his darts. Think of his long reach, his levers.
Excellent.
They love playing in the dressing room on a rainy day.
He's hit the bullseye.
Yeah.
Rare dot ball from Craig Overton, just pushing it gently into the covers. He looks tired, Kyle Abbott. Progress back to his mark has become a bit of a trudge. This is
Yeah, it's a
24th
trudge.
over in all.
You can understand the trudge at this stage.
Mm. 4 more here.
There it is, Stephen. The 450's up. Somerset have full batting bonus points. I can't remember Somerset ever getting full batting bonus points inside 103 overs. 7.2 overs to spare.
Well, and to do it after being 99 for 5 as
Exactly.
well. It's just phenomenal. Terrific achievement. And these two have played their part, particularly Casey Aldridge, but it's been a worthwhile knock from Craig Overton as well. And he's just one short of another landmark now, an individual one.
450.
And on strike to Kyle Abbott. Will this be it? Yes, it will. More applause. Landmark after landmark. Craig Overton on 50. Well batted.
A brilliant, brilliant knock from the 31-year-old from North Devon. That is another 50 for Craig Overton. That is his, wow, I didn't realise he had that many. 18th first class 50. That's more than I thought he had, you know. 100, I remember him getting out on 99 a few years ago. I score of 138, batting average of 22 in first class cricket. But yes, 18 50s.
Good looking drive, wants a single, will be in trouble if he hits, and he does. So that is the end. After an excellent innings, and that is a fine piece of fielding. Will it be a declaration? Yes, it will.
Gutted for Casey Aldridge. He's such a team player. He's just run off, no fuss. He's just gone off. Casey Aldridge batted absolutely superbly. His best ever first-class score, 118. Even though he's leaving for Durham, he's doing his bit for the team. Got past the 450. Attempts a run that was never really there, but he's so team-orientated. Wants to score as many runs as quickly as possible. He wasn't chasing his own landmark of 200. He's batted absolutely beautifully. That partnership with Tom Abel yesterday, and then he goes again with Craig Overton today. Brilliant batting, Stephen.
Tidy looking scoreboard as well. 180 Casey Aldridge, 50 for Craig Overton, and 454 for 8 declared. So speculation about whether Somerset might or might not bat on is at an end. And now it's Hampshire who will have to man the bridge, which is what we'll come back to. There'll be a little bit of a break between innings, and we will be back to bring you the first ball of the second in around 10 minutes' time.
Right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The umpires have made themselves onto the middle of the park, putting the bails on. Nick Pepper's just doing the final little tidy up and roll. And there's a bit of machinery out there. Somerset players, as you'd imagine, after that quite remarkable first innings, champing at the bit on the sideline, ready to start this quest for 20 Hampshire wickets. It didn't really look likely after halfway through day 2 with Somerset 99 for 5 that maximum bonus points and 254 were even possible. But thanks to Tom Abel and Casey Aldridge, with some good contributions from others, Somerset have got exactly that, striking at nearly 4.5 runs and over. I'm joined by Harry Everett and later Stephen Lamb as we all have our fingers crossed, if you're of a Somerset persuasion, that some early breakthroughs can be made. I do think, Harry, that even though our seamers will look to maybe do a little bit of damage with that new ball, we're kind of thinking the leech effect might come into play. I did feel and did speak about it a lot yesterday. I felt in particular Washington Sundar bowled sort of a subcontinent pace into the pitch, bowled very flat, very quick.
Yeah.
I think Leachy's use of a bit of flight and guile, and obviously his experience playing at Taunton, I'm quite hopeful that he will extract a little bit more out of the surface. I'm sure we'll see him bowl at some stage quite soon this morning. He's currently at mid-on with his long-sleeve jumper on, keeping that body nice and warm. Lewis Gregory's going to take the new ball from the Trescothic stand end.
Yeah, I actually thought Felix Organ almost bowled better than Washington Sundar yesterday, giving it a bit more flight, giving it time to do something off the pitch.
Yeah, I agree, especially the dismissal, if you can think back to the Tom Abel dismissal, that nicely tossed up delivery. It's sort of, that ball that sort of goes above the eye line. I know he's a lot shorter, so he can toss it up and get a little bit of dip. Yeah, there's definitely something there, but we hope the new ball can strike. Lewis Gregory is in.
Straight away, squaring him up. A little bit of an outside edge for more. Tried to go leg side. Ends up going to cover. Attacking field from Somerset. Craig Overton will be roaring in from the other end, I'm sure. Casey Aldridge probably will get the ball fairly soon, you'd think. Quite often when a bowler's got runs, I think Mitchell Johnson, Stuart Broad, when they've whacked a few towards the end, give them the ball early. Let them steam in. Slight gap. 3 slips, then a gap, then Tom Abel at gully. Attacking field from Somerset.
Oh, Craig Overton at second slip. For those of a slightly more mature vintage, very much the Ian Botham position there at second slip. Quite considerably close. I mean, rule of thumb, the second slip's normally in line with the wicket keeper depth-wise. Craig Overton is a lot closer. Again, that bit of experience of playing week in, week out here at Taunton. A number of edges in the Hampshire innings fell short of the slip fielders. Doesn't look like Somerset are going to be taking that chance.
Yeah, they do look particularly close. Maybe Lewis Gregory towards the end of a long season is pretty knackered as well, not getting the ball through quite as quickly. Pitch is a bit more tired at this stage of the season, bit of rain around, not quite as much carry and bounce. They're pouncing, bit of pressure on all.
Well, slips 2 and 3 in particular are very good slip field as well. Casey Aldridge and Craig Overton, both big guys, cover a lot of surface area. Cola Cadmore at 1, also a big chap with good hands. And it looks like they're very much keen to take on the challenge. Abel in at gully.
I feel like that's a kid single there down to long off. Tom Lamberby gets round well. Another quick fielder. I feel like Cola Cadmore's improved massively as he's been a Somerset player. Came down from Yorkshire, was a bit in the field. But I think he talked about in an interview a few years ago, actually. He was hidden in the field originally, and he's worked on his fielding really hard now. He's in more crucial places in the T20 now. Look at finals day, he's doing long off with Craig Overton doing long on. He's now at first slip. He used to often be at mid-off and mid-on, but now he's in the grabbers. The right-handed Fletcher Middleton then to face his first ball of the match on day 3. Jack Leach at mid-off, also doing extra cover really with so many in the cordon. He's got a bit of area to cover.
Oh, quite interesting. A leg slip in place as well.
big movement away from the right-hander straight up. Jack Leach will be grateful for 2 days of hangover recovery, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure the guys enjoyed themselves. Wonder what's been seen and maybe previous dismissals, maybe Middleton's one of those sort of batters that clips the ball off his pads very fine. Unusual to see a leg slip in place. Tom Abel, instead of having the regulation gully, they've got a leg slip at what would be, I suppose, a second slip angle for a left-hander. There we go. There's the innie. Bowl into his field.
I wonder if that's an Aaron the analyst thought or perspective. I mean, Tom Abel, ironically, he's a man who often has a leg gully for himself. From a Sam Hain, I've seen a leg gully in place for. I'm pretty sure I've seen Abbott or Barker get Tom Abel caught a leg gully in the Championship, maybe last season. But yeah, he's in there. Craig Overton, of course, will take the new ball from the River End. A no-brainer there. Hampshire fans saying they really are missing Vincent Abbas. Yeah, maybe, although Abbas was ageing. He's been decent for Notts this year, but not quite the force he was with Hampshire and Pakistan a few years back. Vince, of course, yes, is a miss. There's still some quality players in this Hampshire lineup. Don't underestimate the young'uns. So the leg slip is going to be in place for left-handed or this time as well. So Archie Vaughan in a, well, leg gully, really. Maybe a leg third slip. Archie Vaughan. No messing around between the overs. Craig Overton straight in. Somerset know their plans. They know their field set. As soon as the batter's ready, they're going to have a decent, healthy over rate. You can tell they're up and about. The positivity of scoring 454, getting full batting bonus points.
Yeah, not Craig Overton's favoured end, coming from the Ian Botham stand or River End. But he's got a nice wind from right to left, which will help him swing the ball in his natural style. Nice shot there from, or back foot punch, going to go all the way for 4. Rapid, anything sideways across the ground here at the Cooper Associates. First boundary of the Hampshire innings.
Yeah, just accelerated away from Tom Lammonby there. Pretty quick fielder, but can't stop that. Didn't nail it off the middle of the bat, as you say, just accelerating over those used practice wickets. Long boundary out there.
One of the squares in the, well, one of the grounds in the country that pretty much has a square that spans the whole width of the ground. So, yeah, not much grass to give it any traction to slow the ball down. Normally picks up speed, if anything. Identical shot, but well fielded by Lammonby at point.
Yeah, I'd say he hit that even better off the middle of the bat. Good stop from Lammonby. Wasn't quite ready. Craig Overton was so keen. Lammonby hadn't quite set, but dives well and stops it. Archie Vaughan now is going to come and join the covers. They're going to get rid of the leg gully after, 3 balls from Craig Overton. Get a point and a cover in.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if this is quite a short spell from the River End for Overton. Leach into the attack, and then Overton will follow Lewis from his preferred end.
Yeah.
A little bit of a way shape there. It looks like the plan is to bowl that angling in delivery and swing the ball away from the left-hander.
So Captain Lewis will just pull rank over Craig Overton and get the end he prefers. Would you be tempted to sometimes let your bigger, faster, quick choose which end?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a plan in mind. It wouldn't surprise me if this is a 2-3 over spell. I think it's a good move to try and utilise this new ball before Jack Leach gets it in hand. Yeah, they might have played a bit of rock, paper, scissors before going out to play, because especially with a left-hander, when they want to move the ball away from him, the wind from this end is a bit more suited. But will help Overton swing the ball away from Middleton, the right-hander.
Casey Aldridge and Ben Green, the other seamers in this side. No Josh Davey. Tom Lammonby was warming up quite a lot with the ball in hand this morning as well. Although Archie Vaughan will probably fancy a bowl before him. See, Fletcher Middleton's another county cricketer that I rate pretty highly, but I sort of can't believe Hampshire is struggling in Division 1. When you look at their names on paper, you look at the bowling options they've got, you look how deep they bat. the squad players that aren't even in this 11 today. You just think they've got so many talented players. Seems ridiculous that they can be in relegation trouble.
Yeah, you just get those seasons
Yeah.
sometime when, you know, you get off to a slow start and can't wrestle momentum. You know, sometimes the fixtures pan out that you play. You know, I don't know, but, you know, just speculating, you know, you get a Surrey and a Notts really early. Doesn't go well for you against two very strong sides, and it can be hard to wrestle momentum the other way. Somerset have been pretty consistent across all the formats this season. One of the real highlights is no doubt winning a trophy, but if you look at it across the board, all three formats, Metro Bank, when a lot of players are unavailable, getting through to the knockout stages there, winning the Blast, mathematically still in with a chance of winning the County Championship Division 1. So, yeah, it's been a very, very consistent season for Somerset across the formats. Nice shot there from Orr, back foot punch. Not going to go all the way. Great bit of work there from
Lewis Goldsworthy.
Lewis Goldsworthy. Those legs were going 1,000 miles an hour.
Didn't often see Lewis Goldsworthy with a jumper on. September chill in the air. Archie Vaughan's a northerner at heart, isn't he? You tell Archie Vaughan's born and bred up north. Easy. The only outfielder without a woolen knitted sweater on. A couple of you asking in the YouTube comments how many times Somerset get full batting bonus points. I make that the quickest 450 since the 2023 season, when the rule about maximum bonus points for 450 came in. It's the fourth time Somerset have got it. The Kent and Durham games last season, and do you remember the Worcestershire game with the Tom Banton 100? All 4 times they've been at Taunton.
Yeah, well, you've got to go some, haven't you? You know, run rate in excess of 4 runs and over. Combination of good pitch and some good batting, bad bowling, maybe. Yeah, it seems to be slightly a skewed system in terms of bat versus ball.
Yeah.
Imagine getting 10 wickets is going to happen most of the time.
A lot more time than 450.
Getting
agreed.
450, yeah.
But then I guess there's 3 bowling points, whereas there's 5 batting points.
Yeah.
You can't get 4 bonus.
Yeah, 369 for the wickets, and yeah, I kind of liked. I think, you know, especially if you're playing an early season sporty wicket, you score over 200, you probably deserve a batting point. 2 to 400 always made sense to me.
So when most of your career it was 2 to 400 batting bonus, yeah, there wasn't much tinkering or tweaking with it.
No, don't remember it being any different.
No, I don't know why. Well, maybe the Bads ball thing, the scoring quicker with better bats, or more modern game, I suppose, there's a few more runs scored sometimes, but. Ali Orr with a bat twiddle. Pretty fast hands twiddling that bat around. Good fielding from Archie Vaughan. I mean, the placement there from Orr, that's frustrating. That might have been forward the side of him on the practice wickets, but hit that straight at the fielder. Yes, Lewis Gregory has got a wrist injury, but obviously it's affecting his batting more than his bowling. Right wrist fine to bowl. So a few painkillers on Saturday to get Somerset over line in incredible fashion in the final Saturday night. So much batting in the Somerset lineup. He can bat 11, captain the team, open the bowling, and Somerset can still get 450 without needing Leach or their captain Gregory to bat. Pretty good result. The bandage on his right wrist is just a sweatband. People, yeah, they quite often bowl with sweatbands on. But Lewis Gregory, I remember managing the troops last September, that Surrey game. He was barely required to do much in that game. Jack Leach and Archie Vaughan did the hard work. Yeah, Craig Overton's got the sweatband on his left arm. Lewis Gregory with that bit of plaster on his right. More impact when you're batting, when a ball's being projected at you. James Fuller hitting you at 80 mile an hour, let's say. The ball reverberating up the bat is going to hurt your wrist more than bowling. We also don't expect Lewis Gregory to bowl a particularly long spell here. Any of the seamers reckon Jet Leach will bowl fairly sharpish. Good single. Knowing Tom Lammonby's left-hand, I think if Tom Lammonby's a right-handed fielder, there's probably not a run there. Good knowledge from Middleton and Orr. Because Lammonby had to try and flick that onto the other arm to throw in. Could you ever field it left-handed? I remember watching George Bailey get a run out left-handed with weak hand. Would you ever throw the ball in weak-handed?
Yeah, pick it up left-handed, but yeah,
throw
not. Yeah, you could probably flick it or underarm it if you needed to, but yeah, not many ambidextrous in that manner. I vaguely remember. I think it was a fielding style brought in by, I believe, Glenn Maxwell, where he used to have a very powerful sort of underarm flick with his left hand.
Sort of reverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like your old tricep pull in the gym, I guess. He's done a lot of that. What do you call it? A tricep? Tricep extension. That sort of throw. Yeah, Jadeja and Stokes I've seen do the back of the hand out. Run out the back door sort of thing.
Yeah, it's just those little micro percents you try and find, you know. Professional cricketers now, you have your training sessions and you've done your batting, your bowling, your main part of your fielding. I think a lot of the players are pretty keen on experimenting with you know, different techniques. You know, Paul Tweddle here, the fielding coach, doesn't leave any stone unturned, and it's about exploring what you can and can't do. It's not for everyone, but yeah, if you can develop different skills, changes you as a cricketer.
Who led the fielding when you were playing before Paul Tweddle come on the scene?
Well, it was normally run by the head coach. Really,
Yeah.
you never had a specified fielding coach as such. It was more, you know, it was more sort of group related. I mean, I actually think one of the skills in cricket that hasn't improved, I think it's dramatically not improved actually, is boundary throwing from the boundary, trimming the bails where the wicketkeeper doesn't have to move. You see a lot of balls falling short of the keeper, whereas back in the day you normally had a coach of a certain age with a baseball mitt, and if you made him move, you used to get a right serve. So it was like, you know, we used to train that skill an awful lot. You do see a lot of poor throws these days, which is unusual because everything else has gone up, but boundary throwing, I really do think that's kind of gone down.
My thoughts would be this obsession with sometimes in short formats trying to rough the ball up, hit the dirt, soften the ball, so they're doing the one bounce throw, which maybe you didn't do back before reverse swing was such a thing, or before so much T20 cricket we want the ball softer. Generally you'd look after the ball probably better when it was red ball cricket and there wasn't all this white ball cricket.
Yeah, you don't really, there's not many situations in England where you want to throw the ball into the floor, but like I say, you do see the keepers getting grumpy with their fielders where they're getting balls thrown in from the boundary on the half volley or over their heads. That was one thing that we used to do an awful lot of. It was almost the bulk of our fielding sessions, really. Like I said, we didn't have a specific fielding coach. You know, you see now the players warming up and there's cones and stumps everywhere, people running round, and you know, it takes a fair bit of concentration just to realise where you're supposed to be from time to time. Whereas it was back in the day, it was just the coach would whack the ball at you, you'd catch it, stop it, and you'd return it to him. It was quite simple, really.
And then you'd be expected to have a good throw when you returned it, though, wouldn't you?
Oh,
That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, your coach, depending on the demeanour of the coach, if he had to move a step either way and it didn't hit the glove towards the middle of the body, you'd get a frown, and if you did it twice, you'd be sent on a lap or something like that. So you kind of got trained to be pretty accurate.
And you'd probably go and fetch the ball, would you? I feel like now there are people backing up, or an analyst or a physio or someone might go and get the ball for you. You'd have gone and got the ball yourself, wouldn't you?
Yes, you would just get the shout of fetch your rubbish.
Yeah.
And you normally have to run about 150 metres, pick the ball, go back, join the back of the queue with your tail between your legs.
I like that simple fielding. I think fielding's effort and practice. Yeah, people can overthink it sometimes.
Both Somerset openers in a nice rhythm at the moment, making scoring hard work for the Hampshire openers, Middleton and Orr. Middleton on strike at the moment. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Just slightly too straight, slightly too short from Gregory, but a beautiful piece of timing through mid-wicket for 4. Middleton's first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, beautiful shot that. And say the clip, the timing. Pretty good start from Hampshire point of view. Or with the back foot punches. Middleton with that. Take all that. Wow. Whip through mid-wicket. Full sunshine here. Don't not come to cricket based on the forecast. You never watch cricket if you just went on the forecast. Straight from Lewis Gregory. So he's through 3 overs. I wonder, he's looking at his body language here. Is that going to be his last? Is he having a chat? Yeah, he's going to have a chat with Craig Overton here. Just a brief couple of words as they walk past. Jack Leach is going to bowl from the river end. The 6th over of the morning, so Craig Overton might well come on from the just got the pavilion end, or it might be Aldridge or Green. But Jack Leach is going to bowl.
Almost like I got told what was going to happen, Harry, isn't it?
It's almost like you played at this ground a few times, Pete. To be fair, we've watched Somerset enough times the last few years. It's been a regular September plan, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think the ideal scenario for Somerset is you know, Leachy, who loves a long spell, you know, strap it on at one end. You know, I don't think it's the sort of wicket where it's going to be just, you know, a flurry of wickets. You're going to have to work hard for your rewards here at Taunton, but I think it's great for the captain to have a world-class spinner, and you can rotate your seamers. So, you know, if you have a look at the way that Abbott and the seamers were looking towards the back end of the innings, you know, they bowled too many overs, too many spells without enough rest. Somerset, if Jack Leach bowls well, are able to, you know, have a much fresher bowling lineup for longer.
So 34-year-old Matthew Jack Leach on to bowl. He loves bowling for Somerset in September. He's going to have the left-handed batter Ali Orr from Sussex, now at Hampshire, in his sights first up. You can see the attacking catches around the bat on the stream. Great start from Jack Leach. Straight on the money. Played Ali Orr. The rarity of opening the batting and the bowling in the same test match. Jack Leach is a man who's done quite a lot for England and Somerset over the years. 2 for 9 against Yorkshire, as the seamers did most of the damage last week. Rain-affected game. 2 for 28 in that one-day cup loss up at New Road. He's actually got 2-fers in his last 4 innings for Somerset. 3 of them in the end of the one-day cup, and that 1 innings against Yorkshire last week. That's very wide outside the off stump. James Reed backed up by Craig Overton at slip. Big gap at cover, enticing Orr to play that drive and bring the slip into play. All down the leg side. It's gone for a big sweep there. Nothing held back there. Short boundary over the leg side. There is a deep square leg and a deep backward square leg, but Ali Orr backs himself to take it over both of them into the Darchie stand or over it. So 2 wide balls really from Jack Leach. Can he get the straight one? Yeah, that's back where he wants to be. Stayed low.
I see you representing the Staggies, mate, the old Central District shirt. I think that was the training kit the couple of years that I played for them. The Devon Hotel,
yes.
The sponsors, New Plymouth, Pukakura Park.
Yeah, beautiful ground that is. Right.
Oh, there we go. Leachy spun one through the gate. Orr looks in disbelief at the pitch. kind of had a sense that the Leach effect would certainly be in play. Did I think he'd strike in his first over? Probably not. But never, never write off Jack Leach. Awesome stuff. And sharp spin. Good signs here for Somerset.
Yeah, first ball of his final over. He had those two, they weren't wide, but wide of the mark deliveries. He wouldn't have been best pleased with.
Let's have a look at this, Harry. Oh, yes, that's the perfect delivery. 8-10 inches outside off stump, turns through the gate, hits the top of middle stump. Brilliant signs as Nick Gubbins, another left-hander.
Not a good look for Washington Sundar, really. Think how many overs he bowled. 29.4 overs, only got 1 wicket, went for 107 runs, and Jack Leach in his first over.
Yeah, it's slightly different. I mean, that's the beauty of having a left-arm spinner and an off-spinner.
Yeah.
The meat of the pitch, the middle of the pitch, won't offer the same as what Jack Leach can get with those footholes that are wide of leg stump if you're a right-hander, or outside off stump as a lefty. So Leach, in fairness, has an advantage where the rough is on the pitch. But again, I was surprised with his experience and quality that he didn't adjust his pace, or one of his teammates didn't say, "Washy lad, slow it up a little bit, give it, give it a bit of air." I was surprised at that, but always had the sense that I think it's a copy and paste comment. No matter the quality of spin that's on show, time and time again, Leachy just gets more out the pitch. He's a world-class bowler.
People don't realise that about the Taunton pitch. He just bowls better on it than most other spinners do.
I mean,
It's a lovely shot. That's going to be 4. Beautiful shot from Middleton. He's not going to catch that, as Archie Vaughan.
I am gobsmacked that Leachy hasn't been playing for England for the majority of this summer.
Me too.
Absolutely gobsmacked. He's by far the best spinner in the country, in my opinion.
Agreed.
And I think many people's opinion. It's a little bit of a head scratcher, that.
Yeah, not in the Ashes squad is a real surprise. You can understand Rayan Ahmed with the wrist spin and the batting, but I think you want your best out-and-out spinner.
Yeah, every time they've taken a young wrist spinner to Australia,
Crane,
it doesn't go well.
Yeah.
I know he's had a great season, but playing in Australia against that batting lineup versus playing in the second division of county championships, kind of a different thing. Shoaib Bashir, I assume, will go with his height that they like, but again, it's a hard one to get your head around, because even the most objective of fans, who are you going to pick in your team to play at Somerset, Shoaib or Leachy? Not sure that many people that would not choose Jack Leach in that scenario, so yeah, it's a strange one.
Yeah, interesting that Shoaib Bashir was named in the squad, but then has not been here. He was here with his scarf on for Polly Rhodes' farewell. Thank you for scoring work over the years, but then he's not been around the last couple of days. Not been fielding, not been on 12th duty. Barely played for Somerset the last couple of years. Still on his central contract for England. Still don't know where he's going to play his cricket next summer. Bowled by Lewis Gregory, tight line.
Yeah, well, I think the honest reality is that Somerset couldn't really pick him.
Yeah.
He hasn't actually bowled that well for Somerset, and Archie Vaughan has actually got a better record. He's
out-bowled him and obviously offers the batting as well.
He's got wickets at test level, so you can't knock that. But again, you think having the ball spinning away from right hand as a left arm option, the consistency that Leachy brings as opposed to a leg break bowler. But that's why I'm here, Harry, and not selecting the England team, isn't it, mate?
Well, yes. We don't know what goes through Rob Key and Luke Wright and all the selectors' heads for England selection. Can't work it out.
Maybe they just get bored of Leachy taking wickets. It's like, oh, he's getting more wickets. Oh, no.
Give someone else a go.
I mean, that was a stunning delivery to remove all. That was an absolute beauty. Can Nasima Lewis Gregory just chip in and get into that middle order. Leachy chasing in his quite unique gait. His
Scampering style,
running,
isn't it?
well, the scoop dig technique that he's got with his arms. Looks like he's sort of wading through reeds when he runs, Leachy.
Well, he's got to run all the way back from that chase to get the ball back in his hand to bowl. His second over. I don't like people's lazy chat. Oh, Jack Leach just gets wickets at Taunton. I don't like that at all. He's bowled beautifully all over the world. I mean, that Durham in the One Day Cup last year, I remember, was a standout away innings. For England, he's bowled well, even on non-spinning surfaces. It's not just a guy who needs the pitch to turn.
Yeah, it's the control element as well that Leachy brings. You know, again, he does give you that option, and in fairness, because of Leachy's skill level, he is in effect a mystery spinner, and I mean mystery spinner as in he can beat the ball on both edges, which is normally, you know, an attribute credited to wrist spinners who can bowl a googly, but Leachy turns the ball away from the right-hander, subtle variation of the angle of the seam that brings the leather into play, then he gets the ball to shape and swing back in towards the pad, so he can defeat you on both sides. Big LBW shout there, but I think Gubbins would have been quite comfortably outside the line on that occasion. Yeah, he's batting way outside off stump.
Yeah. Clever batting, good technique to style a bowler.
Well, I think he's got to. I don't think he has a choice. He's got to cover that movement. You see him on setup there on the screen. He's covering all the stumps. He goes for the reverse early.
Great shot. Really well played. Archie Vaughan can't stop that at backward point. Second ball, Nick Gubbins absolutely nails that. Gubbins bowled 3.2 overs, one maiden, went for 5 runs before he came off that injury. Not affecting him batting here. Kay Shoulder just a little chat with Craig Overton. He's sprinted all the way out to have a chat with Overton. Or was it just a wind-up? There's a bit of a game. Kay Shoulder just wanted to catch it. I don't quite understand that. And then Overton's going to have a chat with Vaughan. Not sure if this is the game or some tactical chat. Maybe Vaughan's going to come on early. Anyhow, great shot from Nick Gubbins.
I think that was definitely information sharing. Archie Vaughan just moved a bit finer. I mean, it's brave batting, good batting that from Gubbins, but has an element of risk. Anything that bounces out of that foothold brings the edge into play. Gubbins looks like sweeping is going to be his way to get through the Jack Leach challenge.
Not a bad technique. Plays the sweep well.
Yeah, I mean, this for me is the game, how Leachy can operate. If he gets anything away from the right-hander off of straight, I think Somerset will feel really confident of having a chance here over the next 5.5 sessions. As soon as that ball moves from leg to off, the shin comes into play for Leachy.
Risky going back.
There are signs that's definitely straightened.
Yeah, I'm not sure about going back to that. Seems quite low, sort of mid-shin to be going back to that ball. Trusting the bounce is Middleton, fair enough, but I guess if he goes forward, he's worrying about propping it up to a short leg fielder and Tom Abel. There he goes back and plays well. Up to cover for 1. Bonkers says, I never saw anyone play the reverse sweep against Dennis Breakwell. Straight to Abe's as a shout on the effects mic. Let's check Leach with the short leg. Ooh, just trying to pad that away, sort of Rahul Dravid old school style. Well, on another cracking Jack Leach over, I'm going to make way to bring Stephen Lamb back into the attack.
double spin here. Archie Vaughan. I think that little chat that Craig Overton had with him a minute ago. Are you loose, lad? The answer was yes. Double spin here in the 9th over. 25 for 1 at the moment. Or out to a outstanding, sharp spinning delivery from Jack Leach.
Morning, Triggs.
Morning, Stephen. How are you?
Yeah, good.
Excellent.
Thanks, and much invigorated by that Jack Leach delivery you were describing.
Yeah, there are signs, and it's early days. You know, the ball's still got the lacquer on, so it won't be taking the maximum spin that will be available. Give it another 5 or 6 overs, but yeah, brilliant that he struck in his first over from a Somerset perspective. Don't think, looking at the pitch from up here, that Archie Vaughan has got as much to play with in terms of rough and footholes. But the great thing is Somerset have got plenty of runs on the board, so they're allowed to able to get plenty of close infielders in. Lammonby doing the chase out there. Lovely shot off the back foot from Fletcher Middleton. Fletcher with an A at the end.
Fletcher, son of Tony.
Fletcher.
Yeah, Fletcher with an A is slightly
Fletcher
odd,
with an A.
isn't it?
It feels quite gangster, that, you know, Fletcher.
Yeah. Yeah, Tony Middleton opened the batting for Hampshire for quite a while, actually. Back in the days of Kevin James next door to us.
Back in the
they're
day.
good mates.
Back in the day. Well, maybe he's just spelt his name only for the game at Somerset.
No,
so we can't all say Fletcher.
I bet you Kevin would know the answers.
Very cool name. Oh, missed opportunity of a stumping there. Difficult one for James Rue to take clearly. It was almost Yorker length, but definitely a chance there. One's gone begging. Middleton dancing down. Has Yorked himself. Oh, Rui unable to reel that in. That's a shame. That would have been an unbelievable start to this innings.
Yeah, he's a tidy keeper, James Rue. It's a rare blemish.
Yeah, they're difficult, those sort of Yorker length deliveries. It's, you know, pitched into the bowler's footholes and can deviate, but yeah, you expect Rue to take that. Oh, that's a terrible dismissal. Gubbins has played a reverse sweep. It was a full toss, and he swatted that straight to Vaughan. It's one of those shots, Lammy, that it looks great when you play it well, but in this situation, oh, that's a sit in the corner on your own moment, that.
Yeah, I'll be struggling to believe what's happened, Nick Gubbins. Really, really soft dismissal. We were talking about the Tom Kohler-Cadmore one yesterday. That's just as bad, really.
Yeah, I mean, he's clearly got a plan to sweep and reverse sweep. That's fine, but I mean, that's just a real.
It's a big wicket too.
Yeah, huge wicket. Very good player. He'll be disappointed with that. One of the stars of finals day, Albert, into his work now. Had that period in the final there where I think he peeled off 5 of those sort of reverse switchy hit type shots.
Yeah, it's a fantastic knock.
Had Somerset's brains frazzled for a while, played beautifully.
In many circumstances, it would have been a match-winning one, but not in those.
Yeah, very talented cricketer is Tony Albert.
So
Toby Albert, sorry.
27 for 2, 2 out of the 20 that they need, Somerset.
Well, one was a great piece of bowling, one an element of fortune, and like I said, penny for the thoughts of Nick Gubbins back in the pavilion now. very much like Kola Cab, almost like one of those sort of embarrassing ways to get out. It does happen. We've all done it.
So here is Albert's first ball. Pick up a single straight away, out to deep extra. It's not too often in the first innings of a match. I know that we're into day 3 effectively here, having lost the first day, but to have one spinner come on to bowl the 6th over and another one coming on to bowl the 9th, it's quite unusual.
Yeah, well, it nearly worked.
Well, we were talking between innings, weren't we, Pete, that if anybody was going to do it, it was going to be the spinners in these conditions.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the perfect scenario is the seamers will contribute, 2 or 3 wickets, but you feel like the damage is going to be done from the spinners, and Middleton's already got a life. That misstumping by James Root, unusual mistake by him behind the stumps. Somerset could be in Dream Street, 3 down for 28. It's 2 at the moment, but Somerset will be up and about. They've batted themselves into a great position. They've got that 450 on the board, which kind of mitigates losing the whole day. It's obviously a bit of a hammer blow, but I think you could probably say that the pace that Somerset got that 450 and these 2 wickets, maybe half of that day is dragged back.
Yeah, I mean, it looks from that scoreboard as though the tide has been in Somerset's favour all the way through. The 99 for 5 seems an aberration, really. Great fight back, and hats off. We've been saying that to Tom Abel and to Casey Aldridge. They were the 2 main movers behind that recovery. Craig Overton as well, finishing with an unbeaten half-century. Those are the main keys to that 4-5-4 for 8 declared.
Yeah, well, certainly has put Somerset in a situation, especially with those 2 early wickets, that 2 results are now very much possible. So we're in for a real treat over the next 3 or 4 sessions. Hampshire have got to bat well here, and in a little bit of a rear guard style, you'd imagine. Toby Albert, watching him play on Saturday in finals day, though, looks like a sort of player that probably won't hang about and will play his natural game, so that will present some opportunities, no doubt.
Yeah, Archie Vaughan's natural delivery turning into Albert. And that starts far enough outside off stump for him to leave it. Once a single, we'll get more than that, a couple at least. Getting it to the right of mid-off. Comfortable too. Plenty of company for Tony Albert as Vaughan is in again. A little bit of turn into him.
Yeah, there's definitely enough there. I don't think, as I mentioned, there's going to be anything alarming that's going to happen by the looks of things, but there's certainly enough there that you can bowl with some good control, make Hampshire take risks to score their runs while Leachy toils away with that bit more assistance from this end, the footholes outside left-handers stump, but 2 right-handers at the moment, but did look like there was some straightening of the ball from Jack Leach, and that's only going to get more substantial as the ball gets a little bit older, becomes a little bit more abrasive once that sort of waxy lacquers off the ball.
There's the summary of that Somerset recovery. Aldridge a career best by a distance. 180, last out. The point where Somerset declared, and Abel Overton here's Jack Leach. Leacher. Other variation audible on the original theme. Oh, well bowled off stump, turned away and held its own just enough. Middleton has gone. This is real trouble for Hampshire, 30 for 3.
Ooh-wee, that is an absolute beauty. Nothing more to add there, Stephen. I think the batter, just one of those, got a good one. Look at the replay of this. Drifts in, pitches on middle, clips the outside of the off stump. The batter played the line. That's the poster delivery for any left arm spinner.
Yeah, well, we were extolling the virtues of the first wicket, but that was just as good, wasn't it?
Incredible stuff from Jack Leach, and yeah, when you see that happening, you know that the Hampshire batting lineup are going to be under some serious pressure.
Yeah,
and I don't think it's really started to turn yet, which is even more encouraging.
And unlike Nick Gubbins, Fletcher Middleton doesn't need to criticise himself for that. I think you've just got to shrug your shoulders and say that was a brilliant delivery.
Yeah, there's not really much you can do with those, but you know, you've always got to worry with Leachy, with the one that slides onto the pad. I mean, if it was consistently turning like that, you'd be able to slightly play outside the line, allowing for the spin, but you can't do that with Leachy because of the one that comes back onto the pad. I mean, he's played with a slightly, funky bat at point of contact if you replayed that slowly. But yeah, you have to credit the bowler there. That's a beauty.
And he didn't need to look back. He heard the death rattle. 30 for 3. Jack Leach has 3 for 7 in his 4th over. Two slips and a silly point for the Hampshire captain, who's come in to replace Middleton. Just some minuscule adjustments Jack Leach is making. He wants backward point a fraction squarer. Brown well forward to defend that.
Yeah, I mean, that really is of paramount importance when you're facing someone like Leachy in these conditions, is exactly that. You've got to use the depth of the crease. As soon as you see the ball on that length, you've got to really move positively towards the ball and try and smother the spin, get as close to the bounce as you can. And if it's slightly into length, use the depth of the crease to move back and play it off the pitch. Not easy, but that's generally what the good players of spin do.
Don't know whether we're into...
Or just run it and whack it. You could always do that, Lammy.
Always an option, especially in the Trigo book.
If in doubt, hit out.
I don't know whether we're into win predictor territory yet, but if we are, then I fancy it would have shot up over the past half hour or so.
Yeah, Somerset have got a chance. You know, some quality players in the lineup. Not too many better than these two. Ben Brown in particular has had a really strong number of years in county cricket.
Yeah, draw is still 89%, so we don't want to get too carried away, but the other 11% is only in one direction. Archie Vaughan's going to continue.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's that low, really. 170 overs left in the game. That's an awful long time to bat with a pitch offering. And you'd think that because it's the spin style of offering, it's only going to get more advantageous for the bowler across those overs. So I'd give it at least 19%, if I'm honest, Lammy.
I think I'd go along with that. I think 11's a bit miserly. Runs here, probably a couple in the cover gap. So Tony Albert moves along to 5. Fancy we'll see much more seam in the half hour we've got before the lunch interval. Shades of a leading edge there from Tony Albert. All along the ground. Ground's very quiet. This spectators are spellbound.
Yeah, a little bit pensive out there. Maybe the situation of the game and the autumnal wind that's howling across the ground. I mean, everyone's pretty much wrapped up in their overcoats and trying to keep themselves warm. It's always a high commitment level when you're a county cricket fan in early April and September onwards.
Come on, Varney. Every now and again. We've heard that before. A couple of decades ago.
Maybe it's the time of the year, Lammy, where in the bars they need to do some sort of like a mulled cider, a little bit of a warm version of.
Sounds promising. Dad's watching, I gather.
Yeah, Michael was here yesterday watching him bat. He started nicely and now with ball in hand.
Into Ben Brown, who will get off the mark here. Just nudges it backward of square. That will be the end of Archie Vaughan for the moment. Not for long, though. Cap is returned to him. And the crowd once again have the opportunity to savour the wiles of Jack Leach.
Yeah, very early days, but I don't think Somerset want to keep their brains completely switched off to the seamers operating a little bit from this end. And if Archie Vaughan gets to 6-7 overs, hasn't taken a wicket, maybe just change the challenge from time to time. You've got Casey, who bowls a good pace. Overton, if he gets his tail up.
And he's still very fresh, Craig Overton. He's in bowled 2 overs.
Should be. That time of the season there where the old aches and pains are around, though. I know Craig's got a little bit of a niggle that he's been carrying over the last few weeks, so they'll manage his overs.
Defence again, watchful from Ben Brown. Yeah, you'd certainly have thought there would be a burst, possibly straight after lunch for Craigo or Casey Aldridge, or indeed the skipper who took the new ball.
Yeah, it's just spins of within a mile an hour or two is sort of very samey. I know you've got off spin and left arm spin, but you can sometimes get into a rhythm, and every now and then just a little blast. Use your bouncers, a couple of overs just to change the momentum.
Keep the batter honest.
And I think actually it's an advantage for the spinner that's bowling that that the batter doesn't get into a rhythm of playing the same pace. I'm sure Captain Lewis Gregory will be plenty tuned into that. But for now, Somerset will be pretty happy at 34 for 4. In fact, they'll be cock-a-hoop.
It could hardly have been a more encouraging start from Jack Leach. 2 jaffers. 1 bit of good fortune, perhaps, but 2 out of 3, as Meat Loaf used to say.
It ain't bad. What was that last? Yesterday, when I'll do anything for you, captain, but I won't do that. As in field at short leg. Not enough tea in China. Another good set. They're being very, very watchful, and rightly so, when they're batting at this end against Jack Leach. Got a few events here throughout the off-season, one of which is Live and Let Dine, a Bond spoof comedy dinner. I have no idea how that's going to play out, but I'm sure it's very entertaining. Hopefully the food is to match.
From meatloaf to wings.
Yeah. There's, I'm sure that's good fun. Those sort of like murder mystery type evenings. And
which Bond is that then? Is that a real Bond or?
That is not a Bond, not an official Bond, and that is definitely not Blofeld with the, I don't know what, the swimming cap on.
He's got the cat, if you can call it that. Vaughan. And,
well, the Austin Powers version, the cat was called Bigglesworth, I think. Random bit of knowledge I've just plucked there. Lammy, are you a fan of the Austin Powers movies?
I've seen a couple of them. I think more Bond than Powers.
Yeah.
Who's your favourite Bond?
Roger Moore.
Okay.
Yeah, I did like Roger Moore. I mean, most people go with Connery, don't they? But I don't know. Maybe it was the underwater Lotus Elise that just sold it for me.
Yeah, that was that was Moonraker, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Yeah. I like the theme song to The Spy Who Loved Me. I think that was my favourite. Carly Simon sang that. Nobody does it better.
Oh, R. Shirl used to do the
did.
older ones, didn't it? Shirley Bassey.
She did several.
Did a number of Bond theme tunes. Lovely shot there off the back foot. Looks like it's going to win the race to the boundary. Beautiful piece of timing there by Toby Albert. Continuing his good form across the formats.
That's just a slight release of pressure. Albert into double figures. Yeah, I think I was Connery. Craig, to a degree as well.
Daniel Craig, yeah. I didn't have an issue with Piers Brosnan either. Lazenby.
I thought
did one
Lazenby
film.
was unlucky not to get more than one gig.
I don't have an issue with any of the Bond films or the Bonds themselves. I thought they were all very well cast.
Is there a Bond girl who stands out amongst the rest? I've put it on the spot now.
Probably, I think this might be one of the last Pierce Brosnan films, but Dr. Christmas Jones.
Okay.
I thought was an
I
attractive
remember.
lady, sort of brunette. Yeah.
Yep.
And the brilliant. It's obviously a little innuendo, but I won't share the quote. But there's a brilliant quote at the end of the film that, while they're sailing off into the sunset together on that yacht.
As they do.
Yeah. Anyone on the live stream can quote me that without Googling it?
I think there are one or two.
Because if someone types it, I can say it, but I'm just not going to I'm just not going to offer it. What does Pierce Brosnan say to Dr. Christmas Jones? I think that was her name at the end of that film.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. Just like Jack Leach at the moment. It's going to be bowling to the Hampshire skipper. Oh, another beauty, but not quite, not quite hitting the stumps. Can't have been far away. Watch this again. Oh, did too much.
Yeah, good signs for how this game's going to progress.
Off the leading edge down to backward point. That's the biggest turn that I've seen in the game so far. You don't need that much.
We had a good comment in on the live stream. The Bond that's in the advert for Live and Let Dine looks like head coach Jason Kerr. Maybe he's trying to make an extra few quid in the winter. Well done, Liz. Liz has got the quote. I thought Christmas only came once a year. Back to the cricket. Leachy's bowling
Swiftly.
marvellously well. 38 for 3 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Hampshire, who haven't had the perfect season, are on the struggle bus, but they're scrapping hard. They've got very two quality players at the crease to dig them out of a bit of trouble.
Again, whether that was off the middle, I'm not sure. There may have been a bit of outside edge on it, but no danger to Ben Bryan because it was all along the ground. Two slips and that silly point, all waiting for a nick. And James Rue, of course. That's the lift there. Well taken.
Another superb over from Jack Leach, who's currently 6 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 7, and looking dangerous every over. We've had a tweet in, a question for me and Lammy. Which Somerset player, past or present, would make the best Bond?
Ooh, that requires a bit of thought. Yeah.
Just a reminder, while we're talking about live and let dine, lunch is at 12:40 today. The hours have been adjusted to make up a little bit of time for that lost day. Well, so of the current crop, as Archie Vaughan runs into bowl to Toby Albert, who swats that away all the way for 6. Poor delivery there from Archie Vaughan, just dragging down, and a ball striker of Albert's quality. It's not missing out on that. A lovely piece of fielding up there by one of our staff members up in the on Darchie suite. I think it would have been an easy question. Yeah, it would have, for me, Tom Lammonby. You know, he's just got that style about him. But Tom Abel's hair at the moment. I did send him a message. Well done on the final, but the real win of the game. Oh, run out chance. Oh, just missed. That could have been Leachy getting the team another wicket. A complete mix-up by captain and batter. Direct hit. It would have been out for all money. Oh, could Vaughan have gathered that in potentially? The last thing Hampshire need now is a run out. Yeah, I sent Abe's a message after the final, said, you know, congratulations on the final win, but more importantly, your hair is looking fantastic at the moment. so yeah, for me, Lammonby or Abel. Oh, another short ball and bullied over mid-wicket. I think that's going to be another 6. Pretty short boundary out there, but 5 rows back. Toby Albert, if you bowl him anything short of a length, such fast hands, and yeah, that's how I would describe that shot. Bullied over mid-wicket.
Yeah, expensive over this, and thinking cap on, no doubt, for Lewis Gregory. Isn't he in with a shout? Isn't the skipper in with a shout as a Bond? Maybe the beard would have to come off. Don't think there hasn't been a bearded Bond that I can recall. Maybe occasionally.
Terrible missed opportunity that is, Lammy. Oh, that's very kind of you, Liz. Liz has given me that vote, but you can't have a tattooed Bond, can you? It just wouldn't be right. I'm more of a villain character. Overpitched there by Vaughan. Misses of both styles, full toss, and another boundary. I think this is the point now where maybe we're too close to lunch for a change to be made, but I'd personally like to see a little bit of Casey Aldridge bring Vaughan into the attack a bit later on in the day.
It may be hastened by developments in this over.
Potentially
2 6s and a 4.
Yeah, you don't want to give the opposition any momentum. You want to keep them down, and
That's a full start there for Archie Vaughan. Bit of a chastening time he's had this over. This will be the last delivery of it. More runs here too, just a single. Backward of point. So you see yourself as a Blofeld type, do you, Triggs? With a a cat on your lap.
If I had a dream, first it would be to be able to play the guitar a little bit better than I'm currently trying to at the moment.
But you're learning.
But I'm learning. Being a villain in either a Bond movie or like an X-Man type film. Yeah, being the bad guy. I think I could pull that one off a little bit easier than being the good guy.
In an armchair, I can visualise it. Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Bond. And no doubting the reputation of the man who's about to start his 7th over. 3 for 7. The last 2 have been runless.
Yeah, James Rue just wandering over to Archie Vaughan, giving him some, I'm sure, words of encouragement, bit of advice how he sees Albert play. Looked like he was intimating just sort of bowl a little bit wider of off stump to Albert. Try and bring that outer edge in if the ball slides across. Albert's on to 28. Different challenge now with Leachy in a great rhythm. And he's got into that rhythm as quick as I've ever seen. You know, with the first few balls, he seemed to just have the pace for the wicket. Maybe that little bit of wind that would probably be slightly into his face is just allowing that ball just to hold up in the air. Get a little bit of extra dip. Wind does play quite a big part in spin bowling as well.
A quicker ball, which is played away into the deep. There's protection out at deep extra. Just a single. 58 for 3. Having been 30 for 3, they've started a reconstruction job. It's a hell of a long way to go, though. That Somerset total of 454 in the bank. Entertaining morning while Somerset were batting here at Taunton. Casey Aldridge and Craig Overton picking up where they left off yesterday evening. Array of stroke play. And it's been very different since Hampshire began their response, particularly since this man came on to bowl. Absolute masterclass from Jack Leach. Plenty of applause and encouragement from his teammates. And respect from Ben Brown as he bowls the last ball of his 7th. That's close to being a maiden as well, just the single off it. 3 for 8. 8 for 3 is Australian. 3 for 8 off 7. Jack Leach. Floodlights are on.
We'd be happy with 8 for 3.
Ecstatic.
Archie Vaughan is going to continue. Took a bit of tap that previous over. He's going to continue. He's going to change of angle from round the wicket to over the wicket.
Yeah, there are a few words of advice from his captain, who's well placed to give them. He's fielding at mid-on at the moment, keeping an eye on things.
Yeah, that's nice out there. I think that was what it looked like James Rue was intimating, to get the ball outside off stump, bring the outside edge into play. Oh, yes, he's forced him to play what is quite a wild shot, and he's just popped an easy chance back to Vaughan. He's standing there saying it was a bump ball, but
I don't think it was.
Didn't look like a bump ball at all.
We've got the opportunity to see for certain on the replay.
This could be a bit of a commentator's egg on face moment there, but that just
He's given him.
Pretty regulation.
He's given him.
Yeah, full delivery, clothed off the toe, straight back to Vaughan. Simple as you like. Albert's enterprising 29 comes to an end. Didn't look like he was that intent on batting time. He wanted to play that aggressive style of cricket in this being the downfall for him. So that little flurry of runs has led to another Somerset wicket, 58 for 4, and Vaughan's first.
It will do wonders. It often does wonders for the confidence of a bowler when something like that happens. He's been carted by Albert in the previous over, 6, 6 and 4. Bowling to the same man again.
I mean, he played some nice shots the last over, but the positions he got himself, that was just a filthy hack. That was not a good cricket shot.
So, Vaughan into the wickets column in his 6th over.
I think this will buoy the mood of Archie Vaughan, a left-hander. Get a little bit more rough outside his stump. Very fine player, and no doubt a very good player of spin. Let's have a look at that replay. Have a look at Albert here. Massive lean back. Big
lost his shape.
Chop at the ball. Straight off the cue end of the bat, back to Vaughan. I'm just going to take a little break for a second, Lemmy.
It gives you an idea the position the batter fetches up in after he's played the shot, and that didn't look good. So, Vaughan to Sundar. Sounds like something out of the Vikings. Vaughan to Sundar.
Yeah, Washington, Sundar. Big chance for him to show his class here. Earn his money, earn his bacon, as they say, with a taped over lid, as they tend to.
He's been showing it throughout the series, the Test series, which we enjoyed this summer between England and India. Wants a single to get off the mark and gets it comfortably.
Plays very well with soft hands. I was discussing with someone yesterday. Ravi Ashwin, genuine all-rounder. Jadeja, all-rounder. Patel, all-rounder. All these modern Indian test spinners who are brilliant with a bat as well as the ball. I wonder if it wasn't for those three, Washington Sundar could have had a much better, longer Indian test career. This might be... Stephen, this might be comment of the day. FSM the dog, Caster Sundar. Very good. Very good.
Love it. So, Archie Vaughan justifying Lewis Gregory's faith in him, keeping him on after that expensive over and dismissing the protagonist.
Well, you know Albert's going to go on the aggressive. He's good with the sweeps. He hits the ball hard. You know, we've talked about his career. You know, his youth growing up with Olympians in the Olympic Village, chatting to Usain Bolt and doing equestrian. The talented sportsman. He's had a pretty exciting childhood. I don't think he was going to die wandering. Is that Ben Green at fine leg? Was not quite sure where he was going. He's going to come up from sort of a deep backward square to sort of 45 on the paddle sweep. There's only one man out on the leg side now at deep square leg, which is Lewis Goldsworthy. A leg side field. Was it a 6-3 field? Yeah, 6-3 leg side field.
Here's Washington Sundar's first ball from Leach.
Great placement. Oh, Lewis Gregory. Can he do anything wrong, Stephen? Move Ben Green. Perfectly placed. Look at the smirk on Lewis Gregory's face after that. Scary to think that Jack Leach played in my league once this year. Played at Yeovil. Bowled 4 overs at Yeovil before it rained a few weeks ago. Now he's bowling at another Test international spinner.
Tidy figures?
Yeah, he did actually. I don't think he got a wicket, but it's tidy.
His tidiness personified here. Is that a catch? I think it was.
Yeah, it definitely was. It would have been a very good one, but Craig Overton sets high standards. Quick off the outside edge of Sundar.
Another look.
It's going down to his left boot. Been a very good catch,
it was so, yeah, it was dying on him.
Been a great catch, don't get me wrong. But you think Test cricketer, this is the one player Somerset are probably worried about. You'd expect him to be the best player spin. Brown plays spin very well, a short wicket keeper who sweeps well. You think Sundar should be able to play Leach and Vaughan well because he's grown up facing spinners in India and plays with soft hands.
Well forward.
59 for
Sundar.
4 on 1. 100 on his back. If he gets 99 more, they'll remember that chop. Craig Oates going, I love the way he wears his heart on his sleeve. He's practicing that sort of left boot movement again and again. Good point, actually, from the YouTube chat. Hampshire in a similar position to Somerset here. Somerset was 69 for 4. Hampshire 58 for 4. 59 for 4. Very similar. You're right.
Yeah, but it's hard to imagine the similar recovery happening twice in consecutive innings. Well, it can do. Anything's possible in cricket.
And I genuinely feel these are the two best players of spin by some way in this lineup. So if Somerset are going to bowl Leach and Vaughan a lot today and tomorrow, then these are the two players that play spin so well.
This will be the last over before lunch. Bowled by Archie Vaughan.
Yeah, just starting on time to get through this over. There it is, the sweep. I mean, that could have been a stop, actually. It dribbled past Tom Hable at short leg, but fair enough. You've got to duck for cover. As soon as you see the big sweep come out.
Yeah, you see the batter about to play a shot like that, and you take cover.
And dribbles past him. But they won't mind the right arm off spin against the left-handed batter, Washington Sundar. I was surprised Sundar batted so low at the start of his Indian Test career, having seen him score runs in Indian domestic cricket. Plays really nicely again there. That's good fielding to his weaker side, Tom Lammerby. No extras in this innings. Professional effort from Somerset. No wides or no balls in the entire Hampshire innings, which is credit to their bowlers. They kept going for over upon over. Oh, that's... Spirit of cricket, does that come into that? The batter's completely in Archie Vaughan's way. He's politely sort of shoved him. No, they're going to take the single. Sometimes you see the batters sort of not take it. You know, spirit of cricket thing. I mean, Somerset aren't complaining about 1 run. But Brown and Sundar were quite happy to take it. Archie Vaughan would have dived or just moved and stopped it if the non-striker wasn't there. Would you have taken that single, Stephen?
Oh, no way, Harry. Perish the thought. Lots of encouragement for Archie Vaughan, and just thinking back again to that wicket, there was advice from his captain, the switch to over the wicket, thoughts from James Rue as well. Wonder how much of a part they played in that wicket.
So last ball before lunch to Brown, back foot, defensive shot, and off they go. A very good session for Somerset. As good a session as Somerset have potentially had all season. The partnership from Casey Aldridge and Craig Overton was magnificent to watch. 347 for 7, taken to 454 for 8, with a cheeky run out, really. Gubbins did very well to throw the stumps down. Casey Aldridge really could have got double 100, but was very good for the team, pushing on. And now Somerset at lunch have Hampshire trailing by 393 runs, but 4 wickets.
And look at those figures for Jack Leach.
Only 2 men have been involved, haven't they?
3 for 8 from 8 overs.
Because the only one of those wickets that needed a catcher.
And Vaughan could have had 2.
Well, yeah, Craig Overton, I suppose, but
well,
Vaughan took the catch off Leach, didn't he?
That was a difficult chance, and there was the missed-stumping as well.
Yeah, the missed-stumping's a very good point. That was Fletcher Middleton, wasn't it?
Yeah, at a pinch he could have had 3. But,
yeah.
He's got 1, which will have done the world of good to him. So we're going to have a break along with everyone else, and look forward to your company in around 40 minutes' time.
Well, welcome back to day 3's afternoon session at the Cooper Associates County Ground, where Indian Test spinner batting all round the Washington Sundar was lucky to get a life, edged one to Craig Overton's boot in that session. He's on 2. Ben Brown, the keeper bat, who's pretty good against spin, sweeps very well. He's alongside him on 3, but Leach and Vaughan, what a brilliant session those two had together. Every single wicket was a Leach or a Vaughan. Vaughan taking one of the catches off Jack Leach as well. A very, very silly shot from Nick Gubbins, reverse sweeping a full toss straight to point. Probably the worst dismissal of the 4, Stephen.
Yeah, between them, they've bowled 15 out of the 21 overs that we've had. Both came on very early. Jack Leach, just 2 overs of Craig Overton we saw at the River End before Jack Leach came on. And Archie Vaughan swiftly following on from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion End after we saw an opening burst from Lewis Gregory. Taking the new ball, and wickets, well, the outstanding figures are those of Jack Leach. 8 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 8.
8-3-8 looks good, doesn't it?
It's fantastic. And he's going to be bowling to Washington Sundar, who's still got plenty of company, as before lunch, a slip, leg slip, and a short leg. First ball of the afternoon session coming up. Potentially 71 overs remaining today. Up in the air and over the top.
Wow,
Statement of intent.
Exactly the words I was going to use, Stephen. Statement of intent. A slog sweep, you'd call that, with the spin, I suppose. He's a good player at spin, but I did not expect him to slog sweep first ball.
So, Sundar up to 6 with that, 65 for 4, playing 454. That's the eventual Somerset first innings total.
Probably the best shot played off Jack Leach so far today, I'd suggest. Long on now in place. It's Tim Kohler-Cadmore.
Didn't get that completely. And looks like he knows it. Looks a little bit frustrated. Washington Sundar.
Don't think Somerset will mind them going the aggressive approach. Or is it that Sundar's realised that hardly anyone else in the team can play spin? So he's worried that he might run out of partners soon, so he's going to whack a few before he runs out of partners.
5 off the over so far, which that's the most expensive, probably by a distance, that Jack Leach has bowled. 2 superb deliveries before the interview. The interval.
There could be an interview in the interval.
One that turned into the left-handed alley-oor, and then one that turned away just enough from Fletcher Middleton. And in between those two, a bit of a rush of blood from Nick Gubbins. Reverse sweep straight to Archie Vaughan.
That full toss could have been hit anywhere, couldn't it?
And then Vaughan himself, after being carted around the park by Toby Albert, Lewis Gregory had faith in him for another over, and it paid off. Albert caught and bowled for 29.
Important developments in Hampshire's plight in Division 1 partly relies on action at Chester Street this week. Well, they are finally into the action today at Chester Street with Worcestershire 321 for 5. Tonight watching Ben Gibbons there, so it's not, quite the batting you'd expect with Gareth Roderick and Ben Gibbon, the 2 Worcestershire batters. Ben Brain bowling. In the top of the table clash, Notts are 223 for 8, 281 run lead. And bad news from around the ground is that there'll be no play at Leicestershire today, which is a real shame. No play at all, so whether Leicestershire can seal the title at home, we'll have to wait another day. Archie Vaughan will continue from the Trescothick Pavilion End with his father watching down below us. Doesn't get down here very often, Michael Vaughan. Lives a pretty busy summer, doesn't he, to be fair. Does a lot more international commentary than he does on county cricket commentary, but he's down here getting a chance to watch his son. Pretty sure it's the first day he's been down here so far, this game.
Oh,
What
beauty.
a beauty. What a beauty.
That'll encourage him and his dad.
I love that.
He likes, off-spinners generally like having a left-hander under scrutiny, which is exactly what he's got.
Try to whip that leg side is Washington Sundar. The sad thing is, Stephen, is rather than people just enjoying Jack Leach bowling brilliantly, everyone always worries down here. The ECB don't like county championship bowlers taking wickets with spin, which I don't ever understand. That's pretty sad, really. Jack Leach has bowled beautifully. And Archie Vaughan's bowled pretty well too, but rather than credit their bowling, the thought is straight away to, is the pitch doctored, is the pitch spinning too much? Well, the answer is, end of the debate, is Washington Sundar, the only test spinner in this match, bowled 29 overs and went for 107 runs, only picked up 1 wicket. So for me, that's the matter completely done with. Jack Leach is meant to be not as good as Washington Sundar, according to test selections, but he's just bowled very, very well today. Well, that's a little bit short.
There's no question at this point of the game who is the best spinner on display.
Exactly. And it's not turned massively. He's bowled a couple of beauties. I'd say 2 absolute beauties, and then he's had the daft reverse sweep from Gubbins.
Yeah, really got two beauties and 2 cases of the batter being culpable.
Yeah.
As in Gubbins and Albert. Albert, who stood his ground for a long time.
That was an odd one. I didn't quite understand where you can smash one back. Didn't look like a bump ball, the amount of pace he got on it.
No, Forster conferral between the 2 umpires, who eventually sent him on his way.
Yeah, the umpires have had a day off on the first day, done a few laps around the concourse. But put into action Ben Debenham and Mr. David Mills for days 2, 3 and 4 tomorrow. Somerset will have to be looking to enforce the follow-on if they possibly can. I think the only way they can win this game is to bat once and take 20 wickets.
And the turn and bounce there for Jack Leach. And the figure for Hampshire, if they're to do that, would be 255.
Good maths, Stephen. You're quick on the maths, aren't you?
No. Not by any means. Leading edge, down to backward point. Another dot ball.
Sorry, I'm just checking my maths here. The test match follow-on is 200. County Championship follow-on is 150. What was your maths again there, Stephen? You have to give me your workings. I need your method marks.
So
I took your word for it.
305 is the figure. Therefore, if you're saying 150...
Well, that's the normal County Championship follow-on. What were you going on?
I was taking it as 200, given that the score was over 400. But I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
changes.
I'm pretty sure the test match is 200. County Championship's 150.
In which case, they need 305.
Yeah, that makes a bit more sense.
And they're a long way short of that at the moment. 66 for 4. That's a mountain to climb.
I was too trusting of your mathematics, Stephen.
I think people generally are. End of Leach is over. 66 for 4. Brown is 3. Washington 7.
A few people have been asking on the Facebook, the Twitter and the YouTube chats, will the Cricket Museum be open on Friday? Well, I'll leave Mike Unwin's normal in the live chat to answer that question, but pretty sure it'll be open today and tomorrow if you're here. Potentially on Friday as well. If you email the museum, they'll give you the information or call up the museum. They often open specifically if people have requests. Anyway, Archie Vaughan with 2 slip fielders again and that short leg. Washington Sundar dropping the bat on it.
Well, we saw that opening show of aggression from Washington Sundar from the first ball of the afternoon. And we haven't seen a lot since in terms of stroke play.
Killer come with a floppy hat on, which I'm not quite sure is appropriate for the conditions. Nice single into leg side, but just as I mentioned his floppy hat, he gives it a nice rub and an adjustment. He's now pointing towards his hat. Does that mean someone's got an earpiece on the ground? No, I think actually he was pointing, shall I go back? He's going to go back to sort of almost a backward square leg and a forward square leg. Case Shoulders comes out to an extra cover side of mid-off with no hat on.
Gentle turn into Ben Brown, who played it pretty comfortably.
Getting a floppy hat on that Kohler Cadmore perm is a good effort. Getting it to stay in place.
Yeah. Especially with the wind that we've got around at the moment.
Good job they didn't play on Monday for that. A sweep from outside off stump, so not going to be out LBW. The only way he's going to be out there is court.
Talking of hats, we've got alternative headgear for the umpires.
Yeah, no Panamas. You don't often see an umpire with a, what do you call it? Just well, they want to call it a baseball cap, but maybe you should call it a cricket cap. A peaked cap, a cricket cap.
I think that's a trend. Oh, you can't give that.
No.
It's well outside the line. I think it was a trend started by Ben Debenham before lunch. I noticed he was wearing one of those, but David Milnes had the normal Panama, but now he's fallen into line with his colleague. Single here, down to long leg.
Well played.
To conclude the over, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 36. Archie Vaughan.
Michael, our American fan, asks, is Jack in for the Ashes? No, the rumour is he's not. Andy Caddick came in the box last week and was telling us the squad had been announced. I said, I'm not sure it has been announced. Maybe he's got inside information, but yeah, the latest talk, all the rumours, journalists seem to get inside thoughts into the squad. They reckon it's going to be Ahmed and Bashir. Not sure if they're waiting for white ball. England love to pick the test side based on white ball squads. So they're waiting for this Ireland series to be done.
Ben Brown is defence personified at the moment.
Yeah, sweep or defend, isn't it? Which isn't necessarily a bad technique.
He's
two decent spin bowlers.
got a strike rate of 10.
Doesn't matter though, he's still there. They've still got well over 85. Almost exactly. Just under now, 85 overs to get batting bonus points. And that could keep Hampshire in this division. You don't know how crucial it's going to be between Hampshire, Durham, Yorkshire, dragged into the second relegation spot alongside Worcestershire. Their batting bonus points could save them.
Yeah, we to be careful about saying batting points are a long way off. It's what we were saying this time yesterday when Somerset were 99 for 5. And they got all 5. They've got one for bowling already. 5 more wickets will give them a maximum in both departments. And that would guarantee them at least 16 points from this game. That would be if it finishes in a draw.
We'll let you finish this over, Stephen. I've got an interesting one for you. Getting really specific with the formalities of the county championship today.
Leach. And Tom Abel at Silly Point.
So Ian Shepherd has tried to tell me that the follow-on changes for a 3-day game. He tried to tell me it was 100, and I said, no, I'm not having that. And he then found the exact rulings, which prove I'm right, but there is a rule, which I've not seen before. If a 2 innings if the match is reduced to 2-day match, the follow-on target could be 100 runs. So remember, we lost day 1. So it says if no play takes place on the first day of a match of more than 1 day's duration, then 14.1 shall apply in accordance with the number of days remaining from the start of play. So the day on which play first commences shall count as a whole day for this purpose, irrespective of the time at which play starts. So say we had days 1 and 2 washed out or winded out, then the follow-on target would have changed, interestingly.
But in this case, it was just day 1, wasn't
Yeah.
it? So
Did you know that? I didn't know. I didn't know that was a... So I can't think of a... I think everyone in this round played on day 2. But there was a game, Durham, Hampshire, I seem to remember last year, where all 4 days were abandoned. Good run from Washington. No, great placement, soft hands. So the point is, say first day was winded off, say the second day it rained all day and was rained off, and we started this morning, the match, basically, then the follow-on would have been adjusted to 100 runs a 2-day match, which is sensible. That's a good bit of ruling.
there's a bit of turn and a bit of lift to encourage Archie Vaughan. Start of a new over. No, middle of an over, to be precise. Solid, watchful defence again from Hampshire captain. Looking for the 5th breakthrough, Archie Vaughan. Fancy we will have a burst as that's pushed out to deep square leg for a single. We will have a burst of seam every now and again.
I think it's about that time, you know. I think the next... Come on, before the ball gets too old, I think it's worth giving Aldridge and Green a bowl.
Still Vaughan in the meantime to Sundar, who wanted a single. Brown didn't. Don't think there was one there, actually.
No. Jamie Jewell just recovering over after flying from Bermuda, especially for the quarterfinal and finals there, a bit of championship action. Asked a good question. When was the last time we got full batting and bowling bonus points? Might it have been the Worcestershire game? Did we get full bowling bonus points in the Worcestershire game at the start of the season? That would be my guess, when Banton got his 300. So it's more likely you get the full bonus points, being 3 rather than the 5 full batting points. Some bizarre chat in the YouTube chat. Everyone's saying Leach should be playing for England, Leach should be playing for England. And then there's a few Hampshire fans on the wind-up saying, well, someone else is saying they should play Jacks, Bethel and Livingston over Leach in Test cricket. In the baseball style.
Oh, that was a dangerous leave.
A very good leave, even. The judgment is perfect. Wow. That's about as tight as they come. Cool. If that hadn't turned, his off stump is crashing. He's played for turn net. Only a tiny bit. Ben Brown, I mean, we can't criticise his technique. It's working beautifully. Still got Archie Vaughan hanging in a sort of... almost where Tom Curler-Campbell was caught by Ali Orr. The sort of hanging in no man's land square leg. Lewis Gregory's now going to move him, actually. He's going to come in as a... he just pushes Craig by the bum. I like that. See that? Gave him a big shove. I'm the captain, Craig. You're vice. You go to second slip. I'm coming to first. Archie Vaughan's now... well, he's not really stopping one. Sort of on the sweep or the top edge. Goldsworthy comes to mid-on. You can see the field on the camera. Great work from our camera staff, from the analyst cam, from dugout cam, from the analyst cam, showing you the field setting.
It's absolutely correct that Somerset took maximum points here against Worcestershire.
Was I right,
Just
Stephen?
to answer that, yeah.
God, you've proved me right twice in about 5 minutes.
Took 16 points from the draw in that game. And it felt a bit like a defeat.
Yeah, it did. You're dead right. Oh, that's a lovely sweep shot. That's really well played from Ben Brown. One of the best singles I think we've seen in this Hampshire innings. The control, the calm. We'll show you a replay of that shot. Look at the technique here. To get down, get low, to time it off the middle of the bat. Yes, just for a single, just to strike, ticker over. But that's so well played to get down in a good position, to not miss it. Because if he did miss it, it'd been bowled. And to get that single. So Washington can now take strike with a slightly different field set. Casey Aldridge was gesturing for a box, because with 2 slips in place, he was pushed further in front. He was in a bit more danger there. Great captaincy from Lewis Gregory to keep tweaking these fields and do everything he can to try and get another breakthrough.
Quicker ball from.
Could there have been a single? Was there a single there? Lewis Gregory coming round from mid-off. Maybe not. A lot of stat chats about Lyon versus Leach in the YouTube chat. That's a good single. A little bit short, back of the length, well played by Sundar. Interesting one for me. Kit Harris of Wisden straight in there with the killer stat. After 39 tests, Jack Leach had 142 wickets at 34.07. Better than Nathan Lyon after 39 tests, 138 wickets at 35.64. So there you go. Jack Leach better than Nathan Lyon after 39 tests.
Well, his credentials very much on display here at Taunton. 12 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 15. Says it all, really, doesn't it?
And here's an interesting point. Oh, I reckon that's Josh Thomas. That run, that gate to me, yeah, that's definitely Josh Thomas. On the field, Josh Thomas straight into the action, gets to touch the ball from Archie Vaughan. So Josh Thomas will come and field at like a short mid-wicket. Lewis Gregory's gone off. Craig Overton calling the shots from first. No, he's not gone off. Lewis Gregory's mid-off, isn't he? Well, Craig Overton's calling the shots because he's got the angles, maybe. Who's gone off, Stephen, on this? No?
Lewis Gregory is at...
Tom Lammonby, I can't see. Tom Lammonby. Lewis Gregory's now at mid-on, mid-off. Do you reckon that's because he's maybe going to bowl in a minute?
Yeah, mid-on for Ben Brown. Could change to mid-off at any moment.
Yeah. So Tom Lammonby's off the field to allow Josh Thomas, also a left-handed thrower, onto the pitch. I wonder if Gregory's just thinking about warming up another bowl.
Well, who to try himself? He's got plenty of options.
I'd like to see Ben Green or Casey Aldridge have a bowl, if there isn't a spin breakthrough soon.
So they're the two that we haven't seen yet, but we've not seen a lot of any seen.
Just think they bowl very differently, Ben Green and Casey Aldridge.
We've seen just 5 overs have seemed to be precise. 3 from Gregory and 2 from Overton. Padding up a long way outside the off stump.
Whenever I see someone pad away to spin, I just think of Rahul Dravid. I don't know why. It's just... Who's your instant thought when you see someone pad away to spin, Stephen? Who did it best? That was rough in the subcontinent.
Tendulkar did it pretty well.
Yeah, well, he did most things pretty well, didn't he?
Nice funny boy.
One ball left in Archie Vaughan's 11th over here. Good whip from Ben Brown. Should be 2. Going to be 4, actually. Wow, that's raced away. The timing on that, absolutely beautiful. Really nice shot there.
Yeah, it's his first boundary. A while in coming, but the important thing is that he's staying there for his team.
Stephen, another interesting point. A lot of people have chatted. Well, I've mentioned it earlier. Can a player go back on a move? Casey Aldridge has signed terms. He's going to join Durham next year. Does it often happen? No, don't change. But there was one occurrence I forgot about. Dan Kingdom makes a great point. Chris Wright, the Leicestershire seamer I was talking about earlier, him and Keith Barker do the podcast. He went back on a move from Leicestershire to Sussex a couple of years ago. It's pretty rare. Okay. But that was all announced. It was all sign.
He
And then
actually
changed.
he'd signed, had he?
Yeah, and then he didn't. He then changed his mind. Extenuating circumstances, perhaps, but yeah, Somerset fans desperate for Case Shortage to stay after this 180, showing all the skills he's got.
Here is Jack Leach, and there'll be a comfortable ambled single to long on as the hirsute, white-hatted Colo Cadmore does the fielding. I think the mullet is as extensive as it's been all summer, TKC.
Yeah, quite.
78 for 4.
Josh Thomas still on the field. I thought he might get a go in these last couple of games. Say so. Oh, he's going to go off now. Tom Lamby, that's what it is. So Tom Lamby went off to get the short leg and the box in play. So Josh Thomas came on for an over. And now Lamby's back on. Thomas borrowed his hair, his hat. We thought Tom Lamby's hairstyle was quite different to Josh Thomas. Would it both fit the same size cap? Well, now Tom Lamby's going to shove it down his backside.
That cordon round the bat has been extended.
Yeah, is that Tom Abel at silly point?
Yep.
Casey Olinger, very close, silly extra cover.
Almost silly mid-off.
Yeah, Tom Cadmore to his right side.
And he's in action straight away. I wonder who first coined the silly word for that fielding position.
It makes total sense, doesn't it?
Absolutely, it does.
One of the most accurate position names. You can't argue with it.
Nothing silly about the appellation.
Got to credit how well Ben Brown's playing here, by the way.
There's a gap there. Comfortable single. They might get 2. No.
I think they should have got 2. You're right, because it was a comfortable single, they ambled it, they jogged it. If there's any intent there, they run hard, that's an easy 2. Caleb Campbell's ambling across the mid-on.
Yeah, it was going to take him time to get around to it.
Yeah. It's not often you see any field set without a mid-on. I like it from Lewis Gregory. The much maligned Sky commentators do actually comment on Gregory and Vince being, the Somerset and Hampshire T20 captains, being 2 of the best captains in the blast. Gregory showing it in the Red Bull 4-day format now. Just bowled a couple of overs, didn't bat, marshalling his troops. He's worth picking just for his field placements. His captaincy is superb.
Short of no. Quite right too. Well played, well defended.
Yeah, textbook defence, isn't it? If you're watching how to defend against spin, or how to play spin full stop, these two are as good as you get in the county championship, I'd say. Much better than the rest of the Hampshire batting lineup. A rumour that we might have.
No, I don't think there is one.
Paul Tweddle might come on for a commentary stint. Said to him during the one-day cup that he might come on for a stint.
Yeah, I haven't
The
thought
fielding
about
coach.
yeah.
We're going to see Lewis Goldsworthy bowl, Stephen. I like this. A man we haven't mentioned much with ball. Mentioned Aldridge or Green, but actually, why not try your left-arm spinner, who's been so good in the blast this year. Massive kudos to the young left-armer from Cornwall. He's got the chance with no Roloff van der Merwe. Often batted 9 or 10.
Archie Vaughan taking a break. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 43. Expect we'll see more of him before the end of the innings.
Here he is then, full and straight on the money. Lewis Goldsworthy doesn't take a lot of time to settle in. Brilliant partnership with Tom Abel last week against Yorkshire. Another 22 before being done by the Test match spinner Washington Sundar. Flighted Fuller Not James Fuller. I mean...
I can hear the dulcet tones of Tractor.
Yeah. Ah, play for turn that wasn't there, Ben Brown, that time, I think. Not going to turn it as much as Leach or Vaughan, Goldsworthy, but a bit quicker. We'll vary it up. Spear it in. Did get taken down a bit by Tom Curran this month last year. Tom Curran playing his only September games. That's a lovely shot from Ben Brown. Deserves 4, but Kay Shoulder is quick on the chase. It's a long boundary. He's going to not quite get there. Nearly dive. That's a long chase. Lovely shot. But Goldsworthy won't mind that. Bringing the slips into play. It has to be a good shot to get that for 4. Doesn't want every ball there, but you're going to get more variety from Goldsworthy than you will from Leach and Vaughan, perhaps. Slightly round arm action. His first bowl since Saturday in the Blast final. The Camborne club cricketer. That's the benefit that Somerset's top 6 has 2 spinners in it, as well as Jack Leach. Whacked away, but Tom Hammerby does well with his pads on. Not bad first over from Goldsworthy. A cover drive for 4 was beautiful. Slightly short one, whacked straight to fielder.
Yeah, the scoreboard's given an extra over to Archie Vaughan at the moment. That's going to have to be corrected.
Oh, Polly's gone on strike in her last week, Stephen. She's having a nap. She's had her farewell. I mean, she had her farewell before she'd even started work on her last 4-day home game. Oh, good old Polly.
See some pretty threatening clouds over the Quantocks at the moment, but hopefully that will skirt around. We saw that happen yesterday, actually. There was a really dirty cluster of cloud which we thought was going to hit us, and just went around over those same remembered hills. And it's fine if it stays up there from our point of view.
Polly's just catching up now. Goldsworthy's bowled 1 ball. You can't sack her in her last game.
Computer says no. In fact, it's a switch of ends. So Archie Vaughan coming back as quickly as he possibly could have done.
Yeah, from their other end.
Be a single here for Sundar. I wonder whether Jack Leach may have been thinking about a switch too. Whether we'll see him have a go from the Marcus Truscothic Pavilion end.
I wonder if
trying all the options.
I wonder if Washington Sundar could be the best possible signing for this exact game in September. Yes, he didn't do much of the ball. Very disappointing, actually. 29 overs, just 1 wicket, going for over 100. But the way he plays spin, the batting calm in that middle order, could he single-handedly keep Hampshire out? Well, it's never single-handedly, is it? You need 2 to bat. You can't bat on your own. It's not last man stands, but reverse sweep I can hear coming through the mic. Ooh, was that off Tom Abel's foot? Did you see the Johnny Bairstow catch yesterday? See that, Stephen? The slip catch that was dropped and then Bairstow kicked it up off his right boot and then took it. I wonder if that could be one of them as well.
Impressive footwork. Pulled away. Is that going to go for 4? It is.
Yeah.
Was far enough in front of square to leave the fielder no chance of interception. 4 more for Ben Brown. 3 boundaries for him now. His strike rate is heading north.
You're the strike rate monitor of Ben Brown. He's faced more balls than most of his top 8 order did. Far outside off, he's gone there. There is a single there. Washington Sundar are lazy with the backing up. Not much intent to take the singles.
I'm not sure if there was.
No? I get that Lewis Goldsworthy was left-handed, but I just feel like Sundar could have gone straight away. No point in a risk, I suppose. There's a slight risk to it. Was he waiting for it to get through Abel, whereas maybe Brown knew it was through Abel at short leg first?
Of wind as Cornwalls again. Comfortably defended by Brown. So no breakthrough yet for Somerset since the lunch interval. We're round about half an hour, just over half an hour into this middle session of the day. Washington has 13, Brown has 19. Hampshire 88 for 4.
Somerset women saying farewell to Trevor Griffin. Players having a bit of a farewell lunch today. Well, there's your membership there. New coach. Potentially, you never know, a couple of new signings. The second year of professional women's cricket. But get your membership now. Available early, before the season's even finished. Well, the women's season finished last Saturday. She's not quite making it. But if you got one this year, just 25 quid, you can add your women's membership for next year. If you've got a men's membership, you can add them both together.
Isn't it good when you speculate about something and it happens?
The change rate. It's happened a few times between the three of us today, Stephen.
It was quite logical, actually. Once we saw Archie Vaughan up at the river end, it felt like that would be what was in mind. Jack Leach trying a different end.
I wouldn't mind Lewis Goldsworthy having more than one over. I mean, if he'd taken a wicket, I dare say he'd been given another over. Anyhow, it is Jack Leach then from the Trescothick Pavilion end. Goldsworthy just that one over for 4 runs. I think we will see Goldsworthy again at some point. But more in this side. Goldsworthy is more of a bowler in T20 cricket and more of a batter in county championship cricket. Purely really on the rate he scores with the bat. He's going to rebuild and dig something out of a hole with the bat. And with the ball he's going to bowl flat and vary it. So Jack Leach and Vaughan seen as a threatening partnership with the left arm, right arm combo. Anyhow, Case Shoulders in close. Case Shoulders doesn't feel that one. It's Tom Abel at short leg. Does very well.
Doing a very good job there, isn't he?
He is. Washington Sundar then. I think he's just given that one chance to Craig Overton's left boot. He does take the single this time. Really good partnership this. As we say, it was this time when Somerset rebuilt from 69 to 4. 69 for 4, Somerset got to 99 for 5. Goldsworthy rebuilding with Tom Abel. Yeah, Goldsworthy got to 22. Washington Sundar, Hampshire number 6, just 8 shy of that. As we can see, Archie Vaughan come up in the ring for the right-hander. Really close field set. Really attacking. Inside edge. Could they have had a short leg? That might have been a nice height for a short leg.
That's the one base that wasn't covered.
Yeah. I don't know what you... Is it an umbrella field? No, it's like a smothering field.
Well, it's the left arm factor, isn't it?
Yeah.
Spinning the ball away. And now it's changed substantially for the left-handed Washington Sundar. Just the one slip and short leg.
Just brilliant cricket this. That's a good single. Really good cricket. This is proper county cricket. Hampshire digging in well, desperate, every single tick in the scoreboard up towards a crucial batting bonus point. They'd love to get to 250 minimum. Do well from here, but they just need points. The only way they can get a point now, if they don't win this game or draw this game, is with the bat. Tom Campbell's lost his floppy. We'll get that replayed at some point. That is a cracking little clip. It's Perm, he's trying to catch it. Here he is, Campbell without a floppy hat. He reads the spin well. His floppy hat went for 6.
Is it blowing towards Taunton Station?
Oh, I think it's Alex on dugout cam. I wonder if he's probably tracking the ball, to be fair to him. He probably wasn't looking at Campbell's hair. Coming loose with the hat blowing off.
The wind's in the right direction for the mullet. It's blowing. It's blowing onto his forehead.
Now he's got to field another ball with no hat because his hat's miles away and he's up in the ring. fielded by Casey Aldridge with that helmet on at close mid-wicket. Now, does Pepsi Cola Cadmore go back for his floppy? No, he's going to leave it there.
He's abandoned it.
He's going to field with sunglasses and that main.
Well, he's all right on that side of the wicket.
Yeah.
But if he has to come over, it might be a bit tricky with the wind blowing over his shoulder.
There it is.
The blown away hat, looking rather sorry for itself.
The wind is just wicking the sweat out of it. He looks lost without his floppy. Ben Brown uses the depth of the crease well as well. It's a sweep or going deep at the moment are his main techniques to spin. The odd front foot defensive shot.
Watchful defence again from Ben Brown. It's first partnership of any substance in this innings between these two. Came together at 58 for 4.
You do wonder if Hampshire had such a good overseas cricketer in their ranks the whole season, how well they've done. I mean, Sundar was a bit busy in the Indian Test Series, sadly. The Test Series clashing with the County Championship.
Yeah, it couldn't have been him.
Then Somerset aren't playing with an overseas at all in this match.
Oh, he's played on. Wicket number 5. Ben Brown has gone after a patient innings, shoring up his side, and another supporting block has fallen away. Archie Vaughan has struck for the second time, 92 for 5.
Yeah, went back to one. I think he should have got forward to there. He's done that a few times. It did turn back in a little onto the top of middle stump. Ben Brown is fuming. He's played really well. Credit where credit's due. That's a great knock. He's done such a good job for his side, but he needed to stay out there longer to get Hampshire further up towards 250. He was going on the back foot. I kept mentioning him going back to balls that aren't that short. If you're hitting the stumps, you want to be going back to balls going over the top of the stumps on the back foot, or you've got to be in complete control. But when it's in good areas and turning a little bit, well, Hampshire's Liam Dawson might have just taken a wicket for England, but they could do with him coming out to bat next. Hampshire fans will wish, rather than Liam Dawson bowling in a T20 in Ireland, he should be coming into bat after Ben Brown here.
Maybe just on that replay there was a little bit more turn into the batter than he expected. There was a shade of turn there for Archie Vaughan, and it was all he needed. It's so often like that, isn't it? Just a little bit of turn. A little bit of lateral movement is enough.
Oh yeah, it doesn't. Sometimes if it turns too much, it's not going to get him out.
And we've seen that happen today.
Yeah. So Felix Organ is a proper player. I feel like he's been hard done by. Bit like Lewis Goldsworthy and Casey Aldridge for Somerset. Never quite cemented his spot. Been used in the lineup anywhere from 1 to 9. I'm glad from a Felix Organ perspective he's getting a go at 7 today. He's a spinner bat, a bit like Lewis Goldsworthy. He does both quite well. Without being a Lewis Gregory or Craig Overton gun all-rounder, he does both things fairly well. And Hampshire have him in and out the side. Tom Press bowls some off-spin sometimes. They had Tilak Varma who bowled and batted a bit. Indian overseas early in the season. But Organ's got his go at 7. He's in Cross and Simonian's club cricketer who, wow, he will bat time. He will bat properly. He won't in any hurry. Can he stay with Washington Sundar to get somewhere near the 250 or 300 mark before 110 overs are up?
Here's his first ball from Archie Vaughan, which is played comfortably enough. It is uncannily mirroring the Somerset innings so far, isn't it? 99 for 5 Somerset were, 92 for 5 Hampshire are. But this is the point where that remarkable recovery began for Somerset, and can these two do anything similar? Tall order, but they're both good batters, these two. But that felt like a big breakthrough, Harry.
It did, absolutely. Ben Brown looked pretty comfortable out there off the back foot, sweeping. I say he just went back to one too many that wasn't quite short enough. So Felix Organ, I say, is the last of the recognised batters, genuine all-rounders. Fuller can give it a whack. Barker can give it a whack, but I'd say they're bowling all-rounders. Whereas Washington Sundar and Felix Organ are genuine all-rounders.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we expect
Much
Fulham
depending
about
on
8-9.
the two of them.
Yes, and then Jack and Abbott bring up the rear at 10 and 11. Although Abbott loves scoring runs and taking wickets against Somerset. We know that for a fact. Will he, if they do force a follow-on, could Kyle Abbott get a few runs in the lower order and open the batting again, Stephen? We never know. We've seen that before. Well, Jack Leach now, left armour to left-hander. Same field pretty much as we saw to Sundar the last over. Goldsworthy hanging at sort of a 3/4 mid-on. Giving Sundar the 1. If he wants to go over the top, the catch is in the game. Casey, I say over the top, I mean, he's got to go over 6 foot, whatever, Casey Aldridge at silly mid-on first. I reckon we could see a cracking catch coming at some point this afternoon. Somerset pride themselves on their fielding.
Sundar started the session with a boundary, but overall his 15 runs have come off 37 deliveries, more defence than attack.
The up and down Jack Leach gets. Textbook for a left-arm spinner to watch. It's a little bit leg side. Well played by Sundar. It just really is a lesson in how to play spin.
So change of batter from left hand to right. Felix Organ will face his first ball from Jack Leach. There'll be 2 slips, city point and a short leg. Plenty of company. Oh, beautiful delivery.
Yeah, he's not done a lot wrong there, Felix Organ. What can you do? That's just a really good ball.
Yeah, lift as well as turn. The batter flummoxed. Doesn't do a lot, does it? It can't do a lot for a batter's confidence to get a delivery like that.
Just sometimes you just got to doff your cap and say, well bowled. Felix Organ's played against Jack Leach enough times. He knows what to expect. Goldsworthy, Rue and Leach having a bit of a giggle. 2 left armers who get on very well here. Always great to see. Often they're fighting for one spot on the T20 side and the County Championship side, but there's no animosity between Leach and Goldsworthy. The team spirit down here is brilliant. No pretty good mates, whether it's on the golf course, on the cricket pitch, in the bar. Still chat from Leach and Goldsworthy. I'm enjoying this. I wish we had a mic on them, talking about how they're going to get him out and the tactics. In fact, they were so busy talking that Jack Leach is in the wrong position. Archie Vaughan started running it up and then realised that Jack Leach was talking to Lewis Goldsworthy and they were both doing a backward point position. Jack Leach, you're meant to be at deep cover. Leg side from Archie Vaughan.
Slightly overpitched.
He's not looking for 4s at all here, Washington Sundar, which credit to him. He knows how to play in long-form cricket. Even that was a leg stump half volley, which you'd see an Ali Orr perhaps go after, try and hit for 4. Say a Tom Albert might get a half volley spin and try and hit for 4. Washington Sundar's not taking any risks. He's happy to just knock it for a 1.
Well bowled.
Good length.
One go on with the arm.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah. Single. Cannily placed fielder there. Placed there specially for the reverse sweep. Morgan so far playing much as Ben Brown did. Defence being option A. And again. Motoring through their overs, Somerset, with so much spin on display. Good work with the boot.
He's trying to chip it up, he's trying to take it one-handed. Well, he saved 4. So, really nice message just come in from a Somerset member, John Hurl, who says, I just wanted to say how much I've enjoyed the streaming commentary again this season. I've seen quite a lot of days at Taunton, but when unable to be there, the coverage is always very entertaining indeed. Thanks very much to all of you. A fabulous season for the club. After 2 defeats and 2 draws in April, our men's team has won 27 matches or thereabouts and only lost 6, he reckons. That's an extraordinary run. Perhaps someone at the ECB will soon start to recognise the quality down here in the southwest. And look how Somerset players populate the other counties these days. He then gives me a great list, which you'll soon be adding Aldridge, Davy and Green to, with Butler, Jamie Overton, Bess, Leonard, Bartlett, Hose, Gilchrist and Baker. All these quality names from Somerset's academy. Doing pretty well elsewhere in the county championship.
Single here. Too long on. Thanks very much, John.
Yeah, lovely message.
For taking the trouble to write. That's really appreciated by all of us.
And he makes a very good point there. Seeing Ned Leonard get a 5 for here for Glamorgan is bittersweet the right phrase, perhaps? Losing to Glamorgan, but one of your own coming back and bowling really well. Credit to the Somerset coaching staff, the academy staff who bring through these young players. Another good single. These two taking the ones and the gaps. But yeah, that side, I mean, just trying to think of a batting order of that side. There's not many opening bats in there. Let's say Hose and Bartlett have to open.
Joss Butler be an option.
Well, you could say Dave and Green, actually. Dave and Green have opened for Somerset in the past. Maybe Dave and Green open. Butler, Bartlett and Hose is a pretty impressive middle order. With then Jamie Overton and Bess in the bowling all-rounders later middle order. And then the fast bowling of Aldridge, Gilchrist, Baker, as well as Jamie Overton and Ned Leonard. That's a proper side, that. Joss Butler with the gloves. It's actually a balanced 11, really.
It is.
Yeah, proper 11.
Quicker ball from Leach, just nudged away between cover and point.
Oh, isn't that nice? The YouTube chat agree with John's message. Tom says he echoes all of that. FSN the Dog says, thanks, John. And so say all of us. That's the song, isn't it? And so say all of us. Is that for He's a Jolly Good Fellow, isn't it?
Birthday song. Yeah.
And so say all of us. It's that time of the season.
I don't think we've got a birthday in the team today.
We could. Well, we've got a 150th birthday year, I suppose.
Well, indeed. That's more of an anniversary.
Yes. We'll celebrate it all year.
Ben Warren, he had a birthday, didn't
he?
Just a couple of days ago.
Yep. 11th of September, I think it was. Yorkshire last week.
End of Jack Leach's over. Figures, well, still enviable. 16 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 25.
Oh, that's another nice message. I think Chill Newton is a Hampshire fan. But he says, given I have a little scrumpy blood in my veins from my granddad, I'll take solace from a Hampshire defeat here if it means that Somerset win the championship. Wow. So a Hampshire fan, happy for Hampshire to go down, perhaps, if it means Somerset could win the championship. Well, that's a nice touch. Shows a love for Somerset as a second county.
Certainly does. And I'm sure there are many other examples of that as Vaughan starts a new over. It's off the outside edge.
Oh, I think there's a single again. I don't think they're running particularly. You know when a team are not down and out, but when a team is struggling for confidence and they're at the towards the bottom of the table, they just don't take the singles that are there. You saw the Aldridge and Overton partnership. The runs they were taking this morning.
Yeah, it's a confidence thing,
It
isn't
is,
it?
massively. And further nice messages. Gordon Avery says, excellent letter. Something we really take for granted. The stream and live chat are the best on the county circuit. And I won't say who he says his favourites are, because that would be selective. People supporting a late title charge from Somerset.
A little bit of rain in the offing, potentially. Let's hope it stays north of us.
I don't think it'll affect the pitch too much, do you? Do you think a little bit of rain on the pitch would affect the spin?
They cover it so quickly.
Well, if we play in a little bit of drizzle now, though, do you know what I mean? I don't expect them to come off.
Wristily played away by Sundar. That's
Oh, he's got his hat back, Killer Cadmore.
retrieved from beyond the boundary.
Yeah, I wonder how long his hat stays on for this time.
Before here.
Lovely shot. Not miles away from Ben Green, but the timing there, without much whip or much power from Sundar, just beautiful timing.
Hampshire's 100 comes up.
It gets Hampshire to 100, but it's not really worth mentioning because it doesn't mean anything, I'm afraid. You need 150 more runs, or 149 more runs to get a batting bonus point.
Yeah, but they are already, Harry, 2 runs better than Somerset were at one stage. That 99 for 5 we've been talking about. They've got past that, but my word, they've got it all to do still.
So this is where the Somerset partnership of the match came in. This is Abel and Aldridge now. Can they go and do what Abel and Aldridge did and put on 221? 221, Stephen. Leach then again with 5 catches close round the bat. I like that, the crawling.
Yes.
Don't want to damage.
Along with the oohs and the ahs.
Can't be accused of damaging the pitch. Abel and Goldsworthy, the 2 catches in front of square. The big men of Overton and Aldridge behind.
Yes, it seems to be, it's almost, from what we can see, it's almost encircling the ground, this rain, but we've been lucky a couple of times with this kind of thing over the last couple of days. May we be lucky again? Don't know. We'll find out. Looks a bit autumnal out there at the moment. Some of the trees around the ground beginning to turn. Runs here. Just 1. Could it be a leg by? Yes, it could. David Milne's tap on the knee to indicate. So, left-handed Sundar on strike now. Fresh guard for him.
That's a shame. I just had a message from Graham Aldridge, Casey's dad, who missed his batting this morning. He was working this morning. He's just come in for the afternoon and missed his boy go big. Convert that 149 out overnight into a 180.
That's a pity.
Yeah. Hopefully he'll get to see Casey bowl this afternoon. I do like the thought of the confidence of getting some runs. With 39 overs in and we're not seeing Aldridge or Green.
It's time for a change in the commentary seat. I'm going to vacate, and Pete Trigo's going to come in.
Cheers, Stephen Lamb. Great to have you with us for all 4 days of this match. Stephen's been watching the live stream from yachts across the oceans of the world. Too much across the summer. Great to have him back with us on commentary as we see Josh Thomas is wearing, he basically borrows a different hat. Each time he comes onto the field, he doesn't use his own hat. He used Tom Lamberby's cap earlier, now Cola Cadmore's gone off. So Josh Thomas is trying to keep Cola Cadmore's floppy on his head. The difference between the perm underneath the floppy and the non-perm is not sticking on quite as well in this wind. Josh Thomas is loosening up, but he's not going to be bowling. He might be able to enforce a run out, I suppose. Oh, that's a beauty. Craig Overton has dived, rolled one-handed to his right. A brilliant fielder there. Saved a couple of runs. So I don't think Lewis Gregory would have got there from backward point.
Just dropped short, Harry. What do you think? Oh, I think that's carried. Oh, it's an opportunity there. We've seen Craigo take magnificent catches in the past. Doesn't stick that time. Plenty going on here. Lots of encouragement for the Somerset spinners.
So a half chance off the boot of Washington Sundar. And this, whatever fraction chance you want to call this. Bowled nicely. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good chance, that.
Probably easier than the one off the boot, actually. Easy, I'm not saying it is easy, but easier than the one really low onto the left ankle. He got a big chunk of the right mitt on that, didn't he?
Yeah, I've seen him take better catches than that. He'll be disappointed with that. Craig Overton, Vaughan. A good foil for Jack Leach at the moment, bowling in good partnership here, making it difficult for the Hampshire batters.
The coincidence there that both batters were dropped on one by Craig Overton at slip. Washington Sundar was off Leach, but Overton on 59 for 4, that on 102 for 5. Many other fielders wouldn't have even got to either of them. It's such as the standard of Craig Overton that we're mentioning it.
Well, it would have been handy if he was shorter for that one, as it was a low chance. But he has got great big hands. But a great thing about what's happening at the moment is scoring rates pretty low. There's not many runs going Hampshire's way, so
that would have been another screamer.
Also bodes very well for Somerset trying to force an improbable win this week. That's another one. Looks like it's bat and pad together.
The scrambling dive left-handed.
Oh, just
great
out
effort.
of the reach.
Nearly whacked his helmet into the ground, and not nice.
Yeah, I think Organ in particular just looks like he's dying in a hole a little bit here. He's super defensive, and it doesn't look like his defence is that secure at the moment. Just the single run off of 22 balls, so he's very much in brigadier block mode.
Living a charmed life, as FSM the dog says.
Well, it's like anything when you're under the pump. You need to still have some sort of calculated way to put the bowler under pressure. At the moment, he's just a sitting duck.
Great fielding by Lewis Gregory. What a pickup that is left-handed. He's hurt his wrist in doing so, but that left-handed pickup was absolutely sublime. Looked like it was 4 past him. He couldn't get there with his right hand. Well, he wanted to protect his wrist partly as well. The slide and clean pickup. Could have been a 1 if it's not a 4, but.
Oh, what a delivery that from Jack Leach. An absolute perler around the wicket, drifting away, sharp spin back through the gate. And Washington Sundar has gone for 23. That is an absolute beauty from Jack Leach.
And what a celebration. The Somerset players know how important that wicket could be. The Test all-rounder, the Indian international, didn't quite maybe get his foot there, but his big stride in, that's a beauty.
I mean, the amount that ball has to turn on that angle, that's an incredible delivery from Jack Leach.
The greatest spinner in England at the moment, again with a beauty.
Yeah, the angle from around the wicket, the amount that's got to turn to go through the gate, that's a stunning delivery.
Washington Sundars play very well. Got his foot down low. Tried to lunge forward. Couldn't quite smother that past the sharp turn.
I don't think there's a great deal you can do with
I was
the
just
ball
trying to think
like
what he
that.
can do differently, yeah.
I mean, he's done everything really. I mean, just the angle, the degree of spin that Jack Leach has got from that angle in particular is, it's very hard to play that sort of ball. That's just almost the perfect delivery, an absolute beauty. And Somerset smelling blood now, 102 for 6.
So aggressive all-rounder James Fuller comes in then at number 8. Expect Barker to be 9, and then Abbott at 10, and Eddie Jack 11. The wicket standing in the way of Somerset enforcing the follow-on here yet again. Marching towards a potential surprise September victory, but they still need 14 more wickets. Guess the 100 on Washington's back was more for his bowling than his batting then. I wonder if he chose the 100 on his back. So Somerset went on to be 320 for 6. Hampshire now 102 for 6. Fuller's first ball to Leach then. Oh my word, that needs a concussion check. That was bad. He has nailed that into Tom Abel's head. The concussion check will come straight on. Tom Abel seems to be moving okay. Wow. Wow, he has nailed that first ball.
Lucky he's got that extra bit of padding with that nice new Barnet. He's been growing, but yeah, it's a fearsome blow that. I was just about to say, I expect Fuller to come out quite aggressive watching what he's just witnessed, but yeah, that is that's a nasty blow there.
I can't remember a better full-blooded sweep into short leg than that. Is that Laura the physio who's coming? He's going to have a different helmet. He'll have to have a helmet change. Tom Abel should probably go off for a little while. Bring Josh Thomas on. Or Josh Davey maybe. The only problem here is if, well, I suppose Tom Abel's not going to bowl and Somerset shouldn't have to bat again. Worried that the concussion test might see him out the rest of the game, but what a blow.
Yeah, well, a bit of a concern there, Tom Abel. I mean, depending on how this next 5 minutes goes, that could be the end of his season. I think it's a minimum of 10 days, I believe.
Yeah,
so
next
that
season
would
away
be,
at Essex next week.
That would be the big blow. Hopefully he can recite the months of the year backwards and all the other tests that he's going to have to do.
I'm good at that.
But more importantly, just hope he's okay.
Yeah, I think that's Laura Holmes, that's Somerset physio, taking him off to do the test.
Yeah, I don't think James Fuller is going to bat in the organ mould. He's a very clean striker of the ball, and I think watching what he's watched for the last hour or so, batters trying to block their way out of trouble, you might see a little bit of an up gear here, but again, opportunities will be presented. Leachy 4 for 25. Could this be another home 5 for Leach? Almost feels inevitable.
Yeah, with no short leg in play, that's an easy single. No one's bravely offering to do short leg anymore then. Would Gregory put someone in for organ and not for Fuller, perhaps? Yes, indeed they will. So Lammonby will come across to exactly where Abel was. Gregory into first. Case Sholdridge into a silly extra cover. A forward silly point. Thank God for helmets.
Yes, that would not be a pretty sight if that was a non-helmet back in the 80s, 90s situation.
Firing close might be hard, but he wouldn't take that too well.
That would be not so good. There's the bowling figures there. Gregory and Overton short spells, no wickets, but bowled nicely. But Leach and Vaughan have done the damage. 4 wickets for Leach, 2 for Vaughan.
Ignore that 0.1 for Goldsworthy. He did complete an over. He pulled a hole over. That is a technology mistake. So Vaughan will continue. And we will see a short leg for Fuller. Oh, there we go. He's a yard further back. I don't blame him. I can laugh from up here. But Tom Lammonby is slightly further back than Tom Abel was at the other end. I don't think we'll see Tom Abel back on the field anytime soon. Long on is back in the shape of Tom Cadmore. Oh my word. Tom Lammonby has done well to get out of the way of that one. It's another 4 runs. This time Fuller doesn't smash it into a fielder. Tom Lammonby wants Archie Vaughan to get his area right here. The short drag down is not what you want when you're at short leg. I do not want to be Tom Lammonby in this situation. We get a replay of Tom Lammonby's diving out the way. We talked about James Bond earlier. Tom Lammonby's auditions for James Bond. Well, his little dive, tuck and roll here. Pretty good. We'll try and show you him diving out the way of that ball one more time, because look how dirty his white side. He's done well to avoid that. That's not a replay. That's the next ball defended comfortably enough.
Looks like he's got the sweep in mind. That backlift suggested he was going to play a sweep and then pulled out of it. So James Fuller certainly in something like an aggressive mode. The captain has seen that extravagant backlift and has put an extra fielder out on the boundary. Ben Green has gone out to what us club cricketers would call cow corner. Slightly short delivery there from Archie Vaughan, and well played by James Fuller, just rocking onto the back foot and guiding that past the vacant backward point area.
Exposing the field there, manipulating the field. Good batting, but not great bowling from Archie Vaughan. A little bit short.
Well, it's what happens when you show some intent. You know, he's only been out there 6 balls, but he's making the opposition captain think. The bowlers are trying to second guess what he's going to do. So, yeah, I mean, it certainly felt like the innings from a Hampshire point of view needed a little bit of a change of momentum. Fuller really is kind of the perfect cricketer for that. A hard-hitting, lower-order all-rounder. Can strike a very, very clean ball when he gets going.
Yeah, pretty spread field now on Nelson, 111 for 6. Nelson is not going to strike. He's placed that in between Jack Leach and Ben Green. Jack Leach has a lovely little fumble, but they're only going to run 1-1.
That would have been ironic. Jack Leach getting done by the spin.
Here we go. Look at this. I want to see Tom Lammonby ducking for cover again. Thanks to Director Ben for another replay of this. Oh, how close is that to his kneecap? Because he's dived out the way, that almost could have hit the side of his kneecap and actually missed the padding. He's done well to get out of the way of that. Should shout out Archie Starkey, who's left us, but Alex, who's with us for his last home game. The 2 Somerset interns have been brilliant on the cameras this summer. Thank you very much for their contributions to the stream. The unheralded don't always get the plaudits. The guys are following the ball around the ground, in the air, along the ground. He's got away with that one. Big time. The sweep has been a shot James Fuller's played very well over the years. This one is a bonus 4 runs. Right over Craig Overton's head.
Yeah, well, he's making something happen, James Fuller. He's peeled off a couple of boundaries already. He's made the fielders around the bat certainly a little bit more nervous. He's got away with that little top edge there, but he's definitely making an impact. don't think Leachy will be that perturbed by what's going on. He'll just keep landing it on that spot, giving it a spin.
Kelly Cadmore's just fighting with his floppy hat on the side of the pitch again, trying to come back on. Relieve Josh Davey or Josh Thomas of their 12th fielding stint. Oh, he's nailed this sweep. That's a beautiful shot from James Fuller, one of the best actually. We've not seen that many nailed hard sweeps in front of square for 4. Josh Thomas, I think that is, clambering into Trade Nation stand because it kicked up off the rope, over the advertising hoardings, into the vacant. Not quite sure why the temporary stand's still here. They pay for it for the quarter-final after the one they cut. I guess maybe they're waiting until the end of the season after tomorrow to get the people in to pack it away. But yeah, the temporary Trade Nation stand is empty today, other than Josh Thomas fetching the ball. Curly Campbell back on the field now is going to go to a square leg. Gregory to a deep mid wicket and Josh Thomas to a backwards square leg. They know he's going to sweep and he plays it well, so they may as well put 3 men out on that shot. Good cricket to take the one with all the men out on the rope.
Yeah, much quicker delivery there from Jack Leach, so Fuller just making the bowler think a little bit. He's not going to give him an easy ride here, James Fuller. Organ has been much more defensive in his approach, only a single run off of his 23 balls. Maybe he's trying to emulate Leachy's Headingley exploits and get the longest one not out ever. End of the Jack Leach over. 121 for 6, 43 overs gone, thanks to WPA Healthcare for their continued support here at Somerset County Cricket Club.
Craig Overton just gesticulating to Lewis Gregory, his captain at mid-off, about a potential field change. We're going to see the one slip in place. You say the aggressive intent from Fuller. That back lift, he's going to get a back foot punch for 4. Case Aldridge can't catch that. You're right, it's probably been the best knock so far. 29 for Albert, who showed a bit of intent. 21 for Brown, who dug in. But Fuller's probably looking the most aggressive of all of them. 23. Just playing with that positive intent, moving the field around and getting Archie Vaughan off his line and length that he wants to bowl. No, we probably should have stopped that. Trickling at a couple of miles an hour past his right foot. Felix Organ doing a great job for his team there, just hanging in there. That's all they need. So many overs left in this game. Hampshire just need to bat and bat and bat, and they've got completely contrasting styles of doing so. Fuller will take the attack. He thinks his attack is the best form of defence, while Felix Organ will just hang in there. Sunglasses underneath the helmet for Casey Aldridge, yet. Silly extra cover. Oh no, wait. He's going to put his box in. It's not sunglasses. Well, fielded by Ben Green, getting round for mid-on. That's the soft hands defensive technique. Fix Organ's going to be pretty good and happy playing. Nullifying the spin, not allowing a catch around. Lammonby went into crouch position ready for the full-blooded pull shot, but Organ instead just punches off the back foot with a straight bat for 2. Didn't know there was going to be 2 there, actually. It was a good call from Fuller to tell his mate there's an easy second. So Archie Vaughan's bowled 18 overs. I wonder if they might think about a seamer alongside Jack Leach now, just for a change in attack. Could maybe go to Lewis Goldsworthy. I wouldn't mind seeing Ben Green or Casey Aldridge have a bowl.
Yeah, I know he's had some success getting Sundar out. I'd also like to see maybe Jack Leach go back to his preferred end.
Yeah.
Felt like there was a little bit more spin from straight on offer from that side of the wicket. Leachy is persevering from the Trescothic stand end. He's 4 for 35 at the moment. James Fuller's changed the momentum somewhat. He's raced on to 24 off of just 15 deliveries, and he keeps looking over his shoulder to that short boundary, so certainly has eyes for that side of the ground. Good sweeper of the ball.
Another man coming from the offside to the on. So there'll be 4 leg side fielders now. 3 on the sweep, on the boundary, and Vaughan pretty orthodox mid-on. Despite the spin going away from the right-hander, Fuller's going to be targeting the leg side. So Leach throws it really wide of the off stump.
Oh, Lammonby's extra cover at the moment. He's kept his helmet on, which seems like it will be sort of, I suppose, time effective when he will go into. How was that? That's out, yeah. Looked pretty good. Maybe a hint of on the off stump side of things, but first impressions, that's pretty straight. And a 5 for another 5 wicket haul for Jack Leach. 5 for 35.
Live by the
sense
sword.
that Fuller's sweeping. If I was Somerset's captain, I wouldn't be completely discouraging it, because if you miss one, you're in trouble.
Yeah, live by the sword, die by the sword. James Fuller got away with quite a few of them at a top edge.
Oh yeah, that's salmon, that one, Harry.
Paul Tweddle's giving that out from the back of the box. Yeah, what? He's not really about that either, is he? I'm not quite sure what his complaints are.
Yeah, there's not much to complain about that. That's going on to hit somewhere around the middle stump region, which is quite out.
Head was into the ball. Technique's good, he's just missed it. Another great 5 for Jack Leach. I mean, you can't really get a bad 5 for 35. And Keith Barker, another left-hander in this Hampshire lineup. He's walking so slowly to the middle. Sophie Luff was giving him stick for his chase into the boundary yesterday. He's trying to do a few warm-ups. Not played much cricket the last couple of years. But here he is, that former Warwickshire man. Former professional footballer. Feels like you have to mention every time he comes into action.
He's a big old lad, is Keith Barker. Good batter though. He's not shy of a bit of rear guard action. He's scored a couple of first-class hundreds, so very capable. Leach will, I'd imagine, go around the wicket and try and get that sharp spinning delivery as he did bowl to Sundar.
Talk for the next 4 balls, and then we will get Somerset fielding coach and Metrobank One Day Cup head coach. I think that's the official title. Paul Tweddle into the attack to talk through another pretty impressive fielding and bowling display from Somerset. We're going to see Lewis Gregory come up. Well, they don't need any out on the boundary on the left-hand side of the screen or the right-hand side of the screen here. Offside or leg side to Keith Barker. They're all going to come up in the ring. to his first ball. Put a bit of pressure on the new bat. Bit of a ring field.
Wonder if Barks will play some shots as Fuller was. I mean, I don't think the healthy scenario for Hampshire is batters just trying to survive, as a number of batters have fallen doing as such. There was a moment where James Fuller in his 24 started to unsettle the bowlers slightly. There's enough good deliveries out there. Goes for the reverse sweep straight away. Oh, that's got to be close, maybe just outside the line.
You didn't hear that, Cheeks, did you? Oh, as he walked in, Twed said he's going to play reverse sweep first ball.
He's the man that is in the know. Yeah, just outside the line there. Not quite doing enough, but very high risk. And
he's not got very low down on it,
well,
is he?
Barks has played that from a very upright position, let's say. The old flexibility is not what it used to be. Yeah, but again, a little bit of a sign that maybe there's been a conversation up on the balcony to not die in a hole, play some shots. At 2 runs and over, it's going to take them an eternity to get anywhere near saving this follow-on. So they've got to be somewhat aggressive and put the bowlers under pressure. Lucci's got it on a piece of string at the moment.
A bit more like the middle of the bat there from Barker. Good bit of fielding from Vaughan to save 4 there. Gregory's going to come into that particular zone, that short mid-wicket where that previous ball went. Still the 2 points on the reverse sweep. Great fielding from Craig Overton. 1 and 1 bounce is not a wicket, but a cracking stop to save 4. 1 and over from Jack Leach. I'm going to make way and bring Paul Spade into the attack.
Yeah, cheers, Harry. Yeah, Jack Leach is looking very threatening here, and you imagine over the next 4.5 sessions, it's only going to become more helpful to Jack Leach. So Somerset have forged themselves into a really strong position here in the game. 454 on the board after being 99 for 5, a remarkable turnaround, and now 128 for 7. And Jack Leach on fire. Welcome to the commentary box, Paul Nostradamus Tweddle. You know, we're expecting a lot of predictions that come true from you, my man.
Yeah, hopefully so. Seen a lot of Barks bat in these situations on spinning wickets and things like that. He normally goes to reverse sweep quite early on, so that was a fairly calculated one from me.
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite the challenge. Obviously, there's spin and a high quality spin bowler, or 2 high quality spin bowlers, 1 world class, you'd say. I don't think the way to play it is to be in survival mode completely. You've got to find a sort of relatively low risk shot just to put the bowler under a little bit of pressure, because if you allow these 2 just to bowl at you, I think there's always going to be a ball with your name on it.
I agree. I think from the perspective of, we were talking about this yesterday, reverse sweep, I think is, you know, it's been labelled with white ball cricket, but actually gives you loads of options in red ball cricket to be able to manipulate field and be harder to bowl out, especially when it's spinning. So I see a lot more people go to that to try and mitigate any spin.
Yeah, it's one of those shots in the game. I think it's great when you play it well, and it's always like you hear the sort of crowds groan when you get out. I mean, the Gubbins dismissal is that hyper example. He played 1 for 4 beautifully, played a conventional one beautifully, and then played another one. It was a full toss and just helped it round the corner straight to the hands of Archie Vaughan, and you kind of end up looking a little bit silly. But yeah, I don't think there's a situation where Hampshire can go completely negative here. Morgan, a couple of balls ago, used the depth of the crease well, executed that nice back foot drive through the covers for 4. But I mean, it's almost dreamland, isn't it, Tweds, really, considering that many overs were lost. And in the grand scheme of things, the way that Somerset have played, with the speed they got their total and the speed they've got these 7 wickets, it's kind of mitigated losing that day 1 in reality. You know, if Somerset can close this innings out at relative speed, they're going to have somewhere in the region of 100, 110 overs to take another 10 wickets, which is a great position to be in.
Yeah, I think in 4-day cricket, you're always trying to add time into the game. I think something that England have shown over the last few years is that, you know, what's potentially possible when you do add time into the game. the way you bat and with the intent that you play the game. Should situations arise like this, you do get a little second chance, even when you do lose some time for rain.
Oh yeah, a couple of years ago, they weren't selling day 5 test match tickets too well, were they?
No.
Yeah, the game's moving at a pace, and it is here at Taunton. There is a little bit of weather around over this week. I think tomorrow it's meant to be quite fair, but there's a few gloomy clouds around. Well, I don't think Barks can be fully confident with leaving balls on that line. The ball that spun back and hit Sundar's middle stump was wider than that.
I'd be surprised if he didn't go to reverse again here. Even with those 2 men there, I just can't see him popping forward for very long. Or maybe through mid-wicket. But it's shut down in both areas, so good from Gregory. Very underrated at times, I think. Goes under the radar as a captain. Oh.
A little bit of an aggressive shot there over the top, not timed by Barker. Just a little bit out of reach for Goldsworthy there. No, I agree, but I think there's plenty of narrative around Lewis Gregory being a very, very shrewd captain. You know, he gets all the plaudits of one-day cricket, but he just has a knack, and I think it's kind of been brought from his one-day captaincy. He has a good eye for a way someone plays and matching it to a bowler that he's got in his armoury, and he seems to make a lot of very good decisions. And I think with the relationships that he has with his players, you know, when a bowler says they fancy it, he backs them as well, and I think that's a big element. Yeah, he brings a lot to the table, Lewis Gregory, even with one hand.
Yeah, I think
his bottom hand's obviously sore from those 6s he was whopping into the stands at finals day on Saturday.
Yeah, you wouldn't have seen a more chuffed man with those 6s as well. He loves to hit a good bomb. As does Barks, as it seems.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Keith Barker down the wicket. A nice strong shot over mid-off for 6. Yeah, I think Keith Barker hasn't played a great deal of cricket this summer. He's bowled plenty of overs in the game, so I think he'll be in that sort of mindset to chance his arm and play with some freedom.
Oh, new balls.
I don't think Somerset will be that discouraged by the batters playing some shots. You'll always get a chance. One just needs to grip into the surface, spin a little bit.
Where is Craig going here? With that
Looks
bat?
like we've
No, he's put it back.
potentially lost a ball. No, it's been found. I think Craigo was going to scoop it out with Organ's bat. It's very trusting of the batsman to give Craigo the bat. Oh, another big shot from Keith Barker. 4 runs this time. Some aggressive cricket being played. Taking on the lead from Fuller. Both the bowlers probably a little bit fed up with the state of the game, watching the batters get out, sort of being very defensive, and have decided to give it a bit of a nudge.
Yeah, you definitely sense that. It gives you a little bit of extra options. If you can put a little bit of pressure back, you might get the odd loose ball or an opportunity to score, ticks the scoreboard over, gets you ever closer to that follow-on score as well. So you can see with the lower order, we're always going to come in and play some shots.
Yeah, so Tweds, we were talking earlier about fielding, and I think it was maybe someone trying to pick up and throw with the wrong hand came in, and I did mention that you was the fielding coach. No stone unturned with the way that you go about your business. You could do the standardised group sessions, but one-to-ones where you're, I'm assuming, trying to explore new skills and find out what people can and can't do. Just expand on that for me.
Yeah, I guess from my point of view, the idea is that you're going to try and invest in developing people, not just from a bat and bowl point of view, but from a overall skill point of view. So you're going to look at their fielding and specialist positions and being able to add some new skills and some new development to their games. So I'd like to think it's a good way of looking at it, to be able to think actually, rather than just talk about fielding as a group, is actually we can develop skill individually, and then hopefully we'll see the returns of that on the field. That's the end game, I think. And also we're offering support, so we're not just demanding higher standards. We're actually trying to help that process move along as well.
They're always bringing a bit of ingenuity to the fielding sessions, and I think there was an era, certainly an era that I started in, where the attitude was, it's fielding. Everyone loved to bat and bowl and have the net and all that kind of stuff, and then it was like, right, come on, short and sharp fielding. That's very much a change of attitude now, and I think for all those supporters out there and watchers of cricket, I mean, one thing that always blows my mind are the catches on the boundary where they've got to throw the ball up, dive, land, get up, and they pop the ball up in the air. I mean, that's fantastic. And something you guys practice a lot.
Yeah, I'd say most games now you're going to get people that are, doing that solely. I think high catching in particular has become such a standardised skill that actually you're looking to overload that as much as you can, as many times as you can. And most of the guys before games will only be looking for boundary catches. They're not going to be looking for simple regulation catches, because it's become the norm now. So you're looking to find ways of stretching them, I guess, and that's one of them.
Another aggressive shot there from Barker, a couple of paces down the wicket and against the spin through mid-wicket. So posing a bit of a challenge here, the big strong frame of Keith Barker. 145 for 7 now, 149 for 7 with that boundary. Yeah, I know we always used to laugh about it. You remember that piece of green mat you brought in? For those little story, ladies and gents, the indoor school is a concrete surface. You can't really dive on it safely. So Tweds went down the local supermarket, went to the local greengrocer and got this bit of AstroTurf. And it was when you dive, it was the sharpest bit of AstroTurf I've ever seen, and I was like, I think I was the guinea pig. I ended up with half my knees and elbows missing. Tweds going, God, Trees, you big wimp, and all that kind of stuff. That was good fun.
That does sound right.
Do we still have that?
Yeah, we still got
that.
That's
my version of the story.
Yeah, I think the AstroTurf from the greengrocer is probably a bit of a stretch. It's actually quite a high-end piece of grass that people would, get in their back lawns. I think it was more
made by the Peaky Blinders. There were razor blades in it.
I think if you're trying to dive on it like you're trying to dive off a diving board into a pool or something like that, it's probably always going to end up wrong.
You saying you didn't appreciate my swan dives, Tweds? Is that what you're trying to say?
I didn't appreciate. I think most of the time it was 2 steps left, 2 steps right, and then dive, just in case there was a camera nearby. So that was just Standard. I think one of the innovations, I guess, you're trying to bring to the table to make sure that we only get kind of 5 months really where you're going to have some significant amount of practice outdoors, and I think we have to use indoors as much as we can, and fielding is one of those that makes it really challenging indoors. So something like that, with the exception of yourself, has generally gone down pretty well to be able to have that opportunity to dive and roll and kind of skill develop as you can do in the winter when the weather's not so great.
Well, actually, is something. Has that missed the stumps over the top of the stumps there from Jack Leach? A reverse sweep from the upright position. It's hit him. Is that hit him on the backside? That's missed by a whisker. Not quite sure how that's missed.
Always challenging from a keeping point of view. I think James Rew, again, he's young in his career, but he's had some really experiences of being able to stand up to the stumps to world-class spin on some wickets that have spun at times, and that he's often shown that he's got that.
Missed time, but enough to go over the floating mid-off Lewis Gregory for 4.
Yeah, I think he's acquitted himself brilliantly. I think one of the things that you can say about keepers as well is that they potentially go unnoticed, and that's probably a sign that they're doing things pretty well. For someone still relatively young in their career, it's a great starting point to be able to learn from, and to be able to keep to a world-class spinner is always fun.
Yeah, I'd imagine it as a keeper. Oh, he's missed one. Eventually, hits the stumps. I don't think that had great legs, the way that he was trying to play that reverse sweep, Keith Barker, in that stood-up position. And Leachy squeezes it through. 6-for Leachy. He's gone for a few runs over the last couple of overs, but he will care not. Very upright. His bat swing coming from high to low, so not really offering the bat in that classic sort of sweep position. Straight through the lot. If it wasn't hitting the stumps, it was going to hit the pads, and he'd have been out anyway. So good stuff from Jack Leach.
Yeah, bowled beautifully. I think 6 for 50 odd as well. Like, he's going to go for some runs. People play aggressively, but even to still be in a position where they've got a long way still to go to the follow on, you can afford that bit more attacking fields.
Well, I'm not sure what the Trade Nation win predictor is saying at the moment. It was at 11% when Hampshire were 2 down. I thought that was quite miserly considering the amount of time left and the nature of the pitch. I wonder what our little gremlin's saying now. I'm thinking maybe somewhere in the 60% region, because there's a lot of time left in this game. Somerset definitely favourites, and I would just say that a Somerset win, if the rain stays away, is probably the more likely scenario.
With spin on as well, you also get a lot more overs in as well during those time periods as well. So even if you get limited on time, you maximising it because you got a lot of balls bowled in that time.
Yeah, the over rate already 4 up as well. So you think across the day's play tomorrow, Somerset might be able to bowl somewhere in the region of 98, 100 overs, get a bit of extra time to try and take these 12 wickets that are remaining. Vaughan to Organ. He seems very content in being a bit more on the defensive side. He's 10 off of 44 balls. Yeah, with the indoor stuff and bringing the crash mats in, and I suppose you take it for granted, depending on what your upbringing was. Being a goalkeeper myself, you think that sort of diving comes quite naturally, but there's actually quite a technique to dive safely. You get a lot of guys that aren't very technically good at contacting the ground, diving, rolling, as you say, dislocate shoulders and all that kind of stuff. It happens more often than you think. So is that something that you've got mindful in terms of like being able to dive in a manner where you're going to protect your body, tuck and roll?
Yeah, for sure. I think the expectation is that you do dive for balls now, and I think not just from a top end fielding perspective, you're looking for the ability to be able to get to every ball, but you're also trying to give certain types of players, an opportunity to have at least one dive that they can be confident in that's going to protect their bodies. So when they do need it, they're going to be able to bounce back up, and if they're bowling a lot of overs, etc., and they start to get sore and stiff, they can still hit the ground relatively safely and protect their bodies in the meantime as well, because it's so frustrating to be able to be fit and be ready to go, and not and dealing with the demands of cricket really well, and then do something shoulder wise that maybe could have been mitigated if you had a better technique or you're in a bit better position. So I think given an opportunity to do that is integral, and it's such an open skill, diving. It's something that the guys that you can see, the people that have played contact sports when they're growing up, they played football or they played rugby or whatever it is.
Footballers definitely know how to dive, even if they're outfielders. It's probably the main skill.
Yeah. So I think they're just used to making contact with the ground. They're used to sliding. They're used to the impact element of it. So those that aren't, you're trying to give them that as soon as possible, because it's a massive confidence thing, and you become a absolute must-have in your fielding unit. If you've got ability to slide and dive and roll and do all of those things, you become so much more of a threat in the field.
Yeah, well, it's put paid to the end of Casey Aldridge's magnificent 180, brilliant piece of fielding, direct it. And if you think, Somerset trying to get 20 wickets, if you can get 2 run-outs, a couple of diving catches in there, it does make a massive difference to context of a game. And Tweds, assistant coach, and I know this Somerset environment, everyone mucks in and helps each other out. But last couple of years, stepping up to head coach the Metro Bank stuff, which is a key position in the club with the young cricketers that we have coming through, and 6 runs there from Kyle Abbott. First ball dancing down the wicket. I think the bowlers are trying to send a little message to the batters of this is how you do it.
100%. That's it.
Yeah. So it's a really key role, isn't it? Bedding in to first team cricket, your Thomas Roos of this world, Josh Thomas, all those lads that you're trying to bring through to, ultimately replace 4 very good cricketers that Somerset will be losing this winter.
Yeah, look, I've loved it. The last 5 years has been amazing journey to go on, going from a position of trying to compete and you're trying to be strong with sides that we were putting out, where we were losing a lot of people to the 100. Still have a lot of confidence in the teams we were putting out, but results didn't tend to go our way at that point.
Kyle Abbott on the charge again. Crack of the willow, slapping it down the ground. So it's pretty clear that Kyle Abbott's going to be quite aggressive. 2 balls, 2 sixes.
So I think that's the main part of it. It's the journey that these guys have gone on. They've been in a position where we've actually been able to develop them and move them into a place where they're hopefully more ready than they potentially were before to step up. And the journey those guys have been on has been unbelievable. It's been so amazing to see, not just from a results point of view, but from a character and from a delivery of skill point of view. That's been the most pleasing part of it, I think. And also from a fanship point of view, like the way that the members here and the fans here have got behind that group, like to see 6,500 people turning up to watch 50 over cricket here in the height of the summer is amazing. It's something I think we should be really proud of as a club, that we were able to put on such an amazing kind of production for them, with the days that we've had here, the festivals of different types. It's really made the summer, and I know the guys really appreciate the amount of support that they get subsequently.
Yeah, it was a great feel here for that Metro Bank series, and I know the supporters would probably equally thank the players, because starved of cricket here at Taunton in those times, and they were certainly great days. I actually think it's been it's been a great thing. One of my concerns was the back end of my career that second 11 cricket, the gulf between second 11 cricket and first team cricket over my career seemed to get quite vast. And that Metro Bank, you've got a spattering of very high quality players, unlucky not to get the 100 contracts and all that sort of stuff, and then you're blooding in the young cricket. It's almost like how I remember second team cricket being sort of 10, 15, 20 years ago. And I think that's great for the players' developments, coming up against genuine international cricketers, as well as lads in their own position in different parts of the country. So it's brilliant, and Somerset had a pretty tidy run getting to the semi-finals.
Yeah, I think that the thing that people have realised as we've gone through it, I think, is that they've actually, the standard and quality of the competition has just gone from strength to strength generally across the board, because people have been playing in it and become more and more invested in it, and the standards got higher and higher, and you're seeing genuinely world-class players playing in that format. They might be probably more akin to red ball cricket, but they can still shoot it with the best in 50 over cricket at that point in time, because there are stages of that game that does become a little bit more like championship cricket at times, certainly early on. So the players and the standard that we've come up against has been really good quality, and I think that's what's brought the best out in the competition, and also within the experience, and it gets them closer to what other first team cricket looks like in those other formats.
Yeah, I totally agree. Vaughan to Abbott, who's slowed down his scoring rate. His first dot ball of his innings, he's 13 off 4 balls. I don't think it'll be long before he will blow the bugle and run down the wicket. But it looks like he's just happy to block it around at the moment. 167 for 8. Here, Taunton, a very sort of pensive mood. Feels like the crowd here are sort of expecting a wicket every ball and a little bit nervous, because let's face it, if Somerset can get a win, at least there's something like a mathematical chance of something special happening.
Yeah.
I think it's been fantastic. I think I did mention it earlier. Somerset over a number of years now compete and have success in all three formats, and that's quite the feather in the cap.
100%. Something very, very proud of, I think, is that ability to compete in all forms, and take games down to September. I think that's what we're here to do, is to be in September with meaningful cricket to play in front of us, and that's what the players strive to do, and what everything's really set up to do is to try and make sure you're competing in September for come trophies.
Absolutely.
It does feel like that they're here a bit sometimes, especially when we've got spin on and they're not really sure where the game's going to go. Is it going to be 2 quick wickets and then quick turnaround and you're into them, or is it going to be a bit of a wag of the tail and you're waiting around a little bit? So it does feel a little bit like it's waiting for something to happen here.
Yes, I kind of imagine a lot of the spectators that I can't see up close and personal, but I don't want to blink, don't want to miss anything. Yeah, it's quite an intense feel. Everyone's really studying what's happening, especially when the spinners are on, as you say. Jack Leach has bowled magnificently well and well backed up by Archie Vaughan. He's got a couple of wickets, 6 for Leach. Hasn't been a great deal of seam bowling on show.
Yeah,
they'll always have the opportunity of having fresh seamers to throw the ball to for a quick spell, just to maybe change momentum if need be whenever this second innings starts. But for now, Somerset happy to keep toiling away. And let's face it, Jack Leach is not shy of bowling a long spell, sometimes days long.
Yeah, I think that's actually one of his greatest strengths, to be honest, is that ability, the longevity of his spells, and the metronomic accuracy, as well as the little subtleties that I think maybe sometimes go amiss when people are just thinking that they are just accurate and hits a good areas. A lot goes into that in terms of crease position and ability to be able to take pace off of the ball at times and then put it back on, different seam shapes. There's a lot more subtlety to it, but to be able to do that over sometimes 50, 60 overs and to still maintain that fitness it's a really unique skill, and something that spinners not many around can do.
Yeah, they're on. Yeah, I totally agree. I mentioned yesterday he's one of the spinners that, without being a wrist spinner, he genuinely poses threats on both edges of the bats. He can stand up that seam perfectly and spin the ball away from the bat, but then cant the seam slightly and slide the ball into the pad, especially with this left to right wind, helping the ball drift in towards the right-hander, the changes of pace. Yeah, it's not a fluke. He's got as many wickets as he's got Leachy here at Taunton, and everywhere he goes. Abbott looks like he's just calmed down a little bit for a rare loose delivery there from Jack Leach. Short, wide and put away. Yeah, it's quite a frenetic start from Kyle Abbott. 6s off his first 2 deliveries, but he's looked to sort of just bat since then, but he's not going to miss out on that.
Yeah, it almost looks like Leach might be protecting the short boundary a little bit, trying to get him to hit into the spin from wider. But on that occasion, he's played it nicely and waited and scored through the offside.
What's the general sort of? Give us a little bit of insider info. After Saturday, I'm sure thoroughly deserved celebrations. What was the general feeling, flipping that switch to the more attritional side of things, especially the way Hampshire started their innings? They were on top in that first session. Just give us the insider track on how the dressing room was. Massive highs to then a session where it doesn't go your way.
I think a real feature of Lewis, I think, as well as Jace as leaders, is that they're very calm individuals. So you're trying to keep on this level the whole time. So even though you do have a massive high on Saturday, you're trying to turn up to this game and stick to, you know, what you would have done previously had that not existed. And you're in a position where you're trying to, I guess, stay calm and stay doing what you've been doing previously. And even when those wickets are falling, the mood in the change room is, and it's a bit boring to say, but it is relatively calm, because that's what they do, and that's for the sort of personalities we have. We've got an amazing group of guys from different, reacts differently to wickets and react differently in the change room. Some people are giving energy, telling jokes. Some guys are, you know, a bit more intentful on the game, and that balance enables you to be able to, you know, really ride out any sort of peaks and troughs that you get through the season. But I think in terms of switching on to this, I think the group are a very professional group of guys, and they know that they've got a job to do, and they've got a sniff of doing something special still, you know. So no matter how slim that is, there's still a chance, and when there's a chance, then you'll see the best from this group.
Yeah, I mean, the hyper example of their calmness, I think, in particular, well, the last 3 games of the T20 Blast series, the quarter-final here, you know, you kind of got to say, a poor shot there by Organ, straight up in the air. He's battened down the hatches. He's tried to hit that long hop from Vaughan. He's got it horribly wrong at the top edge. That brings another wicket to Archie Vaughan, who's deserved that. 3 now for Archie Vaughan to go with Leach's 6. Sometimes the most difficult thing is when you're in the survival mode. You get the rank long hop and your bat swings just nowhere. He's tried to muscle that over the infield and got nothing of it. Straight up in the air, and a great breakthrough there for Somerset. 9 down for 172.
Happens so much, doesn't it? You feel like that sort of innings is so attritional, and then you get that ball.
Yeah.
You want to.
I think if he's just batting in his natural fashion, he puts that away. You know, 10 times out of 10, it's just, you know, it's the classic dig yourself a hole kind of situation, isn't it? I feel for the lad because he's, you know, trying to do the right thing for the team in a tough situation. But yeah, I think, well, 99 times out of 100, he's, you know, you're picking that out of the old Somerset stand. But yeah, no backlift and in block mode, got it all wrong in that follow through. 9 down, and Somerset have a real opportunity here. I wonder if the team are listening to me, or have they fallen asleep? Do we have a Trade Nation win predictor number? I want to see it north of 50%, or I'm going to be grumpy. Apparently it's not been kind to us. That's disappointing. But yeah, the hyper example of the calmness is that, yeah, there's run chase. You always got a sense like, why were we surprised that Dixon did what he did? And the Cola Cadmore innings in the semi-final and the bowling performance to close out the game, I think you see examples of probably what you've articulated there about the dressing room vibe, that the lads are just cool, calm, back themselves. And I mean, they got in, you know, those last 3 games, let's face it, I think most teams out there would have probably been on the other side of the result, and Somerset just managed to get that win. So awesome stuff from all of you involved.
Yes, one thing's calmness, but also you've got a lot of history of success as well within the format, which lends yourself to some form of backing from everyone from 1 to 11. So when you've got that and calmness, you become, you know, very, very hard to beat from any situation, because there's someone somewhere that can remember a time when so-and-so did get us out of a hole, or, you know, bowled an unbelievable spell at the death. So people are going, oh no, they're the guys that will do it. We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Yeah, I tried to think about it the other day. I think since, was it 2002 when 2020 first started, and I'm sure someone knows this, but I think in that whole 23 years now, I would imagine total wins against games. I'm very surprised if Somerset weren't in the top 2.
Yeah.
Because group stage, you know, every 2020 game played. I mean, we had our issues with finals in one particular era. Don't mind admitting that. But in terms of the volume of games we play, you know, play 14 a year, we'd probably win 9, 10, 11 of them. Just the really important one we used to lose. But luckily the club have got over that.
Yeah, they're always significantly painful. I think that's what makes those days particularly special, because you realise how hard it is actually to win. No, it doesn't matter you being the best team in the competition or winning the most games or anything. It comes down to...
It's just it's a game of moments when you get, especially when you get to finals and it's all on the line. You know, whatever you've done before doesn't really count, does it? You know that I think almost the underdog becomes empowered in those situations where you have a free swing of it, and the form team feels almost under pressure. They should win, and it's quite a difficult emotion to handle that. But you know, Somerset are managing that very well. 1 wicket to get to close out this first innings, 172 for 9, trailing by 282. And a big swing of the bat. Didn't sound like it came out the middle. It was right off the end. Casey Aldridge does one of those catches we were just talking about. And that is the end of the innings. That came off the toe end. It looked like he was swinging a table leg there. It sounded terrible off the blade. Happy days, Tweds.
Happy days. I'd love it when Nick hit it to Casey, to be honest. So it was very relaxed when he's catching that. I think he might put a bit of extra mayo on that one, though, so just have to check that.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. That was the Trigo version of that very easy catch that
Couldn't
you made
have said it
look
better
good.
myself. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Well, thanks for that, Tweds, and we appreciate you coming up here, mate. Great insight from inside the ropes, and all the work the lads put in particular on their fielding, and those younger players here in that Metro Bank as we see the replay. Oh yeah, he's definitely added a bit of tax on that, Casey Aldridge, but after his 180, who would blame him? There's almost no doubt as Jack Leach walks off with his 7 for 69 that Somerset will be enforcing the follow-on. We will be back with you in about 10 minutes' time.
Confirmation that Somerset have enforced the follow-on. And that is also tea on day 3. The tea interval will be 20 minutes long.
Just to let you know, we've elected a female pope.
Somerset currently lead by 282 runs. The Somerset Cricket Museum is open during this tea interval. Entry is free and it's situated behind me on Darchi Pavilion.
You're sat over there in front of the mailbox.
If you're filling out your scorecard for this match, here is the Hampshire batting card. Ali Orr was bowled by Jack Leach for 8 runs off 24 balls. Fletcher Middleton was bowled by Jack Leach for 14 runs off 32 balls. Nick Gubbins was caught by Archie Vaughan off the bowling of Jack Leach for 5 runs off 5 balls. Toby Albert was caught and bowled by Archie Vaughan for 29 runs off 27 balls. Ben Brown was bowled by Archie Vaughan for 21 runs off 78 balls. Washington Sundar was bowled by Jack Leach for 23 runs off 54 balls. Felix Organ was caught by Jack Leach off the bowling of Archie Vaughan for 10 runs off 57 balls. James Fuller was LBW off the bowling of Jack Leach for 24 runs off 17 balls. Keith Barker was bowled by Jack Leach for 19 runs off 14 balls. Kyle Abbott was caught by Casey Aldridge off the bowling of Jack Leach for 18 runs off 15 balls. Eddie Jack was unbeaten without scoring off 4 deliveries. There was just one extra in the innings, which was a leg bye. Bowling figures for Somerset: Lewis Gregory, 4 overs for 13 runs. Craig Overton, 2 overs for 6 runs. Jack Leach, a season's best 24.3 overs, 9 maidens, 7 wickets for 69 runs. Archie Vaughan, 23 overs, 5 maidens, 3 wickets for 79 runs. And Lewis Goldsworthy, 1 over for 4 runs. And let's bring you up to date with scores from around the country. We'll start with the first T20 international between Ireland and England at Malahide. England won the toss, elected to field first. Ireland made 196 for 3 from their 20 overs. England are 56 without loss in the 4th over. They need 141 runs to win in 101 balls. Moving into Division 1 in the Rothesay County Championship. There's been no play possible in the match at Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Essex. And no play on day 3. Essex 325 for 5 in their first innings. Up to Chester-le-Street. Worcestershire still batting in their first innings, 422 for 6. But after not managing to get a third batting bonus point in time, Worcestershire, barring any unexpected points deductions, have been relegated from Division 1 today. At home, Sussex taking on Yorkshire. Yorkshire made 194 in their first innings. Sussex are 220 for 7 in their first innings, leading by 26 runs, with 3 first innings wickets remaining. It's tea in the top of the table clash at the Kia Oval, where Surrey have been set 315 runs to beat Nottinghamshire. Surrey, in their second innings, are 66 without loss, needing a further 249 runs for victory. Moving into Division 2, where at Emirates Old Trafford, a heavily rain-affected game, but Middlesex have been bowled out by Lancashire for 211 runs after 50.4 overs. Lancashire will start their first innings shortly. There's rain at Bristol, where Gloucestershire are 158 for 5 in their first innings, still trailing Northamptonshire by 48 runs, with 5 first innings wickets remaining. At Derby, they've seen no play on day 3 due to rain, with Derbyshire 17 without loss after 5 overs, responding to Glamorgan's 259. And it's the same story at Leicester as well, where rain has washed out the entire day's play. Kent 17 without loss in that first innings, responding to Leicestershire's 459 for 7 declared. You are up to date with scores from around the country. Please welcome back match umpires Ben Debenham and David Mills. Once again, we'd like to thank our match sponsor, WPA Health Insurance, a local business.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground with the news, unsurprising news really, that Somerset have enforced the follow-on. Hampshire bowled out 282 runs behind that Somerset first innings total of 454. And it's always really been clear after losing the first day, the only way that Somerset can win this game is by enforcing, which is exactly what they've done. So 37 overs remaining. They've taken a slightly early tee, and 2 umpires already out there. You can see Somerset are all ready to go, as indeed are the Hampshire batters. Just pausing for a moment on the boundary edge.
A little bit late actually, Stephen. They're due to start at 3:41. And they're eventually coming. The Hampshire batters are there. But it's gone 3:41 now on the clock, and both umpires are ready. We should say, did mention briefly before tea, Jack Leach is now level with Carl Abbott as the top wicket takers in Division 1 of the County Championship. Just 1 behind, so they're joint second. With who else but Tom Taylor from Worcestershire. 48 for the season for Jack Leach alongside Carl Abbott. 48 for Tom Taylor. 7 for 69, season best figures for Jack Leach.
And some draffers amongst them.
Oh, well, yeah, we were just talking about that. Washington Sundar got the best. We reckoned Ben Brown was culpable, whilst Gubbins and Albert were inept, was your word, wasn't it, Stephen?
And both the openers got brilliant deliveries.
Yes.
Alior and Fletcher
Yeah.
Middleton.
So we reckon 3 beauties, 1 poor shot, a couple of really poor shots. Bit of a panic sweep from Morgan in the end. Keith Barker reverse sweeping everything was eventually going to be his downfall. So Leach will open the bowling.
It deserves to. He came on in the 5th over in the first innings. Saw just a couple from Craig Overton at that river end, where Leach is going to operate from now. Switched halfway through the innings from river to Trescothick.
Yeah, interesting change of end. So he got the Washington Sundar wicket from this Trescothick Pavilion end, didn't he?
He did.
Whereas I think all of the rest was better generally from his own end. So now it's going to be left arm to left hand. Alior will take first ball. Pretty standard field from Somerset. What will this new ball do? I wonder if he's put any cream on his spinning finger, Jack Leach at tea. Doesn't want to blister up. Have to bowl a few overs tomorrow as well. Somerset can't take 10 wickets in 37 overs tonight.
It's unlikely, isn't it?
No, he's done well to not have any delays for bad light or rain so far today either way. So, Josh Davies on the field, and Josh Thomas is also on the field. So Tom Abel's definitely not on the field as we expected. I thought everyone else would be on. I didn't see Ben Green. What's Ben? Oh, is that Ben Green at short leg? Yeah, Lambie and Green, the 2 catchers in close. Just past Green. Casey Aldridge is not on the field. That's an interesting one. Very good fielder. Surprised to see him off. He took that brilliant last catch. The boundary flick back from Casey Aldridge was sublime. Made it look effortless. Easy catch for Somerset's best fielder. So yeah, Aldridge replaced by Davey, Abel replaced by Josh Thomas in the subfielding standings.
We've been really lucky with the weather today. Been a couple of build-ups of grey cloud. Looked like they were coming our way, but skirting north of us. Looks reasonably promising for the rest of the day.
That's a lovely shot. He's not nailed it. Lewis Goldsworthy's going to chase it. Probably be 2 runs. Quick over the practice wickets, but a good chase by Lewis Goldsworthy. And Alior is off the mark. Jack Leach's last ball slightly over pitched outside off stump. Not a full-blooded cover drive. Not a real flow through. A bit of a pokey punch, but does get 2.
And it is going to be spin opening at both ends. Archie Vaughan has just given his cap to Ben Debenham, who's switched ends, as the umpires do, when both sides have completed their first innings. Rather taller figure of David Milnes walking out to square leg and having a chat with Tom Kohler-Cadmore, head out saying, what a splendid hat you're wearing.
I'm so impressed that it stayed on. The umpires are jealous. They haven't got their Panamas or floppies on today. Both of their peaked caps. They like in Tom Kohler-Cadmore's hat.
So Archie Vaughan then. 3 in the first innings. Can he add to that pile? Burning to the right-handed Fletcher Middleton. Oh, that's well, it was going like a tracer bullet. So he did well to half stop it, really.
Yeah,
It'd be
just through the
harsh to
legs.
call it a misfield.
Nutmegged by Lewis Goldsworthy. Well, yeah. We should have had Paul Tweddle on for that moment. He's got high standards, Lewis Goldsworthy. They will call that a misfield. You know what the standards are like here at Somerset in the field. But you're right, just getting a little fingertip on that. Saved 3 runs.
Brings the left-hander on to strike, which will suit Vaughan. Oh, big appeal here for LBW. That must have been close.
Did it pitch outside leg, Stephen? That's my initial potential reason as not being out.
Possibly height as well.
Yeah,
We'll have another look at
I
it.
don't know how much bounce Archie was going to get. I think that's pitched outside leg. I think that's crashing into 3/4 of the way up leg. Even in the leg. Yeah, the off spinner is the left hand. They're coming round the wicket. Pitch outside leg's a harsh rule for a spinner, you could say, but it's been a rule in cricket for a long time. It's silly extra cover. Tom Lammonby goes round the corner to second slip. Square leg just coming in front of square. That's Jack Leach. Oh no, just 2 yards further towards square. No. A lot of tinkering with the field. They now want Leach over to backward point, Kohler-Cadmore into second slip, and Lammonby into silly point. And Rouge is doing some stretches, keeping his muscles loose. Keeping for a while. Keeping for a while is not the issue, Stephen, but standing up to spin must take it out of you.
It's a lot of bending and stretching.
Yeah, a lot of squats, isn't it? Was it last week we were talking about Antonio in the live chat was having to do a squat for every time Johnny Fairstay was down taking a ball?
So Hampshire need to bat for a day plus 36 overs, 35 now, because that's the last ball of Archie Vaughan's first of the innings. Just the 1 run off it. It's a long way to go. Somerset will be fancying their chances. Our sponsors of this live stream, WPA Health Insurance. Our thanks as ever to them, making it all possible. They've been doing that for a number of seasons now. Men all around the bat for Fletcher Middleton as Jack Leach starts again.
Must be pretty exhausting for Rouge and Leach. Bold, keep, repeat. Keep concentrating.
aggression here. Oh, that's should really have cut that off.
That
DKC.
fatigue setting in. I can't remember many midfields, and there's been 2 in the first 2 overs. You say that's an easy one from Colin Cadmore. Improved massively as a fielder in his time with Somerset, but that's a poor one. Didn't quite get down. Bit of the Keith Barker hamstrings there, was it? And shown on the live stream so everyone can see his midfield. Ruining Jack Leach's figures early in the second innings.
Produces a beauty to follow it up as well. Just the best response possible. Turn and bounce. And encouragement for Jack Leach. Doesn't often get the opportunity to bowl with a new ball. Played late and well by Middleton.
I don't think off the top of my head I can remember him opening the bowling this year, actually. It was a September trick last year. I reckon against Surrey here he opened the bowling. That famous game. I'm calling that the most famous game in Somerset's history, Stephen. You and I can be biased and say, have we been on comms for it? We certainly agree.
It was just such a shame, wasn't it, that they couldn't follow up at Old Trafford in the next one.
Yeah, I went up for that one as well. That was a painful few days. Luke Wells was a player I rate pretty highly. Opened the batting, then got dropped, then down to 6. Barely got any runs all year, then he got a splendid century. Just when Somerset didn't need him to. And for Lancs, it was all in vain anyway. They still got relegated to Division 2. Didn't even need to crush Somerset's title hopes.
So Hampshire start out on what's going to be a long quest. If they can achieve it to save this game, get 8 points for the draw. They've only got 2 bonus points, so a maximum of 10 is what they can take. Somerset, on the other hand, could, if they can win it, take the absolute maximum.
Indeed. Oh, he's gone for the reverse. He's not played it very well. Well, he's controlled it. He's not nailed it. I wouldn't say he's played it poorly. He's just not got the timing there. So it's a safe shot because he's kept it down. You usually think of the reverse sweep is more of a 4 or a 6 option, but they now sometimes play it just for 1. So they do control it on the ground better than when it first came in, I'd say. It's an easy single here to Goldsworthy's left hand.
Bad light at the Oval is holding Surrey's run chase up. 66 without loss they are up there. Needing another 249.
Outside off stump is Fletcher Middleton crunching off the back foot. Fletcher. Yeah, I agree with your comment to Triggs earlier. When I first saw Fletcher Middleton break onto the scene, maybe 4 or 5 years ago now, I thought it was a mistake when it's Fletcher, not Fletcher. Oh, good change of pace from Archie Vaughan. Slower flighted delivery.
Turn there into the right-hander to conclude the over. 1 apiece off Archie Vaughan's first 2. Another helmet being brought out. Won't be deployed just yet, I don't think. It's a reserve helmet. Slip, silly point, short leg for Ali Orr.
Won't be Laos deployed. I was thinking of the Middlesex and Derbyshire batter.
A little bit quicker from Jack Leach, hurrying or into the defensive stroke. Variations, always variations. Might have taken a single there. What's the possibility?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that, but Case Aldridge is such a good fielder. Getting round, do not risk it to his attacking the ball and quick right hand. That's a good ball. I'm not convinced it's out.
I think he was outside the line.
Yeah, it's turned back sharply. It's a good area. Not turning massively on this pitch on day 3, but just enough occasionally when it's a really good area. Challenge getting the ball to talk.
I think that required another stump.
Yeah. Oh, another misfield. Josh Thomas this time. So unlike Somerset, 3 misfields in 5 overs. The great high standards they set.
The helmet is in action. The extra one that was brought out, just for 1 ball. That 2 slips. The extra slip added, but no breakthrough yet. 3 overs for Jack Leach, 3 overs for 7.
So I make that 6 of the first 9 runs misfields.
Yeah, which just
So unlike
eases the
Somerset.
pressure a little bit, where Somerset don't want to. They want to turn the screw.
Indeed.
Be a run here at least.
That's good cricket. Good single. Should be 2 really. Push into Lewis Gregory's chase. Yes, TKH, you can see on the screen that Tom Abel's not back on. You can see he's not any of those fielders under the helmet. Not in the outfield either. Tom Abel will not field for us today. I'll be pretty confident saying.
There's a pied wagtail.
Is that a pied wagtail? I was going to say, I nearly beat you to it. That's a pied wagtail. Pretty unique. You can't mistake a pied wagtail. Where's he?
Well, they do what they do what it says on the tin. As
yes, they wag their tail. Where is he? Where is he on the pitch? Is he? I've lost his fielding position.
They've been regular visitors here for years.
Oh, I can see a couple
Wagtails.
behind Ben Green at sort of fine leg. Currently, there's a pair of pied wagtails. That's a lovely use of the feet. Lovely use of the depth of the crease. Brilliant shot from Alior. The best shot of the innings so far. Back foot punch. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Now, Somerset fans will be very disappointed to know that Tom Banton, who missed finals day because of not batting on Friday, getting a TFC, not batting on Sunday because of the rain, abandoned the England game. Then he's in the England side to play against Ireland, and Rayan Ahmed, the leg spinner, is batting at 4 ahead of him, which will probably annoy Somerset fans further. Missed out on another trophy to his collection, having had a brilliant group stage before the England call-ups. And Banton and Jacks have been pushed down the order when they're both openers really in county cricket. And now Rayan Ahmed's batting 4 ahead of the usual openers. Yeah, Lady Blade Binder agrees, not happy. Why on earth is Banton not getting a chance to bat in the first few overs? Quicker, almost Yorker.
Yeah, he was looking to drive that and just check the shot in the end. Alior got a corker from Jack Leach in the first innings. Dismissed for just 8. Let's move past that. 5.
Oh, well. I think we're going to see pretty much the same field. These two looked solid enough in the first innings, didn't they, Stephen? I mean, they faced 4 overs from Gregory and Overton at the start.
They both got superb deliveries.
Yeah.
Neither needed to blame themselves for the dismissal. It was just good bowling.
Yeah.
From the man who's in action at the moment.
One more point on the England game, which some of the YouTube chats seem to be double screening between the England game and here. Former Somerset man Curtis Campher with the ball in hand as well. Played for Essex, scored 100 in the One Day Cup for Essex on his first game. They're back between Ireland matches. Quick spell in the One Day Cup. Scored a brilliant 100. Then back to Ireland. Then came back to Chelmsford again later in the campaign.
Much travelled.
Yes. South African, Irish. Played a bit in county cricket. Yeah, calm, I would say, as a description of this opening pair in this innings. They're looking a bit more controlled.
You can't, the keeper, you've got almost half the Somerset side around the bat.
You'd feel left out, wouldn't you? Lewis Goldsworthy's not been allowed to join the party. Caleb Cadmore and Gregory have both filled in the slips at different stages. Josh Thomas and Archie Vaughan, well, Archie Vaughan's been busy bowling, and Josh Thomas the subfielder, so it's Overton, Green, Lammonby and Aldridge have been the 4 catches generally across this afternoon. So the follow-on in 4th, if you're just joining us. Hampshire still trailing by 267, so someone's got to bat pretty well for Hampshire to make Somerset bat again. Will it be Washington Sundar, or will the openers in the top order do their job? Top score of 29 went to Albert in the first innings, and that was a pretty aggressive 29. Also 20s for Brown, Sundar and Organ. Sorry, Fuller, not Organ, but a lot of starts without going big. Oh, that's not quite a chance. Soft hands, the edge. Should be 2, they're going to set up for 1. Soft hands, that edge just short in between the 2 slips, really.
Yeah, they talk about breaking the game down into segments. I imagine that's what the Hampshire batters may be doing. There are 30 overs left for them to bat today, and then look at it afresh after the close. Started off too far outside off stump to demand a stroke.
I almost want a camera just on the short leg or silly point reaction, just on the helmeted close fielders. It's again, I can chuckle from my safe position in the box, where we probably only ever once had a ball hit our box up here. But and again, smashed through covers. Good bit of fielding. Casey Aldridge at backward point this time. Looked like Lammonby was having to duck for cover in front of square. Nice cricket shot for Nern. You here the other week when Coda Cadmore hit our commentary box? That was at Mighty 6. Nearly as big as the one he hit over the Holly stand on Saturday night.
Yeah, say that these two will be looking to bat 30 overs. Somerset would feel if they can take 2 or 3 wickets this evening, it would set things up nicely for tomorrow. There is turn there.
Yeah, I agree. A bit of turn in the right area. I don't think it's necessarily a massive patch of rough. Just good revs from both bowlers on the ball. when the ball lands in the right spot, getting a little bit.
Which it did. The last ball of the over did, and Middleton having to play it. Played it pretty well. 0 for 9 from 4, Vaughan. 0 for 7 for 4, Leach. 16 without loss.
England's experiment to put Ren Ahmed at 4 did not last long. Out for 8 off just 6 balls, so maybe Tom Banton will get a chance at 5 for England. But I guess you think how well Somerset have done without Tom Banton after 300 in the first game. This year could arguably be seen as his sort of the making of Tom Banton, the Red Bull cricketer. He hasn't done a lot since that 300, I know, but had he got the chance to play the last couple of games instead of being on England white ball duty? You look at Tom Abel, who admitted how much he struggled the first few games in the season, but Abel's come really good. Since that 150 and 50 with James Rew in that partnership up with Trent Bridge, 130 here last week against Yorkshire, another 100, 118 in the first innings here.
He's in a rich vein of form.
Indeed. Didn't seem...
Didn't sound convincing.
No. Didn't seem a convincing appeal. Didn't look quite right. Oh, I'll tell you what.
Doing too much.
It's doing too much, yeah. If that was... Yeah, if that hadn't turned so much, that would have been plumb. You see it turning onto middle and leg and past the stumps. Oh, he's done well to get there between Casey Aldridge and Ben Green. You got a leg slip and a short leg, and he's played it through leg gully effectively. When do you give Green or Aldridge a go then, Stephen? If you change from these two, do you go Overton and Gregory? I mean, you've got 5 bowling options after Leach and Vaughan, 5 main without mentioning Tom Lammonby. Who do you go to?
I think I'd go Craig O.
Yeah. With a spinner at the other end? Or? Yeah. You could swap Leach and Vaughan and...
A burst of Craig O.
Yeah, just 2 or 3 overs. It could be ridiculous to have a game where neither Aldridge nor Green bowls in the entire match, but I wouldn't mind seeing them bowl.
Oh, beauty again.
The quicker one that turned.
Turned too much. It's happened twice in the over. Look at this. You'll feel, Jack Leach, that something must go his way soon. He keeps bowling like that, finding that degree of turn.
Josh Thomas still on the field for Tom Abel. Josh Davies back off it. Josh Davies bowling in the tea interval. Good to see him and Steve Kirby going through their paces. Oh, back in the England game, Rian Ahmed's out for the second time in the over. Caught a catch by Ireland. Was not given, bizarrely. What I saw, looked a clean catch, but he got up 2 balls later anyway. And Sam Curran's in at 5 ahead of Tom Banton, so Somerset fans will be even more frustrated. Gutted that Tom Banton's been taken away from the county championship to not bat, be rained off, and potentially not bat again. And he's not been keeping either, has he? And Liam Dawson, of course, has been bowling for England, but not allowed to try and keep his county side Hampshire up. Anyhow, Vaughan back on for Triscothick stand end. Leg stump half volley. Whip should just be one. Lewis Gregory, great slide tackle. Brilliant left foot. Lewis Goldsworthy, he nearly got studded. Goldsworthy needs some shin pads on, the 2 Louis G's. I wonder if that's something to his wrist or just...
His wrist is strapped.
Yeah, I don't think a dive to his left shouldn't really affect his wrist, should it? Oh.
No, wouldn't have thought so. Maybe that moment.
He's done quite well there. Credit where credit's due. Goldsworthy's just got out of the way.
Fraction short. Played pretty comfortably by Middleton. appeal, but he got outside the line, I think.
Yeah, Somerset don't want to do the old boy who cried wolf here with the appealing. And a couple of half-hearted appeals that... Well, that's not a terrible appeal, but you're right, he's got just outs. I think the impact's just outside the line of off stump.
Going off the back foot this time. Comfortably enough. End of Vaughan's over. 5 overs for 10. Hampshire will be relieved. There's nothing as yet in the wickets column for either of the spinners. Both given the new ball. I think I'd be inclined, if these two are hanging on in there, I'd definitely be inclined to change the pace.
Yeah.
Before the close.
Agreed. Also do it now before light might come into it. If you wait till 5 hours to go, come 6 o'clock, or even 5:30, there might be an issue with light, you never know. Floodlights are adding to the natural light currently. It's been an expensive week for the floodlights. Well, that's a good shot. That's going to be 6 into Con Atkinson Pavilion, just towards the scoreboard. Out of nowhere, really. Ali Orr just plonked him to the side where the steward's going to go and collect the ball in between the scoreboard and the Colin Atkinson. Nice sound of the bat. The pick up there and flick. Good cricket shot. With the spin. Short boundary. Not really got hold of it and nailed it, but got enough.
Yeah. Quick look at the ball from the umpire, who is satisfied. There's been no damage on that bit of concrete that it was involved with. Back with Jack Leach. No, no way.
Stifled. Yeah, Gordon Avery agrees with me. If you're going to bowl seamers, bowl them now. Light could be an issue in the next hour. Especially as people are talking about grey clouds and rain coming up from the west. A lot of people wrote off today based on the forecast, and I've seen people tune in and say on Twitter how, oh, I don't think we're going to play today. This isn't the first innings, this is the second innings, 24 for none. Really good soft hands. Outside off stump from former Sussex man Ali Orr. Had an unfortunate first season in Hampshire Hawks colours. Injuries and loss of form thereafter. Getting more game time the last couple of months. Scored a brilliant 100 in the One Day Cup. He's got a busy week. Ali Orr having played Championship for 4 days, then Finals Day for 2 games, then 4 days here, then the One Day Cup final Saturday, then the 4-dayer next week. He's one of only 3 players I made it. He played on Saturday and they're playing in this match. Albert, Orr, and Fuller. That's be playing in the One Day Cup as well. Oh, that stayed low. Well played, adjusted with the soft hands to get that behind square for 2. Really well watched.
Yeah, he's much the freer scoring of the two with the help of that maximum earlier in the over. 21 for Ali Orr. And a bit of damage to Jack Leach's figures, which won't bother him in the slightest. Always you see the batter go after you. I'm not going to mind too much, especially in these circumstances. Somerset very much bossing the game. Got a first innings lead of 282. So Hampshire need another 256 from here to make Somerset bat again. It's a long haul for them. They've started pretty well.
Case Shoulders coming into a sort of forward square leg, maybe on the sweep from Middleton. Middleton's been more defensive, more proddy, pokey, soft hands defensive shot than Orr, who's been a bit more aggressive using his feet and sweeping. An open stance. Outside the line of our stump again, Stephen?
I think so.
Gloves were close to it, but I don't think the gloves will impact before the bat, before the pad. Sorry.
Just.
Yeah.
Not
Defending
much,
well. Just giving Archie-Vaughan something to think about there, getting down the pitch.
They're going up for almost everything.
Mm. Well timed. I'll talk through the last couple of balls and then bring Pete Trigger back into the attack. .26 for none then after 11 overs. The run rate, the strike rate's not an issue here. No bonus points up for grabs for Hampshire. They just got a bat time. Can they salvage a draw at this game? What a shot that is for Middleton. Deserves 4 though. It's a long boundary. Lewis Goldsworthy will give good chase. He should haul this in. Great work. Lewis Goldsworthy, that's superb. With his weaker right hand as well. Diving, stopping the ball stationary. Have they only run? No, they have run 3, I was saying. They could have almost run 4 there.
Plenty of applause for Lewis Goldsworthy, and rightly so, because that was a great chase.
It looked like he didn't think he was going to get there. And then the lush green turf after a bit of rain early in the week just slowed it down, and he did well. Yeah, he couldn't have left any later.
Yeah, had to do a somersault after
Great
he
work.
stopped it.
Great work. Talking of James Bond.
Good athleticism. End of the over. So Jack Leach is going to continue for the moment. They've bowled 6 apiece, these two. .25 left today. If the light holds out, that's the only possible issue. I think we've got no imminent threat of rain that I can
think
see.
we'll be all right. If it rains at 6:30, no worries. Get through to, well, to be fair, with the over rate today, they could be done by 5:45 at this rate. 25 overs, what do you reckon that'll take? Just over an hour? Hour and 20 minutes maybe? Depends. If these two keep bowling spin. They reckon they expect an over to take somewhere in and around 3.5 minutes for the average over. But with spin, it can be a lot quicker than that.
Well, yeah, absolutely. The over rate, they're 10 over the over rate required.
But that's good for Somerset. It's good for Somerset actually, because say there's a bit of rain or bad light around tonight or tomorrow, they do need to maximise time, having lost day 1. Yeah, no official news on Tom Abel yet, but all I can say is I'm pretty confident he will not be fielding tonight. There's no point. Why risk it?
There's no need, is
You've got Josh Thomas, who's a pretty able fielder, and you can't mess around with head injuries. He'll be going through tests and resting, and a lot of it will be drinking water, resting, and monitoring how he is overnight and into tomorrow. But if Somerset don't need to bat again, they don't need to risk him. Give him some rest and see how he is for next week at Chelmsford. Oh, that's a beauty.
Beautiful from Jack Leach.
I don't think it's out.
No,
It's too good.
He deserved a wicket with that.
Too good to take the outside edge. Too quick for stumping.
You don't always get what you deserve.
No. It'd be a different game if you did.
Yeah, I wonder. The light has deteriorated a bit just in the past 10 minutes or so, I think.
Yeah, I don't think the floodlights are taking over yet, are they?
No, but they're useful.
Yes, correct. They haven't used the light
You can
meters yet.
see the players casting 4 shadows rather than 1, or
Yeah,
even 5.
You like that line, don't you? What's the 5 shadows? Why is there 5?
Well, there are 5 sets of floodlights, aren't there?
Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, absolutely.
The 5 different shadows. Yeah, okay. I can't count 5 shadows. 5 shadows? Where are you seeing 5 shadows, Stephen?
If you look hard,
If I look at Lewis Gregory, I can see 4 shadows. He's our nearest fielder. I can't see a 5th shadow. Maybe the 2 floodlights over the Trade Nation stand sort of blur into 1 shadow.
Yeah, it depends partly, I think, on where you are
Yeah,
in the field.
Because Lewis Goldsworthy, I can see 4. Can't see a 5th. Look at you, Stephen Lamb, the shadow scientist. Many titles on your LinkedIn profile.
Tempted reverse sweep and another appeal, but
Wow, that was an interesting shot. Not a conventional reverse sweep. Got himself in a bit of a pickle.
It was going to miss what was originally his off stump. That's why it wasn't given. There's going to be runs here, down to 3rd. There'll be 2 of them, I think, for Ali Orr.
Just for clarification, we don't know if he's officially concussed. Tom Abel was whacked in the head, so he's off having tests. We can't really comment any further.
He may have thought for a moment that he'd nailed that, but he hadn't.
Yeah, he had it better than previous ones, you're right, but didn't quite have the placement either. You wondered if he keeps reverse sweeping at fielders, will he then get frustrated and try and go over the top and then bring a fielder into play, maybe?
Well adjusted to the turn there. Ali Orr to conclude the over. So surviving without undue alarms, these 2 at the moment. There have been some corkers of deliveries every now and again, especially from Jack Leach. But none has, as yet, claimed a scalp. 14 done of this innings, 23 left today.
Credit to the batters, really. I make this just shy of the 2nd highest partnership in the day. The 5th wicket partnership for Hampshire went from 58 for 4 to 92 for 5. But these 2 doing much better than most in the first innings. We can't think of a serious chance, can we, Stephen?
Not in this innings.
No. Which may be fatigue from Somerset's point of view, but also credit where credit's due to the Hampshire opening pair.
It's just the odd delivery from Jack Leach has turned prodigiously.
Yeah.
Too much, really. Well defended by Middleton. Just the 3 boundaries in the innings so far. Their intent primarily on survival, these 2, just seeing it through to stumps. Still a long way to go.
Very good nut, says Lewis Gregory, the captain, encouraging his bowler. Oh, stout defence.
They're still off for bad light at the Oval. Surrey needing another 249. Makes for an interesting day tomorrow, potentially. Surrey 66 without loss. They started well, but still some way to go for them. Top of the table clash.
So 22 overs remaining in the day as a maximum at this stage. Once they're past 5:30, they will allow a bit more time. Well, it'll be 5:40 is the guideline close of play. We'll be a little bit past there. Oh, he's tried to reverse sweep a full toss there. Well, he got there on the low full toss. Bit like the Gubbins dismissal.
Probably going down the leg side initially.
That's definitely going down the leg side. They can't really see, I guess, from slip and second slip. Their angle's not great, but we can tell up here that's well down the leg side.
James Rue must have an idea behind the
Yeah, he
stumps.
didn't appeal as much. It was more Overton and Aldridge, wasn't it? Debenham and Milnes aren't going to be fooled. Oh, well, we've still got plenty of time tomorrow, Somerset. Didn't have to take all the wickets tonight. I guess we'd have 104 overs potentially tomorrow if needed, if weather allows. Be surprised if it goes that far into tomorrow, but you never know. Hampshire showing a lot more stout defence, a lot more conviction with their play. I think they've got to go to a seamer soon. I think for me, next couple of overs, if you don't get a wicket with spin, I'd love to see Case Sholdridge or Ben Green get a bowl, although you're right, it could be Overton or Gregory first. Neither will be particularly tired. 4 overs for Gregory, 2 overs for Overton in the first innings. But Green and Aldridge bowled nothing. Lammonby still bowled nothing. Josh Davey and Josh Thomas, you can see on your screen, cannot bowl. They are subfielders, so otherwise everyone on the pitch would argue they should be bowling. Really. Right, I'm going to leave you and see if Pete Trigo can bring a breakthrough.
Yeah, bring on Triggs. Change the tempo. It's an option we hadn't considered. There's a conference between the two umpires. I hope it's not about the light. It's still going to be Jack Leach from the River End. Doesn't look too bad to me, especially with the floodlights on. That helps. Afternoon, Triggs.
Hi, Stephen. Yeah, I think there's that point where the umpires make a decision. I think it's deemed that if the artificial lights supersede the natural light, they come off. I think that's, and
Okay.
it's, and you're right, it is based on the casting of shadows.
We've now got 6 men round the bat if you include the keeper.
Because it sounds like Harry didn't, but I did listen in primary school science, and I understand that the light source object, how it casts a shadow, times 5 will produce the 5 shadows. Yeah. So I'm totally with you there.
That's
I
reassuring.
can almost picture my teacher drawing it up on the old chalkboard.
I was almost doubting myself for a moment.
It was also how you can tell that those old moon landing photos are a bit dodgy. 31 without loss in this second innings. Bit of a scene reminiscent of that last ball versus Surrey last year where everyone was surrounding the bat. Somerset, they've got themselves into a position where runs are relatively inevitable at the moment. It's just about trying to prize out those 10 wickets, and with the Hampshire batters in defensive mode, Somerset captain feels like he could just crowd the bat. Any false shot, any slight inside edge of pad, there'll be a chance created. They've made a much better fist of it so far.
You feel that just every now and again they're going to get a difficult delivery, if not an impossible one, from Jack Leach. Indeed from either end, but Jack Leach has produced several.
Yeah, it's just that last couple of balls look like his sort of stock pace, and then he just takes a little bit of speed off of the ball. They're generally the ones that spin sharply. Yeah, a lot of work from Jack Leach today already. Already picked up 7 for 69 in the first innings. But Hampshire won't go down without a scrap.
Our friend the Wagtails come back, Triggs, down below us on the outfield, just by the sponsor's logo.
All right, yeah, I can see him.
I don't know what sort of food he's looking for down there. I guess he's there for dietary reasons.
A couple of little grubs or something.
Yeah.
Leather jackets. They're all those they like to burrow under the ground, don't they? Those leather jacket type things. And
Nicely played and well fielded at mid-wicket.
oh, look at him. He's a little trooper, or she.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, really, isn't it? Gender identification.
Well, I've had to completely suck back what I was about to say.
Here's Vaughan. We did have one year, Triggs, the year of the peregrine falcon. There were a pair of them actually that occasionally alighted on the floodlights, not when they were switched on, but just occasionally. Haven't seen them, just that one season we saw them.
Yeah, any of those birds of prey, you can normally identify them because every other bird around it is scattering for their lives, aren't they?
Absolutely. They're particularly partial to pigeons, peregrines. I remember going up the roof of Tewkesbury Abbey a few years ago now, and great view
Yeah, there's
up there of the River Severn Valley, but there was a pair of peregrines up there, and we got down and there were various sort of bits of pigeon as you walked out of the Abbey.
Yeah, we've got a sparrow hawk that does a bit of hunting around our back garden. Goldsworthy chasing that one out to mid-wicket. Good scampering by the Hampshire opening pair. 3 runs to the total. Yeah, I heard this thud one afternoon and looked out the window, feathers everywhere, and I went out, take into account that I'm quite a bit bigger than a sparrow hawk, and it had a pigeon sort of pinned down, and it was just about doing its job dismembering the poor thing. And I went up to it and I expected it to fly off, but it just looked at me. And it felt like it stabbed me in the eye. I was like, no, mate, not today. And he just kept on doing what he was doing, just ignored me. I thought it was
amazing.
It was a big, big bird. Yeah, you wouldn't want that beak in the eyeball, that's for sure.
Bright orange eyes, sparrowhawks. We had one caught in our greenhouse once. Flown in by mistake, and it was pretty much trapped. We managed to get it out without injury. And it immediately went off and, guess what? Caught a sparrow. But I had a close-up view. They are amazing looking birds.
Does what it says on the tin.
Yeah. It's probably hungry after being stuck in our greenhouse for however many hours. 34 without loss, Hampshire. They're doing well, these two openers.
Wasn't happy with your tomatoes.
It probably it may have been reduced to eating a few. I don't know how vegetarian they are. They're mainly carnivores. I'm no expert. Playing a miss there from Alior. Haven't seen too many of them in this innings. Halfway towards batting through these two. The rest of today anyway. Into the 19th over of the innings. Lewis Goldsworthy is giving Jack Leach a bit of a breather, or it may be a change of ends. That happened in the first innings. Single here for Orr. Just bowled the 1 over in the first innings to allow the other two spinners to switch ends. Maybe it'll be a slightly longer spell. I do still wonder about whether a bit of seam, a bit of pace would just break things up a bit, change the tempo. Oh, wow. That's the one, is it? That's the sparrowhawk eating the unfortunate prey item. Great picture.
Yeah, it wasn't worried about me videoing it at all. It was hungry. Yeah,
Just
a little bit of a change of trajectory from Goldsworthy, a little bit shorter of stature, so have that ability just to get the ball up and down above the eye line. Might produce something a little bit different off the wicket. Oh, lovely piece of bowling there from Goldsworthy, just beating the outside edge. Bit of an appeal, a hopeful one.
It's not the
David
case.
Milnes not sucked in, but a beautiful ball there from Goldsworthy, good signs.
You feel a bit robbed as a bowler there, don't you, when you bowl a beauty like that and can't quite find the edge. It happened with Jack Leach several times and has now happened with Lewis Goldsworthy. A little bit of encouragement for him from Jack himself.
Yeah, there's a ground staff getting some post-season training.
Playing a
Sorry,
miss there.
I'm giving that out, I'm afraid. just little feather on that one. Automatic catch behind for all those changing room cricketers out there.
So not a change of ends for Jack Leach this time. Archie Vaughan's going to stay on at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. So maybe it's just a rest for Jack Leach's bowler. Shed load of overs today. 9 in this innings to add to the 24.5 he bowled in the first. So he's going to sleep well.
Yeah, I think both teams probably don't want this next hour or so just to wash by, or however long we're able to play for because of the light. But I think both teams would be happy for the closer play. There's some tired bodies out there. Somerset did really well, but worked hard to bowl them out. It's always nice when you have a follow-on scenario that you're not bowling too many overs before you get that close of play and a good night's sleep and a bit of food. Come back fresh tomorrow morning, rejuvenated, ice bathed, massaged, or whatever the lads choose to do.
Yeah, they would love a couple in the bag, wouldn't they, this evening?
Yeah, it would certainly be a big dent for Hampshire's pursuit. I think they'd feel a lot more comfortable if their openers can hang around till close of play, and the opposite emotion for Somerset. I think they'll feel only chasing 8 wickets tomorrow will be a much easier job than 10.
Well fielded at cover to prevent any run that was travelling. Nicely timed by Alior. It's been a feature of his innings. Mainly defensive, but some well-timed aggressive strokes, including a 6 into the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Vaughan now 10 overs done.
Yeah, I would imagine that bowling seam in the light conditions is probably off the table for the umpires. It would probably be about now if the conditions were different, where you'd think about just having a little bit of a spell from the taller, quicker bowlers, 2 or 3 overs each, see if you can nip one out.
Yeah, I think maybe the best opportunity for that may have gone with the light as it is now.
Yeah, I think the umpires would get super interested in the light if the seamers come on. So Goldsworthy will continue a spell. Good signs in his first over.
Well bowled again. Settled into the groove nicely, Lewis Goldsworthy. Flighted a bit more. And then flatter and played up to Kohli Cadmore at mid-off. Just the 1 over for 4 runs in the first innings, Goldsworthy. And now 2 overs for 1 in the second.
Yeah, nice stuff. Lots of thanks to one of our partners, Virtue Motors. For those who watch our live stream and some of our content we put out, we had a great day with the Virtue Motors radio-controlled car that whizzes the ball out in those one-day games. So a really nice addition, and many thanks to them for supporting us and interacting with us. And I know, in particular, Josh Davey, who won that RC Challenge, particularly enjoyed that day. And on a personal note, thanks to Jim Walsh, who works for Virtue in Bridgewater, for helping stick onto my car that rather nice Go Faster body kit I've got on there now, Lammy. I reckon I'll be even more intimidating at the lights.
I've seen it. I've seen it as you flashed past me. Here's Archie Vaughan into his 11th over. Yes, it was rather a pleasant little extra, that car coming out with the white ball in it at the start of.
Yeah, it's good. Those little bits of ingenuity, and
it made me quite want to control it, actually, Triggs.
I did actually drove it out there in one game, and the old roommate in Blackwell was umpiring. I tried to run him over. He wasn't happy. But I did eventually deliver the ball to him. Did a few Western Supermare style donuts on the outfield. I learned that skill in Asda car park in the late 90s. Yeah, a little flat period in the game at the moment. Rearguard action from the Hampshire pair. Somerset bowlers just trying to extract something out of this pitch. Some tired bodies, tired fingers from those spinners. Trying to give the ball a rip. The opener's making a much better fist of it second time round. As is often the case with follow-on scenarios.
Yeah, I mentioned that the number of Jack Leach overs we've seen today. Archie Vaughan's well up there as well. I think he's overtaken Jack in terms of the number of overs bowled. 23 in the first. Now this will be 11. So that's 34 overs in the day. Oh, big appeal here.
Oh, yes, Archie Vaughan. Yes, Archie Vaughan. 23 overs and an extra ball to get that wicket. Spun past the outside edge onto the back shin. Ben Debenham, umpire, raises the finger, and Somerset have struck a valuable wicket in the context of this game. 35 for 1 now.
It's Ali Orr who's gone as well for 27. So that will give Somerset a real fillip. Been struggling to separate these two openers. Archie Vaughan, you can sense the joy from his reaction.
Yeah, or just going back to a slightly fuller delivery there. Probably should have gone forward to that, allowed the ball to turn, and yeah, absolutely smack bang in front there. No real hesitation from the umpire to raise the finger. Nick Gubbins, who got out in somewhat frustrating fashion from the batsman's point of view, reverse swept one straight to Archie Vaughan, and he's got to come in and dig deep for his team.
Yeah, that was one of the wickets that fell earlier today, where full credit didn't need to go to the bowler. It was partly batter error, one felt.
Yeah, it could be the ultimate sort of nightmare scenario for Orr, because having a look to those maroon trees in the background, looks like there's a little bit of drizzle in the air, and the light has quite noticeably dropped. So I don't think, if this rain does come in, there'll be many balls bowled. That always is a sickening feeling as a batter once you've just got out. God, couldn't that rain come in 10 minutes before?
Yeah, it is pretty gloomy overhead. There's a bright sort of bit just to the west of the Quantocks, but that's a long way from here.
Yeah, David Milnes is having a good look at Lewis Goldsworthy and his shadows he's casting there, and now he's looking over at Ben Debenham. It wouldn't surprise me if they come off now and it is the ultimate nightmare for Orr, who's got out the ball before.
It doesn't get any worse than that, does it, really?
No, it wouldn't surprise me if they go off. David Milnes played plenty of cricket himself. He'll know that
drizzling.
Maybe it might even encourage his decision.
They're at the ready with the Hessian rug, which we've seen a bit of in this game.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the last ball bowled. Maybe of the day. Really, really frustrating situation there. Literally 90 seconds could have saved Ali Orr. Somerset won't be disappointed at all, but that is a real sickener for Hampshire.
Yeah, it's raining steadily now. I'm sure we've seen the last of the day. And the buggy is on its way. See that rug rolled out and followed by a few more covers, I guess.
Well, it might not be a full day, but it's had 2 days worth of cricket happen in it. I mean,
yeah.
You know, let's face it, you know, this could be the last innings of the match. Last day tomorrow, so Somerset with their positive play and awesome bowling performance, all of a sudden is completely scrubbed clean that lost day. Somerset are going to have a chance to win this game on day 4. I'm pretty sure that might be the close of play. We'll have to hang around a short while, but looking at the clouds on the horizon, I don't think that's going to be the case. Hampshire 35 for 1, following on. They were dismissed for 172 in reply for Somerset's 454. And cast your mind back to yesterday. Somerset reeling on 99 for 5. A miraculous performance by Tom Abel and Casey Aldridge with a career best 180. And then the masterful left arm spin bowling of Jack Leach. Look at those figures, ladies and gentlemen. 7 for 69 and very well backed up by Archie Vaughan. 3 for 79. And he's been the main man today in that second innings. Vaughan 1 for 18 off of 10 overs. Lots of work done. And Somerset in a very strong position, Lammy.
Very much so, and a nice little spell at the end there for Lewis Goldsworthy. I think he'd have stayed on if the players had been able to stay on, because he found some turn and some nip. And it's been a packed day's cricket, and having sat here watching rather miserably, really, being unable to have anything to commentate on day one, days 2 and 3 have made up for it, and we could have a fascinating day tomorrow.
Certainly has. It's certainly been action-packed. For now, we'll take a little break. There's a high probability that could be the closer play, and we look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow. Start of play is 10:30. I think the weather forecast is pretty well set fair. I think it is actually the best of the 4 days forecast-wise, but there's no guarantees. This is the UK after all. But if we don't get on, we wish you a good evening, and we'll see you at 10:30 tomorrow. Cheers, Lammy.
Cheers, Triggs.
And thanks to Harry Everett.
if you have a bike which is currently parked in St James Street bike rack, can you please return to it? There is an issue with one of the locks on the bikes. So if you have a bike that is currently parked in the St James Street side of the ground, if you could please return to it at your earliest convenience. Thank you.
did read your message earlier. Sorry. Yeah. No, I hadn't. No, sorry. Mike. Well, as part of that. No, I didn't reply immediately because we had our phone off us situation, so we turned up last night. But I have at the moment I've got 3 girls from Hewish helping phone. And in terms of numbers, last night I've got as much as the messaging room because we only had 8 juniors there. So I think even if we had a bit more, yeah, in terms of, no, I understand that. No, unfortunately. So I read his some people have used it on the volunteering side, but other people have also used it on the assessment side. I just read it as a volunteer side of things. Oh, right, yeah. I just think at the moment, I said to the key parents yesterday evening, unfortunately I can't guarantee that's all changing. When we see the numbers, we'll see these I think he wants to. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a shame. I'm not quite sure why. Yeah, I appreciate that. I still really can't think exactly why numbers have come to us. I know some questions there, but I also read some that is contract. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, that's brilliant. Yeah, that's brilliant. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Okay. All right, no problems. Thanks, Karen. Bye.
wait till we get the stuff over. That's the way to choose it. Yeah. Oh, no.
Good afternoon everyone. Confirmation from the umpiring team that play has been abandoned for the day. So Hampshire close day 3, 35 for 1, following on, trailing Somerset by 247 runs. Gates open on the fourth and final day of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match, our final home match day of the season, tomorrow at 9:30. The match gets underway. Day's play at 10:30. So thank you very much for your fantastic support once again. There will be highlights, a report and reaction from today's play on our official website and across our various social media platforms. But for now, from everyone here at Somerset County Cricket Club, enjoy the rest of your evening and have a safe journey home.